At the intersection, beneath the red and green traffic lights, a tall and well-proportioned melancholic youth leans against the railing, tightly clutching a jade pendant in his hand. Jiang Xin, he does not belong to this world. Yet 1 month ago, he was transported to this realm known as Blue Star, accompanied by the jade pendant he once believed to be a divine gift. However, over the past month, Jiang Xin has repeatedly fantasized about awakening a system or obtaining a golden finger. But to this day, he remains just another face in the crowd. In this world, he is utterly alone. No family, no parents. He lacks even an identification card. Separated from all his loved ones by an insurmountable divide, this indescribable sorrow has perpetually shadowed his heart. Perhaps life will continue in this manner. Will it? The answer is a resounding no. Perhaps the inhabitants of Blue Star should remember this day. The sun has vanished, and the earth lies scorched and parched. A vast civilization, along with the planet that nurtured it, has swiftly transformed into a searing wasteland. Uncertain of how much time has passed, Jiang Xin's eardrums continue to thrum with a dull roar as he staggers to support himself on his knees, his surroundings a scene of desolation. Just 5 seconds ago, he was standing on the sidewalk, awaiting the red light. Now, the stench of rust mingled with decay assails his nostrils, while the cracked concrete platform beneath his feet oozes dark red moss from its fissures. Beep countdown activated. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. A piercing electronic voice shatters the silence, and his retina bursts into a haze of crimson, the countdown appearing like a swarm of floating particles. Beep, welcome to the world of survival above all else. Beep qualification task initiated. Mission brief. Reach the official station. Distance, 100 kilometers. Time limit, 24 hours. Penalty, loss of survivor status. Reward, 7 days worth of supplies. P.S. According to reliable sources, a disaster storm will arrive within 7 days. As he gazes at the unfolding scenario, Jiang Xin's pupils constrict violently, the blood-red countdown pulsating frantically on his retina. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 43 seconds. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 42 seconds. What kind of logic is it to initiate a countdown before issuing a task? Although Jiang Xin has been subjected to numerous survival narratives, he has never encountered such absurdity. Lost in thought, another segment of text materializes before him. Beep, friendly reminder. One, that you are unfortunate, yet fortunate. Though your planet has been destroyed, the disaster world has not forsaken any life yearning for survival. 2, that the disaster world will not grant you a second chance. Cherish this hard-won life and continuously prove your worth to remain alive through task completion. 3, that the train symbolizes your identity as a survivor. Should you fail to complete the task within the time limit, you will be lost in an endless wilderness with no hope of return. 4, plan your route carefully and seize opportunities. Each train station offers transfer services. The more perilous the station, the greater the potential rewards, but it may also yield nothing. 5, that ultimate goal of survivors, survival. May you find hope and strength in the disaster world. Upon reaching your destination, you may receive everything you desire. Jiang Xin meticulously reads each word, fearing the omission of any detail, until his gaze fixates on the final sentence. Everything you desire? Jiang Xin murmurs to himself. A blazing flame ignites within him, the pent-up anguish of time dissipating in an instant. All right, I hope you can keep your promise. Suddenly invigorated, Jiang Xin's expression shifts from despair to determination, his eyes seemingly igniting with sparks of hope. Since the reminder indicated that the train is a symbol of survival, his immediate priority is to locate his train. Jiang Xin surveys his surroundings. It is a dilapidated train station, consisting only of a drafty waiting area and a crumbling concrete platform, with even the roof mostly ripped away. Through the damaged walls, he can see a manual rail cart resting on the tracks, but he does not rush towards it. At that moment, a panel appears before Jiang Xin, a gift from the disaster world to every survivor. On the first page, there are records of the system announcements, a mini-map in the upper right corner, and a separate taskbar where the recently issued mission is noted. Additionally, there are sections for train and status. The train option is grayed out and unselectable. The status section displays an icon representing himself, abstractly depicted through pixelated points. Next to the figure, His three-dimensional attributes and health points are displayed, with two 23-item slots below. One bears the silhouette of a small sword, while the other remains empty. There is little of concern regarding the attributes, aside from a notably high mental and luck stat, while strength and speed are merely average. As for the two-item slots, one is presumably a backpack, and the other appears to be a weapon slot. However, this weapon slot seems excessively generous, while the backpack appears somewhat small, yet it is better than having nothing at all. Surveying the empty waiting area, aside from the metal benches bolted to the ground, there is nothing else. Suddenly, a piercing blue light flickers in the corner of his vision. Jiang Xin quickly turns his gaze. It is a damaged fire cabinet, within which a gleaming fire axe stands out, stabbing at his eyes with its brilliance. Grasping the fire axe, Jiang Xin finds it surprisingly manageable. The composite material handle is not only slip-resistant, but also comfortable for chopping without causing injury. The sharpened axe head gleams coldly, and the back can be used like a crowbar. In addition, Jiang Xin discovers a coiled water hose beneath the cabinet, tightly wound. Stuffing the gathered supplies into his backpack, Jiang Xin steps onto the manual rail cart. Beep manual rail cart detected. Would you like to bind this vehicle? Warning: once bound, the train cannot be changed. Unbinding will be considered a death sentence. Is there even need to ask? Bind. Beep train binding successful. The panel for the manual rail cart appears before Jiang Xin. Manual rail cart, 23 total weight, 200 kilograms defense, none power. Human-powered system carriage, none maximum speed, 20 kilometers per hour. Additional equipment, basic braking system, basic workbench. The rail cart is quite rudimentary. Below the train section, there are 3 subpages labeled Upgrade, Build, and Fusion. Jiang Xin glances through them. He can upgrade existing train equipment, construct new train components or carriages. The last option allows for the fusion of a train, transforming everything into his own use. However, at present, he is left with nothing to work with. Since the train has been bound, it is time to set off. Jiang Xin grips the joystick. Exerting effort to maneuver the initial acceleration proves somewhat challenging, but as the speed increases, it gradually becomes easier. Upon reaching a certain velocity, the sound of gears spinning fills the air. No matter how hard Jiang Xin tries, the speed stubbornly remains unchanged. It appears he is constrained by the limitations of the transmission system. Even with all his effort, the pace does not budge. Jiang Xin glances at the panel, which now displays a speed of exactly 20 kilometers per hour. However, the qualification task is not particularly daunting. Traveling 100 kilometers at full speed would only take a mere 5 hours. Even accounting for fatigue and rest, it would amount to no more than 10 hours. Yet, one must consider that the disaster world is unlikely to be so generous. There will undoubtedly be significant obstacles along the way. As he contemplates, Jiang Xin reaches for the jade pendant hanging at his chest. But to his astonishment, he finds nothing. Where is the jade pendant? What happened? A surge of panic grips Jiang Xin. This pendant accompanied him through the transition. He had once placed all his hopes upon it. If there is anything in this world that he holds dear, it is undoubtedly the jade pendant. Yet now, it has inexplicably vanished. Chapter 2. The arrival of the external aid. As Jiang Xin advanced, a contemplative silence enveloped him. The jade pendant, a spiritual anchor for him in this foreign realm, had mysteriously vanished. Alas! With a resigned sigh, he redirected his focus back to the path ahead. Not long after, as he gazed at the tracks in front, a sense of unease began to grip him, causing him to gradually ease off the joystick. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the distant tracks suddenly tear apart. Yet, in the blink of an eye, everything reverted to normal. Had he misperceived reality? Or was there a glitch in this cataclysmic world? Regardless, prudence seemed the wisest course. Jiang Xin freed one hand to rest upon the brake, poised for an emergency stop at any moment. The handbrake, comprised of 2 iron rods, could be engaged with a mere squeeze. As the rail car drew closer, the anomalies on the tracks became increasingly pronounced, reminiscent of screen tearing caused by mismatched vertical refresh rates. While Jiang Xin pondered this perplexity, a deafening crash reverberated as the rail car's speed plummeted to 0. The 200-kilogram rail car had collided violently with an object. Hastily, Jiang Xin disembarked to investigate. He found a semi-transparent creature lying on its back upon the tracks, having been flipped over by the impact. Gradually, the creature's form became discernible. It resembled a reptilian entity, roughly the size of a small dog. Although startled by the sudden collision, Jiang Xin's years of extreme sports had trained him to regain his composure swiftly. Observing the creature's sharp foreclaws flailing wildly, he instantly recognized an opportunity. Strike while the iron is hot. Moving faster than thought, he lunged forward, grasping the fire axe tightly in hand. Upon reaching the creature, he swung the axe with all his might towards its neck, blood splattering in all directions. With a series of powerful strikes, he soon found himself panting heavily, yet Jiang Xin remained silent, tirelessly repeating the assault. It was not until the kill confirmation appeared on his interface that he finally ceased his relentless hacking. The creature, unable to react in its last moments, succumbed to Jiang Xin's frenzied axe strikes. Its lizard-like head severed cleanly. After dispatching the reptilian creature, a wave of calm washed over Jiang Xin, only to be met with the intensified ache in his arms, now exacerbated by the exertion. However, the adrenaline coursing through him dulled the pain, compelling him to pause for a moment of respite. As he glanced at the dismembered chameleon creature beside him, a shiver of dread coursed through him. The sight of its razor-sharp claws was enough to instill fear. Once he had regained some composure, Jiang Xin attempted to stow the chameleon in his backpack, for it was his first trophy in this apocalyptic world. The moment his fingers brushed against its head, a brilliant white light erupted like lightning from the chameleon's crown, piercing through Jiang Xin's chest and instinctively finding its way into his backpack. The sensation of the light passing through him sent a jolt through Jiang Xin, accompanied by a wave of invigorating energy spreading from his chest to his extremities, wiping away his earlier fatigue and soreness. He felt as though he were floating, his very soul elevated. Believing the chameleon possessed some form of revenge mechanism upon death, Jiang Xin hastily opened his interface to check his status. Jiang Xin, 140, in excellent health, strength, 9 speed, 8 spirit, 13 luck, 9. A single glance left Jiang Xin astounded. And then a torrent of exhilaration surged through his being, shattering his mental limits. What had just occurred? What had just transpired? The data displayed on the interface led Jiang Xin to a clear conclusion. He had been enhanced. Furthermore, he discovered 4 additional items in his backpack, each one clicked to reveal its details. Phantom Dragon Head. 1. Purple, epic, a high-value item, tradable, possessing significant collectible worth, though the uneven cuts slightly detract from its value. Phantom Beast Skin. 2. Blue, rare, an incredibly rare material, suitable for crafting equipment. Beast Meat. 4. White, common, 4 pieces of beast limbs, edible post-cooking. The first 3 items were those he had gleaned from the creature, but the 4th emanated a soft, white glow, quietly resting in his backpack's compartment. Gazing at the abstract pixelated image in the compartment, Jiang Xin felt an inkling of familiarity with this orb of white light. Upon clicking for more details, he gasped in astonishment. The image depicted a circular jade pendant with a thumb-sized hole in the center, surrounded by a circle etched with 9 segments, each containing a capital numeral ranging from 1 to 9. Could it be the pendant had returned to his backpack? Jiang Xin felt a surge of realization wash over him. Was this the arrival of external aid? Connecting his extraordinary physical data with this newfound revelation, Jiang Xin became increasingly convinced of his theory. He retrieved the pendant from his backpack, and at the moment of contact, the system chimed. Beep, Lucky Roulette, activated. Consume lucky coins, jade pendant, for a lottery draw. First draw guarantees a minimum reward and grants an additional attempt. Before him appeared a panel unlike anything seen in the cataclysmic world, with a small exclamation mark in the upper right corner detailing the odds of winning. Each pendant could yield rewards not exceeding 2 tiers below its quality level. Every 10 draws secured a minor guarantee, ensuring a quality increase of 1 tier. Meanwhile, a total of 90 draws secured a major guarantee, promising an increase of 2 tiers in quality rewards. The quality was categorized into white, common, green, fine, blue, rare, purple, epic, and gold, legendary. Beyond these lay special qualities such as red, multicolored, black, and silver, but these were not Jiang Xin's immediate concern. Additionally, it noted that lucky coins were derived from defeating hostile entities. As he beheld the cheerful roulette and the initial free draw, Jiang Xin couldn't shake the suspicion that perhaps Q coins had pursued him into this alternate realm. Glancing at the solitary jade pendant in his hand, Jiang Xin clenched his teeth and cast it into the grand roulette. Suddenly, two towering wheels appeared before him, their pointers spinning madly between the numbers 1 to 9. As the pointers gradually slowed, they settled on two distinct numbers, 8, 3. In no time, the numbers dissolved into the air, transforming into two rewards. The 8th reward was green, represented by an upward arrow, while the 3rd was a blue blueprint. Clicking to use, Chapter 3. The Phantom Garb. The arrow signified a system upgrade, subsequently merging into the Cataclysmic World System panel, with no further developments. The blue blueprint, upon clicking, transformed into a blue light that entered the workstation. First, Jiang Xin checked the system panel of the Cataclysmic World, noticing no apparent changes, which left him somewhat perplexed. Nonetheless, he opened the crafting interface of the workstation. Basic workbench, ordinary blueprint, white slightly, basic blueprints provided by the system, fine blueprint, green none-rare blueprint, blue phantom garb. Indeed, a rare crafting blueprint had appeared. Jiang Xin could hardly contain his excitement. This was akin to receiving a minor artifact before even completing the beginner tutorial. Could it truly be a product of Q coins? Opening the recipe list, he noted the requirements for the phantom garb, phantom dragon skin 2, weaving strap 1, to be crafted at a basic workbench. Upon reviewing the crafting requirements, Jiang Xin was momentarily taken aback. The coincidence was uncanny. The fire hose, when disassembled at the workstation, yielded a weaving strap. With all the necessary materials already in his possession, Jiang Xin would be hard-pressed to believe it was mere happenstance. Given that he had all the materials, he decided to proceed with the crafting. As he spoke, the materials on the workbench vanished, and with a flurry of activity, a long hooded cloak materialized on the workbench. Donning the cloak, it enveloped him entirely in black fabric, and with the hood up, he felt seamlessly integrated into the surrounding environment under the moonlight and ambient light. Adjusting the cloak slightly, Jiang Xin muttered to himself, "It fits a bit too snugly. Originally, cloaks were meant to be worn over armor. Such a close fit would surely hinder the simultaneous wearing of protective gear alongside the phantom garb." With lingering doubts, Jiang Xin clicked to view the detailed information. Phantom garb, category, adaptive camouflage cloak, ballistic level, level 1, effect 1, phantom, can mimic the surrounding environment, effectiveness determined by lighting conditions. Camouflage effect increases by 200 at night. If no conspicuous actions are performed, it will not be detected by detection skills, including but not limited to electronic surveillance and sensory detection. Conspicuous actions include running, attacking, etc. Effect 2. Fitting. The cloak will adjust according to body shape. With a maximum deformation limit of 0.5 m. After reviewing the attributes, Jiang Xin's excitement was palpable, dispelling any prior uncertainties. It appeared that as long as he didn't transform into a towering figure of 2.5 meters, this garment would accommodate him perfectly. After taking some time to calm his exhilaration, Jiang Xin climbed back onto the manually operated railcar, manipulating the joystick to continue his journey. With his enhanced physical capabilities, Jiang Xin effortlessly accelerated the vehicle to a speed of 20 km/h, finding it far less taxing to maintain this pace than before. Reflecting on the recent battle, it seems almost effortless. Attributed solely to the collision caused by the railcar. Had it not been for that, the chameleon, no larger than a dog, would have charged at me, and if it had managed to seize me even briefly, it would likely have been game over. Moreover, after just a few encounters, the blade of my axe bore multiple scratches and several shallow nicks. Although these imperfections did not significantly affect its usability, they were enough to cause Jiang Xin some distress, considering it was his sole weapon at present. As dusk descended, faint lights flickered in the distance, signaling the proximity of the station. Jiang Xin cast a glance at the mission panel. Indeed, the name of the station appeared on the darkened map. With a tug on the brake lever, accompanied by a jarring screech, the railcar came to a gradual halt beside the platform. At last, "I have arrived." Jiang Xin leaped from the small vehicle onto the platform, stretching his weary body as if he could hear his bones creaking. As he stepped onto the platform, the mission page refreshed. Beep, qualification task completed. Please await task settlement. Beep, congratulations, survivor. You have attained official qualification. Task rewards will be distributed simultaneously. Beep, before the announcement of the new task, survivors may freely roam within the station, but must not leave, as this is a system station and will ensure the safety of survivors within its confines. Listening to the 3 consecutive system notifications, Jiang Xin felt a wave of relief. He glanced at the panel and discovered a new mail page containing the system rewards, a total of 21 packages of MRE ration for 7 days, along with 21 bottles of 600 milliliters bottled water. The mail indicated an expiration of 6 days and 23 hours, so it seemed prudent to store them in the inbox to conserve backpack space. However, after a tiring afternoon, he was now ravenously hungry and parched. So he promptly retrieved 1 ration and 1 bottle of water, tearing them open to consume in the waiting room of the station. It tastes awful. Each MRE package constitutes a full meal, and the flavor of the system-provided rations was an overwhelming mix of greasiness, saltiness, and sweetness all at once. Originally, Jiang Xin had no intention of guzzling an entire bottle of water, but the inedible ration compelled him to drain it completely. Once sated, Jiang Xin began to survey the station. It must be said, this place was far superior to the dilapidated small station he had encountered previously. Not only was it well decorated and clean, but it also had electricity, illuminating the surroundings. It certainly lived up to its reputation as a task station, appearing quite impressive. Yet, it was eerily devoid of any human presence. As Jiang Xin praised the station, he wandered about until he suddenly spotted something and hurried over. To his surprise, there was a shop. Upon noticing the gold coin emblem at the entrance, he immediately thought of the chameleon's beast head. Since the system recognized it as a high-value item, it should fetch a handsome price. Thus, he strode confidently into the shop, only to find it sparsely furnished with nothing but a counter. Is anyone here? Veeder, Jiang Xin called out twice, but received no response, only a faint echo lingering in the air. Just as he pondered how to conduct a transaction, a panel projected into view before him. Close, Jiang Xin silently commanded. The screen vanished. Trade. The screen reappeared before him once more. It seems my thinking is outdated. One should not view such matters through conventional logic. Jiang Xin chuckled at himself. Refocusing on the trading panel, he quickly noticed that the MRE rations were priced at 1,000 disaster coins, causing his face to pale slightly. It was evident that the meal he just consumed left an indelible, terrifying impression on him. He hastily browsed through the other available items. Jiang Xin discovered that most of the items listed were basic survival necessities, along with crafting materials required for fundamental blueprints. The further he scrolled, the pricier the items became. Chapter 4. The gift box. But recalling that he was currently penniless, Jiang Xin promptly switched to the selling interface. The selling interface was much cleaner, displaying rows of item slots alongside the system's estimated prices, which were currently at 00.00.2. Interactive buttons were located below. Sell and auction. Jiang Xin transferred the beast head from his backpack directly into the shop slot, and the estimated price immediately jumped to 520. 000.00. This figure genuinely startled him. Among the items he had just browsed, the highest price did not exceed 200,000, meaning he had potentially become a millionaire right from the start. Jiang Xin felt a surge of joy within. Adding the beast hide and meat to the list, which were appraised at 12,400 respectively. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to retrieve the beast hide. After all, it was a rare material, and selling it would yield little profit, so it was better to keep it. After a painful confirmation, the beast head and meat vanished instantly, and his panel displayed an influx of 494,380 disaster coins. Good heavens, do they even tax this? Observing the incoming digits, Jiang Xin could not help but send a flurry of colorful expletives toward the system. After venting his frustrations, he resigned himself to this reality, for the current situation necessitated reliance on the system's mercy for survival. Reopening the purchase page, Jiang Xin decided to immediately acquire the most expensive item available. It was a limited purchase item, and only one of each type could be bought. The survivor's package was priced at 200,000 disaster coins. Though steep, Jiang Xin understood that high prices often come with high value. It was better to act quickly, as one could never tell if another fortunate soul was eyeing the same package. After the successful deduction, the package appeared in his inbox, allowing him to exhale in relief. Aside from this 200,000 coin package, there were also 50 packages priced at 100,000 and 1,000 packages at 50,000, illustrating the rarity of the 200,000 package. Jiang Xin continued to browse the panel, calculating and purchasing without hesitation. Storage box material pack, buy. Vehicle expansion material pack, buy. Backpack material pack, buy. Bottled water and rations. He grit his teeth and bought enough for half a month, along with ample medicines and first aid supplies. And he mustn't forget the toilet paper. In short, it was a buying spree. After a thorough shopping session, Jiang Xin returned to the modest railcar, laden with a full inbox of items. The first order of business was to expand the vehicle, as its current dimensions of 2-3 were insufficient to accommodate his purchases. Approaching the basic workbench, he accessed the crafting panel, which already recorded some basic blueprints. Certainly, in addition to the system blueprints, survivors could also utilize their own knowledge and skills to craft equipment. However, system-issued blueprints sometimes possess special effects, which were incomparable to items crafted by survivors. Jiang Xin laid the materials on the workbench, and amidst the rhythmic sounds of labor, the purchased materials were transformed into their respective items. After a flurry of activity, the once rudimentary railcar had significantly improved. Human-powered railcar, 3.8, total weight, 375 kilograms defense, 10, from the iron sheet edging, additional equipment, 48-slot storage box. Bed, accelerates recovery, with no other changes. His equipment also included an additional backpack, allowing for 12 more slots. After transferring the items from the system backpack into the storage box, Jiang Xin turned his attention to the 200,000 coin package, which he had purchased at great expense, hoping it would not disappoint. Upon retrieving the gift box from the inbox, it appeared rather small, reminiscent of a container that might hold a severed head in ancient times. Observing its size, Jiang Xin felt a tremor of apprehension. It did not seem capable of holding many items. Could it possibly contain a high-level blueprint? However, at this stage, without a material pack, there was no way to utilize the blueprint. Unless there were some secret hunting spots that enabled Jiang Xin to gather materials swiftly, even the most advanced blueprints would be meaningless. Unable to fathom it further, he decided to stop pondering. Open it! Let me see what treasures lie within. As the package opened, a dazzling array of gold met his eyes. Wow! Golden legend! Neatly arranged within the box were shiny yellow bullets, encased in transparent plastic boxes, totaling 250 rounds of 9.19mm parabellum pistol ammunition. Beneath the bullet boxes lay a case for a pistol. Upon unpacking it, he discovered a Beretta M93R, along with two 15-round spare magazines. With its classic design and foldable front grip, Jiang Xin instantly recognized the identity of this firearm. This was indeed a remarkable find. Beretta M93R type. Semi-automatic pistol caliber, 9.19mm muzzle velocity, 375 ms rate of fire, 1,100 rounds minute, can switch between single fire or 3-round burst. In burst mode, the rate of fire is 1,100 rounds minute, effective range, 120mm magazine capacity, 15 1-rounds accessories, muzzle compensator, foldable front grip now armed with a gun and ammunition. This would undoubtedly serve as a significant advantage in his future survival endeavors. He loaded the pistol with rounds, placing the two magazines filled with bullets into the system backpack for easy access during combat. After securing the handgun, Jiang Xin was overjoyed, nearly overlooking the true treasure hidden beneath the box. Unfolding the square sheets of paper at the bottom of the box revealed a map resembling a tree diagram, marked with the names of stations and the resource return rates. Ha ha ha, what a stroke of luck! I almost missed out on an invaluable opportunity. This system truly has a clever design. Reflecting on the cautions mentioned at the onset of the system, one might indeed find themselves traversing an unending path if fortune does not favor them. While it may seem inconsequential to catch a glimpse of information about the next station during a track switch, what about the station after that, and the subsequent ones? If we liken this scenario to a roguelike game, possessing this map is akin to activating a cheat for X-ray vision. In an instant, Jiang Xin comprehended the implications. Spreading the map across the freshly set-up bed, he immediately spotted several intriguing locations worth visiting. Supply transfer stations, train dispatch centers, the third hospital, the track tower. Each name alone evokes a sense of promise. As Jiang Xin pondered how to maximize the utility of the map, time slipped away, and he soon recognized that night had deepened. It was time to rest. The impact of the day upon Jiang Xin felt akin to the moment he first traversed Blue Star. Though familiarity breeds comfort, after a day of relentless activity, Jiang Xin found himself mentally fatigued. Lying on his modest bed, gazing at the gray-black sky devoid of stars, he couldn't help but muse, may this journey ultimately lead to. Chapter 5. A new mission begins. Beep, 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 beep. The alarm Jiang Xin had set in advance through the panel roused him from slumber, and upon awakening, he found that daylight had fully arrived. However, there remained a considerable duration before his initial mission would conclude. After a painful breakfast, Jiang Xin did not linger idly. His enhanced physical prowess was merely a foundation, and he recognized that he had yet to fully harness his potential. Thus, he began to exercise earnestly. After a period of practice, he finally heard a beep, indicating that the deadline had arrived. Beep, congratulations to all survivors for completing the qualification task. Your actions have earned you a chance at continued survival. Beep, a new mission has commenced. Mission objective. Reach the distribution center station, a distance of 10,000 kilometers, with a time limit of 30 days. Penalty, none. All consequences are to be borne by the survivors. Reward, none. Merely surviving is the greatest reward. The devastating storm has completed its accumulation, and its area of influence will continually expand over time. Survivors, you must not only outrun time but also the storm. Survival is the paramount principle. Persist unwaveringly. Beep, regional communication channel has been activated. Beep, trading channel has been activated. Beep, friend system has been activated. Beep, road network record map has been activated. Beep, panel functions have been updated. Please explore at your leisure. Update announcement version 5.5.3. Click to expand for detailed information. A continuous series of beeps filled the air, and Jiang Xin examined the announcement closely, soon spotting a standard group chat of 100,000 participants. He couldn't help but chuckle as expected. The chat channel may be late, but it has arrived. Yet, these details were not the crux of the matter. The real focus lay in the current mission, a journey of 10,000 kilometers with a mere 30 days to accomplish it. If one were to travel non-stop for 24 hours, it would still take over 20 days. After all, one is not a machine and cannot sustain constant movement. Moreover, having been granted the map in advance, Jiang Xin was aware that choosing different routes on the network does not guarantee continuous progress. If luck were to run out, one might find themselves taking a long detour, possibly plunging straight into the storm. Nonetheless, it was best to set off and see what unfolded. Arriving at the switch point of the station, where trains changed tracks, a light curtain manifested before him. Although the tracks extending from the station numbered only 4, the panel offered a staggering selection of over 100 stations. Based on previous conjectures, this world of calamity did not seem to derive pleasure from torturing humanity. Undoubtedly, there would be aids along the way to facilitate the survivors' movement. Fortunately, Jiang Xin had considered this aspect when planning the route, which was intricately connected to it. He aimed to traverse 2 stations to reach the transfer center, with the next stop being the track tower. If any acceleration aids existed, they would certainly be related to these 2 stations. This route was established after balancing speed and resource acquisition, and he had to reluctantly forego the hospital station, as its objectives diverged from Jiang Xin's own. Kaluk Station, danger level, estimated yield. Among the hundreds of stations, Jiang Xin selected this one. Its danger and yield were both rated 1 star, making it unremarkable amidst the plethora of options. However, it served as the cornerstone for all subsequent plans. Momentary yield was not indicative of its true value, as Jiang Xin was crafting an entire route that emphasized gradual progression. As the target was confirmed, the switch clicked into place, and moments later, the track change was completed. Thus, Jiang Xin set off in the rail car, embarking on his journey with a gentle sway as he progressed. Jiang Xin opened the newly activated trading channel on the panel, hoping to discover something intriguing. However, after a thorough browse, he found nothing worth purchasing. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. This period was akin to the initial launch of a game, where players possessed little of value. If any items were available, they were likely fraudulent or the result of cheats. And, as fate would have it, Jiang Xin had a small cheat of his own. Shaking his head, he switched to the chat channel, where the panel displayed the number of participants, 99,999 100,000. What was this? Someone had already dropped out at the start. 10,000 miles, limited to 30 days. Is this meant to exhaust me? Are you bad at math? Or illiterate? It's clearly 10,000 kilometers. Why is the group not full? Did someone leave right after joining? Brothers, in times of danger, we must unite. Add me as a friend for mutual assistance in an alliance. Humans are, After all, social creatures. Merely observing the incessant banter within the chat window lifted Jiang Xin's spirits amidst the multitude of chatter. He pinpointed a heated exchange between two individuals. Homemade formula, message me for details, bring a price. No freeloaders allowed. Click to view image, don't believe the person above. The homemade blueprint isn't recognized. It's different from the System S blueprint. Just having the material workstation 1T help, you'll have to craft it yourself. Practice makes perfect. The blueprints and formulas have been provided. If your hands-on skills are lacking, don't blame anyone but yourself. Am I supposed to spoon-feed you? Blueprints and formulas are as follows. Iron parts 2, wood 1, production process, precautions. Ultimately, the inept individual was unable to outmatch the original poster and resorted to revealing their formula, demonstrating both their lack of skill and inability to argue. A flurry of supportive comments and affectionate remarks about the original poster's family followed. As the railcar continued its slow advance, Jiang Xin attempted to manually craft a weapon using the formula shared by the earlier poster. The workstation proved to be a remarkable piece of equipment, capable of cutting, drilling, polishing, and more. Jiang Xin discovered that the homemade blueprints were not the main focus. Rather, the production process and precautions were of utmost importance. It appeared that certain skills he had acquired in reality could be replicated in this world of calamity. Provided he gathered the necessary materials, craftsmen would indeed thrive. However, if that were the case, could certain grand designs be replicated as well? After entertaining such fanciful thoughts, Jiang Xin ultimately set them aside, recognizing that it was premature for him to consider such matters at his current stage. Shaking the weapon in his hand, he noted its lightness and lack of fluidity in movement. Perhaps his craftsmanship truly left much to be desired. In the distance, Jiang Xin spotted a rabbit that resembled a small pig. Given the current slow speed of the rail car, he carefully pulled the brakes to avoid startling the creature in his eyes. These wild beasts were not mere creatures but animated talismans, opportunities for chance, a reason not to let them escape from under his watchful gaze. Despite possessing an outfit that simulated the environment, Jiang Xin chose to take a detour, stealthily approaching the rabbit from behind, for the daylight was bright and caution was paramount. As the distance closed, Jiang Xin drew forth a weapon from his equipment bar with one hand and his M93R submachine gun with the other, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Simultaneously, he opened the history information panel. He had discovered this feature previously when he had slain the chameleon. It displayed real-time updates of the survivor's actions as well as kill feedback, effectively reflecting the battlefield's dynamics. Though simply targeting a rabbit, such habits were worth cultivating, as they might prove invaluable in the future. When he was but a step away from the rabbit, Jiang Xin advanced, aiming for its unguarded spot, and thrust forward with the weapon. A sound of piercing flesh echoed, and suddenly, the resistance vanished as his strike cleanly pierced the rabbit's neck, emerging from the other side. Checking the information panel, he noted that the survivor dealt 199 critical damage to the red-eyed rabbit, whose total health was merely 120, resulting in an immediate zeroed. Chapter 6. Non-existent stations and the Alliance. Thus, it seems this rabbit possessed a strength of 6. Could it be capable of jumping and kicking a person, potentially even killing an adult with a single blow? Jiang Xin mused over the kill information. Yet, that was not the main point. Switching to the system's 6-slot small backpack, he found, as expected, a familiar talisman lying quietly within. Regrettably, his physical attributes had not received any enhancement this time. However, considering the previous boost, it likely was merely a benefit conferred by the cheat. Yet, gazing at the jade pendant nestled within her backpack, Jiang Xin could not help but exhale deeply. All that had transpired before was mere conjecture. Only upon witnessing it in its true form could her speculations be validated. She stowed the transformed leather and flesh into her backpack and returned to her rail car, retrieving the jade pendant to rub it between her hands. In her heart, she silently invoked the blessings of the celestial deities. Jiang Xin mentally recited the names of all the divine beings she could think of, from the Supreme Lingbao, Celestial Sovereign, to the Heavenly Father Jehovah. From the Heavenly Brother Hong Xiuquan to the Heavenly Sister Luce, even including a certain yellow weasel. Mimicking the scene at the station, she began to twirl the jade pendant on her fingertips. At a moment of inspiration, she pressed her thumb against the pendant and exclaimed, "Draw for me, four." It seemed her luck was favorable. Jiang Xin estimated that this time, the quality should be epic, considering her previous experience indicated that a higher number corresponded to better quality. However, as the jade pendant transformed into a streak of green light and vanished, she found herself bewildered. That's not right. Unable to comprehend the reason behind this, she decided to investigate what had resulted from her attempt. It appeared there was no discernible change. The green light from the pendant shot straight into the panel before her, but it seemed the panel had not altered at all. Could it be that she had squandered a chance for an enhancement? Jiang Xin felt a tinge of embarrassment at having wasted an opportunity to gain an advantage. Wait a moment. What is this? Switching the panel back to the first task interface, she noticed that the original map location had been replaced by a network map, which would record the station she had traversed. However, since Jiang Xin had only just departed from the platform, it naturally recorded only the initial station. The current issue was that amidst the pitch-black map, a small light point had illuminated. She clicked to view it. D6, a secret military base located underground. You may discover something here. It will make a stop after 5 stations. Taking out the map from the gift box, Jiang Xin compared it and was astonished to find that this D6 station was conspicuously absent from the system's produced map. She gasped in astonishment. Seeing the station's information, she was momentarily at a loss for words, as the jade pendant had conjured a stop along her path. Moreover, it explicitly stated that it would make a stop after 5 stations, which implied that regardless of the route she chose to take, she would ultimately pass through this station, a military base. Just the name alone suggested it was no ordinary place. One could only assume the resources it possessed were formidable. How exciting! Life was truly becoming more promising. She could hardly contain her eagerness to explore it. Moreover, the rail car had continued on its journey, and Jiang Xin seized the opportunity to grab some food and drink. Although the rations were notoriously unpalatable, she knew she needed to fill her stomach to muster the energy to continue her journey. Glancing at the panel's time, she realized nightfall was once again approaching. Based on the map within the gift package and the total distance of 10,000, she calculated that there would be at least 16 to 18 stops, with an estimated distance of around 600 between each station. This meant each stop would take approximately 25 to 30 hours. And considering the need to take detours, it would likely take even longer. Thus, Jiang Xin resolved to cover as much ground as possible in the early stages, preferring to endure hardship now rather than rush later, as missing the deadline would only lead to an inevitable defeat. While swaying in the car, she gnawed on a rabbit leg as a snack. Due to the absence of seasoning, she could only nibble at it after roasting it, which was akin to chicken breast but more palatable. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She sought out the seller of the blueprints in the chat window. Having previously taken advantage of his designs, she decided to trade 2 pieces of raw rabbit meat in exchange. It wasn't that Jiang Xin was overflowing with altruism, but rather she had some inquiries to make. Jiang Xin, rabbit meat 2. Li Hanyong, none. Li Hanyong was the individual who had sold the blueprints, and having transformed the red-eyed rabbit into 7 pieces of rabbit meat, offering 2 would not cause her any regret, especially since they were raw. Roasting a piece of rabbit meat was far more labor-intensive than simply dispatching a rabbit. Li Hanyong, bro, did you send this to the wrong person? Jiang Xin, no, not at all. Someone in the chat channel revealed your crafting blueprint, and I took one for free. These 2 pieces of rabbit meat are tuition fees. Li Hanyong, sigh, please don't mention that incident. It was my oversight. But bro, it's impressive that you managed to hunt a red-eyed rabbit, isn't it? Jiang Xin, so it seems red-eyed rabbits are quite common? Li Hanyong, I suppose so. Many people in the channel have mentioned them. They can knock you out with a single kick, quite a formidable creature. By the way, your crafting instructions and details are quite elaborate. Have you discovered any other blueprints? You could set a price. After some casual banter, Jiang Xin finally posed the question she had been eager to ask. However, Li Hanyong's response was far from what she anticipated. Sorry, bro. I'm not selling any more. It was my oversight before, but I have now joined the Mutual Aid Alliance. Currently, the blueprints are not for sale. If you want one, I can craft it for you if you provide the materials. Alternatively, you could also join our alliance, which has gathered quite a few skilled individuals, each with their own talents. Jiang Xin was utterly taken aback. What had started as a light-hearted comment in the chat channel had seemingly transformed into a serious alliance. Moreover, from Li Hanyong's tone, it appeared that this alliance had already gained a degree of scale. After the exchange, Jiang Xin chose not to join this so-called alliance, but rather engaged in some haggling, eventually trading a rabbit head for a knife. Although the sickle was decent, it was ultimately a two-handed weapon, unsuitable for slashing and incompatible with a handgun. As for the fire axe, Jiang Xin categorized it as a tool. Unless absolutely necessary, she was reluctant to use it for combat. Thus, possessing a knife was indeed essential. Observing the long knife she had acquired, a classic Tang knife style, she noted the excellent balance of the blade, making it remarkably easy to wield and strike. Jiang Xin could distinctly sense the disparity in craftsmanship between herself and Li Haniong. It became clear that the quality of self-crafted blueprints would not only depend on one's own skills, but also on the maker's proficiency, which would influence the final product's quality, though not its grade. Comparing this Tang knife to the sickle in her weapon slot, if her homemade sickle resembled the craftsmanship of the Qin and Han dynasties, then this knife was undoubtedly of modern craft point. One could only say that when it came to aging the products, she possessed quite a talent. As she swayed in the rail car, Jiang Xin once more opened the chat window to observe the changes that had transpired in just one afternoon. Organizations like the Alliance were likely not an isolated incident. Chapter 7: The Unexpected Disturber at the First Stop. Why is it that, on this dark night, there are neither stars nor moon? Who would dare to venture forth? Torment, are you worried about going off track? Can I trade for a lamp? I regret not buying one at the station. WWW. I wouldn't recommend lighting a lamp at night. Are you afraid the wild monsters won't find you? Be careful of the red-eyed rabbit kicking you and sending you flying. Amidst the survivors' pleas for trades and casual conversations, there were also numerous recruitment messages. Hello, stranger. Hello, stranger. The Railway King team is recruiting. Thorn Rose is looking for members, females only. Brothers, the more dangerous the time, the more we must unite. Welcome to the Mutual Aid Alliance. In addition to these grassroots organizations, there were two that appeared to be official. One seemed to be official, unlike the aforementioned grassroots groups, regularly spamming recruitment messages. Jiang Xin scrolled through many pages and only encountered a single message. The other was quite bizarre. It also claimed to be some committee, speaking in a peculiar manner while continuously recruiting, seemingly accepting anyone. Their recruitment messages often attracted numerous individuals claiming to have already joined. Jiang Xin could hardly believe that merely an afternoon had transformed the chat channel into a realm of unfamiliarity. She couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity of humanity. Such complex organizational structures were bound to emerge sooner or later. Time flew, and a day had passed. Over the previous 36 hours, Jiang Xin had only managed to sleep for 6 hours, placing her in a state of severe fatigue. Yet, her actual mental state was not as dire as she had imagined. Perhaps due to the accelerated mental recovery afforded by the iron-framed bed, or perhaps owing to her exceptionally high mental attributes. In any case, Jiang Xin did not feel any physical or mental discomfort. Finally, she arrived at what should be the first stop of her mission. Observing the building before her, Jiang Xin slowly pulled the brakes to bring the train to a halt. She adjusted her gear, preparing to scour the station for supplies. Jiang Xin's equipment was, in comparison to other survivors at the same stage, a significant advantage. She possessed an M93R, 2 spare magazines, and over 200 rounds of ammunition, along with an illusionary outfit capable of simulating the environment. Moreover, it was currently night, and in this starless darkness, the effects could be amplified by 200. Jiang Xin cautiously stepped onto the platform of the station, which resembled the small platform she had first encountered upon entering the disaster-ridden world. The ground lay scattered with broken shards of porcelain, the ceiling was in ruins, and the walls were cracked, with faint bullet holes still visible. It seemed this world of calamity was not solely the result of natural disasters, but also bore the scars of human misfortune. Gazing at the bullet holes, Jiang Xin became even more cautious. Who knew whether the shooter had departed? It was prudent to exercise caution. She wandered through the waiting hall in the dark, but found no noteworthy discoveries. To leave empty-handed was something Jiang Xin could not accept. Moreover, this site is significantly larger than the previous one, undoubtedly containing areas that have been overlooked. Furthermore, the system has marked its earnings as a mere 1 star. Surely, it cannot be entirely fruitless, can it? Just as Jiang Xin was preparing to search elsewhere, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Upon listening closely, she discerned that there were indeed 2 individuals. Without hesitation, Jiang Xin concealed herself behind the inky black cover, ready to play the role of a silent observer. With the effect of phantom enhancing her stealth, even someone standing directly in front of her would fail to notice her presence. A beam of flashlight swept across the waiting hall. Yet the two newcomers did not enter. Instead, they set up a folding ladder to ascend to the rooftop. Once atop, they hoisted the ladder back up, leaving Jiang Xin in a state of bewilderment. They had gone up, but how was she to follow without a ladder? All she could do was wait. With no means to escape and no way to ascend, it was evident that these two were not there to spend the night. Their swift climb to the rooftop suggested they were involved in something clandestine. Less than half an hour later, a commotion could be heard outside the station. The sound of an engine drew nearer, not far from the train station, until it finally cut off at the entrance. Jiang Xin then realized it was a van. Just as the vehicle came to a halt, the occupants had not yet disembarked when a series of deafening gunshots erupted above her. Rat-a-tat-tat-rat-a-tat-tat-rat-a-tat. The gunfire lasted only a moment before falling silent, leaving only the echoes reverberating in the desolate night sky. It was a masterful ambush. The occupants of the van made no attempt to retaliate, succumbing instead to the impeccable marksmanship of the two on the rooftop. It appeared to be a case of black eating black. This was an unexpected windfall for Jiang Xin, yet she remained motionless. The two above made no further movements either. After a considerable time, nearly 2 hours passed, and Jiang Xin began to wonder if the duo had perhaps fallen asleep. Suddenly, a ladder was lowered from the rooftop with a creak. "Brother, is this necessary? You're nearly suffocating me with your caution," one man grumbled as he descended, the ladder creaking beneath his weight. "Being careful is never a bad thing. We're dealing with the assets of the Dushan Society. Once we finish this job, we can join the drifters and vanish into the night, leaving those pesky troublemakers to search in vain." The other man followed closely behind, leaping down when he was about half a meter from the ground. "Hurry up, let us make tracks before we miss the drifters' train," the leader called to his companion. As the two turned to deal with the van, Jiang Xin seized the opportunity to spring into action. Silently, she crept up behind them, and once she was close enough, she raised her M93R, switching the firing mode to burst fire, and awaited her moment. Soon, the two men halted their movements, the leader poised to speak. 3 rapid gunshots erupted, ringing in their ears. Rat-a-tat-tat-rat-a-tat-tat. Positioned behind them, Jiang Xin could clearly see the bulletproof vests they wore, so she aimed directly for their heads. The 3 bullets swiftly obliterated their midbrains, pons, and medulla, resulting in an abrupt and painless demise. Both men collapsed as if they had merely fallen into a deep slumber. Yet Jiang Xin felt a twinge of nausea, despite her attempts to envision them as nothing more than 2 large watermelons. The splattered remains and the gory mess proved quite unsettling. Thankfully, her mental fortitude was strong, allowing her to suppress the rising bile and calm her racing heart. "Forgive me, brothers. I hope you find peace in the afterlife and wish me a safe journey," she murmured. Gazing at the spoils before her, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha ha ha, I've struck it rich. This truly is unexpected fortune. The mantis stalks the cicada, yet it is I who have become the yellow sparrow." With laughter still lingering, she approached to strip the gear from the fallen men, her spirits lifted by the array of equipment before her. Chapter 8. Inventory and upgrades. After a flurry of activity, Jiang Xin finally organized the equipment. Why this time? The sky had begun to lighten, and a gentle breeze stirred through the pillars of the platform. Wiping her brow, which was devoid of perspiration, she sighed. "Had I known stripping gear would be so exhausting, I should have let those 2 fools do the work and granted them a swift end." Nonetheless, Jiang Xin's efforts were not in vain. She had managed to drag the entire van to the railway's edge. Now, the station entrance was littered with 6 bare corpses. Regrettably, the heads of the 4 individuals in the van had evaded her grasp. Otherwise, her backpack would have contained 4 more jade pendants. It was time to take stock. AK-74U assault rifle 2, accompanied by 30 rounds of AK-74 compatible magazines 5, fully loaded, along with a box of 5 .45 39mm ammunition containing 60 rounds. The FN-FAL automatic rifle, dubbed the right hand of the free world 2, came with 2 20-round magazines and 1 10-round magazine, all loaded, plus bulk 7.62 51mm NATO ammunition 15 and a box of 308 Win 40. Shoulder backpacks 6.2. 6. Slot magazine pouches 2. 12. Slot magazine pouches 2. A small leather case with a combination lock 3. 1. Specifically guarded by the van's occupants, likely the target of those two brothers. Additionally, there were 2 homemade shotguns and a plethora of lead pellets. There were originally supposed to be 4 bulletproof vests, but the 2 from the van had been nearly shredded, leaving only 2. Both were level 3 vests. One protected the chest and back, while the other covered the chest, back, abdomen, and groin. The most significant gain, however, was the 2 FALs. It seemed those brothers had maintained their weapons quite well. As both were in excellent condition, in stark contrast, the 2 AKS-74s were in lamentable shape. The dust cover and upper handguard were missing, and the magazines were worn from being stuffed to capacity, indicating severe spring wear. Such a pity for these rifles. Jiang Xin harbored doubts about whether those 2 AKs would even fire without bursting. Approaching the van, she soon heard a beep. A prompt appeared, asking if she wished to integrate the vehicle with the train. Given the system's notification, could she possibly refuse? Without hesitation, she made her decision. Integrate. As her words faded, the van transformed into a beam of white light, merging into the flatbed cart beside the tracks. With the light dissipated, the flatbed cart remained largely unchanged, but it now boasted 4 wheels, finally resembling a train. The front featured 4 wheels, while the rear retained 4. Optimizing the initial 4 wheels to balance the 8-meter-long platform, which was now equipped with a diesel propulsion system. The cab had taken on the appearance of a van, with the storage compartment relocated to the rear. From a distance, it resembled a bullet train, albeit a convertible Promax version. At last, she no longer needed to rely on her own efforts. The vehicle could now operate autonomously. Opening the train panel, she noted, diesel rail vehicle, 3M8M, total weight, 775 kilograms power, human and diesel propulsion systems, 100 kilometers 7. 5L, maximum speed, 20 kilometers h, 60 kilometers h, additional equipment, 80L fuel tank, 48L 80L. This was the transformation of the rail vehicle, indicating that she was inching closer to becoming a train. After stowing the spoils in the storage compartment and equipping the magazine pouches, bulletproof vests, and large backpack, she placed the well-maintained FALs into her equipment slots. Once everything was in order and she had selected her next station, Jiang Xin eagerly started the diesel engine. With the roar of the engine echoing in her ears, she set forth on her journey once more. Meanwhile, just as Jiang Xin drove away in her newly acquired train, the entrance of the station remained shrouded in an atmosphere of grim desolation. A pickup truck arrived, breaking the silence that had recently been enveloped in blood. The sound of tires crunching over gravel was particularly jarring in the emptiness of the station's forecourt. 2 figures emerged from the truck, clad in high-quality gear. Upon disembarking, their eyes immediately fell upon the scattered, lifeless bodies. The 2 inspected the remains of the brothers and engaged in hushed conversation. What a pity. They were taken out by a black operation. They meticulously surveyed the scene. Aside from the 2 brothers, a series of unknown footprints indicated that a single person had dispatched them in a remarkably short span of time. Whoever had done so must have been someone the brothers trusted implicitly. Let us head back. Orders have come from above to reduce our operational range. Regrettably, they had failed to retrieve anything, and a reprimand awaited them upon their return. Why did you insist on hiring drifters? It's well known they are unreliable. Who else would trade with us given the notorious reputation of the Doomsday Society? Aside from these drifters, which local would dare engage with us? Had the 2 fallen brothers been able to open their eyes, they would have recognized their employers, the 2 investigators from the Doomsday Society, who had descended to the scene due to the prolonged absence of the brothers. Meanwhile, with the aid of the diesel engine, the train sped down the tracks, its velocity surpassing all previous speeds. Jiang Xin estimated that she would reach the next station in approximately 10 hours. However, the fuel in the tank was depleting at a visibly rapid pace. She anticipated that by the time she arrived at the next platform, she would be facing an empty tank. Yet, as the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. In light of the circumstances, she decided to take a couple of shots first. Jiang Xin produced 2 identical jade pendants. Had it not been for this double kill, he would never have imagined that 2 such pendants could coexist simultaneously. However, thus far, the lottery system had not revealed to him how to acquire high-quality jade pendants. Could it be that one must defeat higher-level hostile creatures? Gazing at the pendant, which glimmered with a translucent brilliance and exuded a gentle luster. It seemed to harbor some mysterious power. He wondered if it could be synthesized, perhaps resulting in something extraordinary. As if sensing Jiang Xin's thoughts, the two jade pendants suddenly transformed into two beams of white light, beginning to rotate slowly in the air before accelerating rapidly, until they nearly merged. Then, with a crisp sound like a chime, the two beams of white light converged abruptly, coalescing into a single green jade pendant. Could it be? It truly can be synthesized. Let me see what abilities this newly combined pendant possesses. Though he spoke thus, Jiang Xin continued to mentally chant invocations to the heavens and deities, suddenly inspired as he tossed the spinning pendant high into the air. 8. It was indeed 8. They say 8 signifies fortune. Could it be that he was indeed blessed with extraordinary luck, resulting in a grand reward? His heart brimmed with uncontainable excitement and anticipation, his breath quickening, as the pendant transformed into a beam of purple light and vanished into his body. It felt as though an unyielding force had momentarily rendered him dumbfounded. Followed by a tremor of excitement in his hands, he discovered that it was a purple pendant, a grand reward. His luck was truly remarkable. Yet, what did these numbers signify? The system offered no clarification. It seemed he had drawn too few times. Next time, he ought not to synthesize immediately, but rather draw more often to ascertain the meanings of these numbers. Now, it was time to discover precisely what he had drawn this time. Jiang Xin's emotions oscillated like a roller coaster, but he suppressed the surging waves within as he focused on himself. Since the purple light had ultimately dissipated within him, he instinctively glanced at his attributes interface panel. Chapter 9. Superspace. At a mere glance, Jiang Xin noticed a dramatic transformation on his character page. While the data remained unchanged, the system backpack, which originally had only 6 slots, had undergone a monumental change, expanding from a mere 6 slots to a staggering 300, an increase by a factor of 50, truly deserving of being labeled epic enhancement. This was splendid. Henceforth, anything valuable he stumbled upon could be stored within. In truth, after Jiang Xin equipped the backpack and the ammo pouch, he had identified a serious issue. For instance, a magazine required a 2-1 space in the ammo pouch, while 5 bandages consumed 5 slots. The backpack operated similarly, taking up significant space. However, the system backpack only occupied 1 slot regardless of the item, and it did not count against weight limits. This day, he had yet to reach the stacking limit for similar items. At least those 200 plus 919mm bullets could be stacked within a single slot. Furthermore, retrieving items from the ammo pouch and backpack was not as effortless as the system backpack, where one could simply will the item into their hands. It required a physical effort to extract them. In the heat of battle, those untrained might find themselves flustered, and perhaps that fraction of a second could prove fatal. It appeared he would need to devise ways to acquire more jade pendants for the lottery. One could only imagine the possibilities if he were fully equipped, with a backpack capable of containing an eternity. What could Calamity do against him then? After a flurry of activity, as he transferred everything into the system backpack, Jiang Xin found himself unexpectedly at leisure, and no longer needing to exert himself constantly. He discovered he now had ample time to allocate freely. Suddenly reminded of the previous goal of the two brothers, a locked leather case, he reached out and flipped, and a black leather case materialized in his hand. The case was not large, entirely black, with copper plating on each sharp corner, adorned with exquisite silver patterns, starkly contrasting with the style of the bread truck. The combination lock was embedded within, requiring a 6-digit code. Had he not feared that forcibly unlocking it might damage its contents, he would have eagerly attempted to open it. After trying combinations such as 999, 000, and 123456, he remained unsuccessful. It was only natural. This item appeared too intricate to possess a simple password. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Could the items in his system backpack be converted into materials and food? What if he attempted to convert this case? Leather 4 sponge 2 cloth 4 copper block 2 iron parts 8 combination lock 1 electronic components 3 FBC magnetic card 1 TNT explosives 5 detonators 5. It worked, judging from the materials obtained. Aside from the last few, the rest should suffice for crafting a leather case. Using so many materials to create merely a 2-3 case did seem rather wasteful. Yet, the maker of this case was indeed cautious, packing 5 TNTs into its 6 slots, perhaps fearing the risk of enemy recovery. Thankfully, he had not attempted to force it open. Otherwise, he might not have known how he perished. To trigger such an explosion would be truly disgraceful. Retrieving the magnetic card, its surface was pristine, with only an FBC emblem present, devoid of further information. From the system's data, this card possessed both information storage capabilities and the authority to unlock specific electronic locks. It seemed he would need to be vigilant for any FBC-related information upon reaching the station. Stowing away the magnetic card, Jiang Xin utilized the time while on the move to exercise his arm strength, simultaneously opening the chat channel. Does anyone else feel the wind seems to be picking up? It does seem a bit windy. Have you all reached the first station? Collecting disaster coins? Buying in bulk? Selling weapons, price, 2 pieces of wood, 4 pieces of iron. Please do not disturb for free loot. Is anyone selling tissue paper? I urgently need it, please. Offering a crate for sale. Come with a price. Medical supplies take priority. After scanning through the messages, Jiang Xin noted that many were discussing the increasing wind, indicating that the storm was gradually approaching the survivors. His gaze finally settled on the message regarding the sale of crates. Since he had not encountered any delightful roadside finds, he was certain that the crate being sold had been scavenged from within the train station. Glancing at the time, over 40 hours had elapsed since the task commenced, and numerous survivors had already arrived at their respective stations. After careful consideration, Jiang Xin decided to privately message the seller. Jiang Xin, I have bandages to exchange with you, but why don't you keep the crate for yourself? Huang Chun, to be frank, I currently cannot open this crate, and I was even injured by a rat while trying to get it. Jiang Xin, haven't you tried converting it into materials directly? Huang Chun, are you not aware that only animals can be converted? If I could convert it, would I still be selling it? Taken aback by the reply, Jiang Xin quickly realized that his ability to convert items into materials might not be a system feature, but rather a result of the epic enhancement he had received. Jiang Xin, I've learned something new. How about a bandage for your crate? Jiang Xin feigned a bit of ignorance before probing for the price, but a prolonged silence ensued. Just as he contemplated whether to increase his offer, Huang Chun initiated the trade. Huang Chun, crate 1, Jiang Xin, bandage 1. Both parties clicked to agree, and the trade was completed. As1 bandage vanished from his backpack. A long, rectangular crate appeared in its stead. Upon dismantling the crate for materials, he experienced a rush of exhilaration upon discovering its contents. RPK, 74N light machine gun type. Light machine gun caliber, 5.45 39mm rate of fire. 600 rounds minute, adjustable between semi-automatic and fully automatic modes. Effective range, 800 magazine capacity. 45 rounds. Not long ago, Jiang Xin had lamented over the scarcity of 74U ammunition. Now, he could put it to use directly. Yet, the most significant aspect was the sight mounted on the gun. An NSBU night vision scope. Although it appeared unwieldy and unattractive, it was indeed a night vision device. The thrill of discovery uplifted Jiang Xin's spirits, and he promptly organized the ammunition and magazines, equipping the RPK into his gear slot. Currently, Jiang Xin possessed 2 primary weapons, the newly acquired RPK machine gun, accompanied by 145-round magazine and 730-round magazines. With a total of 60 rounds, the FAL rifle had 4 20-round magazines loaded with 308 ammunition, totaling 40 rounds, along with 1 10-round magazine filled with 7.62 51 NATO rounds, totaling 15 rounds. His sidearm was an M93R, with 3 15-round magazines and nearly 200 rounds in reserve. For melee combat, he wielded a tang knife. While the scythe had been removed from his equipment slot, he was clad in a level 3 bulletproof vest, and he only needed a helmet to be fully outfitted. Chapter 10. Plebnikov supplies. After a series of relentless travels, Jiang Xin glanced at the time. It had just passed noon. Since departing from the last station, the train had been in continuous motion for nearly 8 hours. The diesel in the tank was running low, and Jiang Xin estimated that in about 2 hours, they would reach the next station, with the remaining diesel likely just sufficient for the journey. Thus, the vehicle came to a halt, and preparations were made to cook a meal, intending to enjoy a hearty repast before taking a moment to rest, rejuvenating oneself for the exploration of the station that lay ahead. Although it was midday, the sky bore a stark contrast to its usual clarity, shrouded in a gray haze, with a biting cold wind whipping through the air. The scenery flanking the railway began its gradual transition from arid desert to expansive plains. revealing the remnants of man-made structures scattered about. While these sites held no fear for Jiang Xin, the chat channels were rife with complaints. "Can someone save me? The wind has toppled my small vehicle, and my leg is pinned beneath it. I can't get it back on the tracks alone. Am I doomed? WWW? Surely the wind isn't that fierce. You must have just exited the system station without moving much? And now you're wailing for help? By the time the storm catches up to you, no divine intervention will save you." Such were the sentiments echoed throughout the channel. After a brief perusal of the chat, Jiang Xin chose to disengage, recognizing the need to conserve her energy. Who could tell what awaited her at the next station? 2 hours later, the train slowed to a stop at a new station. This station was markedly different from its predecessors, featuring two-story buildings flanking either side, with the railway transformed into a 4-lane track. In addition to a connecting corridor, a canopy had been erected above the tracks. Though it had been reduced to mere metal supports, its former glory still faintly discernible. As Jiang Xin stepped onto the platform and made her way into the waiting hall, she noted the most significant divergence from previous stations. The ground was littered with shell casings and bloodstains, silently narrating the chaos that had once unfolded here. The fortified windows and doors bore witness to bullet holes and claw marks, while abandoned suitcases, coated in dust, hinted at a recent conflict. Armed and vigilant, Jiang Xin ascended the stairs for a thorough inspection, confirming the absence of danger before she began to scavenge for potential spoils. Is it all just clothing? With all these shell casings, surely there must be a few firearms. After rifling through several suitcases, she discovered nothing but garments and electronic devices, not a single weapon in sight. Disappointed but undeterred, she remained committed to her principle of waste not, want not, converting everything into materials, including the wiring from the ceiling lights and even the shells strewn across the floor, akin to locusts devouring a field. After a thorough search, she amassed a variety of ordinary materials. Yet the absence of firearms and ammunition was perplexing. How could there be so many shell casings and not a single bullet? Jiang Xin, skeptical of fate's mockery, wandered between the two buildings several times, eventually uncovering some anomalies. The two structures were nearly identical in size, and it seemed unreasonable for the second floor of one to be smaller. Surely, there was a room deliberately concealed. Thus, Jiang Xin began to tap and kick, examining every wall on this level. Ultimately, at the end of the second-floor corridor, she discovered a peculiarity in the wall. It emitted a hollow sound when struck, indicating an undisclosed space behind it. Without hesitation, Jiang Xin brandished a fire axe and began to strike the wall with fervor. 80.80.80. A sharp clang resonated as the wall crumbled into a heap of debris. With the collapse, a door was revealed, marked with the words "Stationmaster's Office." Just as she prepared to enter, Jiang Xin recalled the earlier incident involving the man who had stuffed 5 blocks of TNT into a bag to guard against further traps. She proceeded cautiously, though it appeared she was merely battling the air. The room beyond the door was modest, containing only a filing cabinet and a set of chairs, its orderliness a stark contrast to the chaos of the station. The cabinet's contents seemed to have been removed, leaving only a stack of empty file folders. Yet on the station master's desk lay an envelope. Upon opening it, she found a key and a letter. "Dear Davarishi, I hope this letter reaches you. I do not know what agreement has been struck between the rebels and the Wanderers, but the mutated beasts of the Wanderers are not attacking them. The rebels are moving towards this location, and with the addition of the Wanderers, it seems we will not last much longer. When you read this letter, I will have departed on the train to the city of the dead. If you still intend to pass through this station according to the plan, you will undoubtedly come here to find me. I have also prepared supplies for you. The key in this envelope will unlock the basement door, and you will need these. Kreblovnikov 1303-2031. Having read the letter, Jiang Xin gathered the implications of the events that had transpired. This marked the second mention of the Wanderers, who, based on the letter's description, were not an amicable group and seemed to possess the ability to control or create mutated beasts. Shaking her head, she deemed such thoughts premature. The immediate priority was to locate the concealed basement. After all, according to the letter, a substantial cache of supplies awaited discovery there. It resembled a tantalizing morsel, visible yet unattainable, igniting a yearning within her. Reflecting on the wall she had just demolished, it seemed likely that the basement was similarly hidden away. With a clearer direction, Jiang Xin retrieved the axe she had concealed earlier and began probing the area that could lead to the basement in no time. She uncovered the entrance, brushing away the surface dirt and lifting the iron plate that concealed it. Revealing a heavy door, she swung open the thick iron door of the basement. A pungent aroma of diesel assaulted her senses. Before her lay an orderly stack of 45 barrels of diesel. Jiang Xin realized she had struck gold. This was no mere windfall. Her heart raced with excitement, and her hands trembled as she hurriedly stowed the barrels in her backpack, fearful that they might sprout wings and fly away. Each barrel, measuring 80 centimeters in diameter and 120 centimeters in height, could hold 200 L of diesel, meaning Jiang Xin now possessed a staggering 9,000 L of diesel, sufficient to complete her upcoming journey. Chapter 11. The special coin in addition to the diesel. The basement contained 2 crates of assorted medical supplies, one box of 5.45 millimeters ammunition, and another of 7.62 millimeters rounds. A brief inspection revealed 1,500 rounds of the 5.45 millimeters ammunition, neatly arranged in clips of 10, while the 7.62 millimeters box held only 1,200 rounds of black-tipped armor-piercing bullets. Unfortunately, the 7.62 millimeters rounds were 39 millimeters in size, incompatible with her FAL. Nevertheless, the haul was undeniably gratifying. After ensuring that all supplies were secured in her backpack and double-checking for any omissions, Jiang Xin prepared to set off once more towards the next station. Selecting her destination, she noted the system's evaluation. Both danger and reward rated at 3 stars, suggesting promising prospects lay ahead. Even before departing, her anticipation soared. As she filled the tank with diesel, the previous anxiety regarding fuel supply dissipated entirely. With a roar of the diesel engine, she felt her spirits lift further. Jiang Xin sorted through 2 damaged AKs, a pair of homemade shotguns, and some unneeded equipment, preparing to list them on the trading channel. Presumably, most players had already navigated past the first station, and with such a large pool of participants, many valuable items were likely available. What? The number of participants suddenly dropped. Opening the chat window, Jiang Xin was startled to see the group count had plummeted by over 10, despite the ongoing cries for help. With some claiming they were on the brink of demise, it seemed that some individuals had not found the first station as easily traversable as others. Jiang Xin mused briefly before posting her inventory. Selling AKS, 74U2, homemade shotguns 2, assorted lead bullets, 6, slot magazine 2, 12, slot magazine 1, backpack. Quantities are limited, blueprints take priority, highest bidder wins. Given the lack of restrictions on the chat system in this disaster-stricken world, the channel buzzed with activity around the clock, with participants perpetually engaged in casual banter. Jiang Xion's freshly posted message was quickly overshadowed. Nevertheless, within mere seconds, her inbox was inundated with dozens of trade requests. Observing the rising number of notifications, she promptly activated Do Not Disturb mode and initiated a filtering process. However, upon reviewing the offers, she found herself exasperated, as many were requests for free items, with several opportunists attempting to barter wood for an AK. How audacious! Jiang Xian couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. Surely, the individual who had initially sold wooden crates had intended to compare prices, but ended up trading with such a crowd of freeloaders. If reality were a novel, it would undoubtedly be titled My Adventures with My Freeloading Friends. Faced with the lack of appealing trades, Jiang Xian ultimately made a decision that went against her principles. She pinned her offer at the top. For sale, AKS, 74UX2, homemade shotgun X2, a number of homemade lead bullets, 6, slot ammo pouches X2, 12, slot ammo pouch X1, backpack, limited quantity, blueprints take priority, highest bidder wins, no freeloaders allowed. After spending 100 disaster coins to pin this post, it feels like torture for a lurking peeper. What a foolish move! Spending 100 coins to pin this, wouldn't it be better to save that for 2 bandages? Is the issue really the pin? The real question is whether those 2 rifles are any good. Where did this divine being come from, pulling out 2 rifles in an age of cold weapons? It was as if a bowl of cold water had been poured into boiling oil, instantly causing a surge of lurking peepers. The number of inquiries for trades and private messages began to rise rapidly. Thus, Jiang Xian sifted through these private messages, selecting items that seemed potentially useful for herself to exchange. 2 small ammo pouches were traded for 5 complete glass pieces and 2 circuit boards, while another was exchanged for 8 batteries. Such items appeared unnecessary, yet were ones she had yet to collect. Suddenly, a trade message captured Jiang Xion's attention, as it did not emerge from the filtered list, but rather from a previous transaction record. Huang Chun, big boss, do you still remember me? I've crafted something impressive image. Hope to trade it for an AK. The image depicted a small black box with a transparent lid, inside of which lay a coin-like object. Jiang Xian, is this some sort of Bitcoin? Huang Chun, no, it's literally called a gold coin. There's a long string of gibberish in the description, but the system indicates it's a high-value item. Should be worth quite a bit. I'd settle for a homemade shotgun instead of an AK. After reading Huang Chun's reply, Jiang Xian was not in a rush to trade, considering the vast number of survivors. It was improbable that not a single blueprint existed among them. However, on the other side, Huang Chun, seeing Jiang Xian's prolonged silence, couldn't help but feel anxious. Huang Chun's luck could be deemed quite favorable. His first stop was a subway station, where he discovered stacks of long boxes on the platform. Initially, he thought he had struck gold, only to find them all empty upon closer inspection. It wasn't until he ventured deeper that he stumbled upon an unopened box in a pitch-black room, containing several valuable items. Just as he described, he was ambushed by a rat. After exerting every effort to deal with a single rat, he realized there were more lurking about, forcing him to make a hasty retreat. Fortunately, these rats did not pursue him out of that room. Otherwise, Huang Chun would have had no choice but to flee as well. Unwilling to leave empty-handed, he decided to linger for 24 hours, hoping to trade for a suitable weapon, preferably a firearm. Noticing Jiang Xion's continued silence, Huang Chun gritted his teeth and raised his offer once more. Huang Chun, big boss, here at this station, there are still plenty of good items. If you're willing to trade with me, in addition to this gold coin, you can choose any one item that I find later. Huang Chun proceeded to outline the situation. Meanwhile, after a round of exploration, Jiang Xian had successfully sold 2 weapons, one AKS-74U for a vehicle chassis blueprint, and a shotgun for a gas mask blueprint, just as she noticed Huang Chun adding to his offer. It would be disingenuous to claim she wasn't pleased. After all, who doesn't enjoy a good deal? She promptly replied to Huang Chun. Jiang Xian, sounds good. But a word of warning, if you dare default on this deal, I shall expose your deceitful behavior in the chat channel, pinning it for a day. Let us see who would want to collaborate or trade with you afterward. After receiving Huang Chun's assurance, the two proceeded with the trade. Upon receiving the gold coin, Jiang Xian examined it from all angles, only noticing the letters NAC on the front without deciphering its significance, so she tossed it back into her backpack. Glancing beneath the word gold coin, she spotted a lengthy string of English text, niobium gold coin, and it suddenly dawned on her that this might be akin to a cryptocurrency in the disaster world. Chapter 12. Upgrading. Farewell FBC. After trading for the gold coin, Jiang Xian exchanged a batch of lead bullets with Huang Chun, as these paper-wrapped, twine-bound cartridges were of no use in her equipped firearms, making the trade for basic materials quite advantageous. Moreover, she received charcoal in return. According to Huang Chun, he had initially intended to use fire attacks but nearly suffocated in the semi-subterranean space. Although Jiang Xian chuckled at his tale, she pondered whether she should take precautions in case she found herself in a similar predicament in the future. Upon completing the trade, Jiang Xian voluntarily reduced the throttle on her diesel engine, lowering her speed to 20 km/h. She then approached her workbench, ready to craft the blueprints she had traded for. After scanning the blueprints at the workbench, she noted, basic workbench, ordinary blueprint, newly added freight car chassis, white, large 2.28, wood 10, iron parts 12, small 2.23, wood 4, iron parts 6 cover type gas mask, white glass 1, iron parts 10, fabric 5, leather 5, rubber 2. The chassis comes in 2 types, corresponding to the left and right chassis, as well as the roof and the front and rear doors. Since Jiang Xian's train already had a driver's cabin, she only crafted 3 large and 1 small parts. Afterward, she crafted the gas mask, fortunate that she had previously traded for some rare materials. Otherwise, she would have been short a piece of glass. However, upon completion, Jiang Xian discovered that this gas mask was merely a mask without a filter, rendering it practically useless. After finalizing her tasks, Jiang Xian parked the train and installed the newly crafted chassis. Constructing the chassis was somewhat reminiscent of a game Jiang Xian had played before, likely called Fortress Knight. where one simply selects the vehicle page on the panel and stacks the prepared chassis like building blocks. After confirming, a soft white light enveloped the train, and as the light dissipated, a brand new chassis emerged before her. The new chassis was a wooden structure encased in iron, with not a hint of wood visible from either inside or outside, though in reality, it consisted of only a thin layer of iron sheeting. Nonetheless, when she knocked on it, it felt quite sturdy. Apart from a large door that opened at the rear, both sides featured double sliding doors on track's point. One could say that the finished product from the blueprint exceeded expectations. Had Jiang Xin attempted it herself, she could never have crafted such a refined chassis. Opening the vehicle panel, diesel railcar, 8M 3M 2.2M, weight 1,175 kilograms, resistant to medium monster impacts, chassis. Iron-encased wooden body defense, 70. Short bows and throwing axes cannot penetrate your defense. Power, human-powered system. Diesel-powered system, 100 kilometers 7.5 L, maximum speed. 20 kilometers, H 60 kilometers, H additional equipment. Basic workbench, storage box, bed. 80 L fuel tank, 79 L 80 L. Jiang Xin's train finally resembled a proper train, albeit of the freight type, with a van-style cabin at the front, followed sequentially by a bed, human power system, workbench, and storage box. Climbing aboard, Jiang Xin restarted the engine, and with a tremor, she continued her journey. The next stop was a transfer center station that Jiang Xin had intentionally selected on the map. Currently, it was estimated that she would reach her destination in about 9 hours, uncertain if Huang Quan would finish his battle before her arrival. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 6 in the evening. She would reach the transfer center around 3 o'clock, providing ample time to recuperate. After finishing the remaining roasted rabbit and enjoying some refreshments, Jiang Xin opened the chat channel, observing the trivial exchanges among her fellow players. She also browsed the trade information, hoping to find a suitable blueprint to trade for an AK or a filter for the gas mask. At that moment, Huang Qin's private message arrived. Huang Qin, big boss. I've completed the cleanup on my end. Take a look and pick something. Image. It must be said that Huang Quan was quite honest. Jiang Xin had expected him to secretly stash away some valuable items and leave her with a pile of junk to choose from. To her surprise, he presented all of his findings openly. Huang Qin's expedition proved fruitful, as the images displayed one SKS semi-automatic rifle, several clips of ammunition, a Walther PP, and 2 Tokarev TT-33s. However, the most eye-catching item was not these treasured firearms, but a hexagonal prism carelessly tossed aside. Emblazoned with the prominent letters FBC. Jiang Xin, is that hexagonal prism also from your haul? Huang Qin, yes, I found it while cleaning up the battlefield afterwards. It's right here. Image. Jiang Xin clicked on the image, revealing a simple wooden box, plain and unremarkable, lacking any markings related to FBC. Yet, adhering to the principle of better to mistakenly eliminate than to overlook, she made her request to Huang Qin. Jiang Xin, I'd like that hexagonal prism. If it's not too much trouble, could you send that box along as well? On Huang Qin's end, he wished to demonstrate sincerity while fearing that the lone long gun would be chosen, leading to a sense of trepidation. Upon seeing Jiang Xin's request, he breathed a sigh of relief and subsequently sent the box along with the hexagonal prism. Huang Qin, thank you, big boss, for your generosity. Jiang Xin, do not concern yourself. It is merely a matter of mutual necessity. However, should you encounter similar items in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out again. These bullets are surely what you require. The image displayed is indeed the 7.62 39mm BP round, which holds a significant allure for Huang Qin. In certain games, it is classified as a level 4 ammunition. Huang Qin, understood, esteemed 1.I will certainly keep an eye out for you. Closing the chat window with Huang Qin, Jiang Xin retrieved a box and a hexagonal prism from his backpack. The box presented no abnormalities, prompting him to dismantle it directly with 4, storage card 1. Jiang Xin gazed at the items produced from the disassembly, falling into a profound silence. Indeed, he had underestimated the cunning behavior of FBCS veterans. Even a box appearing entirely ordinary could conceal secrets within. Turning his attention to the hexagonal prism, he noted that apart from the 3 letters FBC, it was entirely black and made of wood, rendering it indissoluble, as it was simply a piece of wood that could be utilized at the workbench to create other items. Jiang Xin could not help but admire the cunning nature of FBC's veterans once more. Chapter 13. Arrival at the transfer center separating the FBC's storage card and magnetic card into an empty section of his backpack. Jiang Xin designated a small compartment specifically for these peculiar items. Previous treasures such as coins, the letter from Klebnikov, and the basement key were also stored here. Jiang Xin had considered whether placing the storage card and magnetic card together might yield some miraculous chemical reaction. But in reality, nothing occurred. Unable to comprehend further, Jiang Xin abandoned his inquiries, glancing at the time. Approximately 8 hours remained until arrival. He decided to take a brief respite. Since entering the world of calamity, his rest had been fragmented, save for the first night. Thus, he set an alarm for 6 hours and slightly reduced the throttle of the engine to maintain a speed of 55 km/h. Reclining onto the small bed to prepare for a proper rest, if his estimations held true, he would arrive at the transfer center around 3 in the morning, an hour when one is most deeply asleep. Regardless of whether anyone was present at the transfer center, it would be Jiang Xin's domain. The night was shrouded in darkness, with no stars or moon to illuminate the sky, rendering it eerily black. Due to Jiang Xin's relentless progress at full speed, it seemed he had left the storm far behind. Over an hour prior, the alarm he had set awakened him, and just moments ago, he could faintly discern the outlines of buildings and flickering lights in the distance. Indeed, there were people at the transfer center. This was not entirely unexpected. Noticing that he was nearing his destination, he shut off the engine, intending to proceed on foot, quietly stopping approximately 500 meters from the station on an incline. Donning his bulletproof vest and draping the phantom attire over it, he melded seamlessly into the darkness. The terrain of the transfer center was far more intricate than Jiang Xin had anticipated. There were as many as 8 railway tracks and 2 large sorting stations. Moreover, 5 gantry cranes stood tall on either side of the tracks, spanning 4 tracks, with 2 of them having barrels of fire atop. Suggesting that someone was on lookout, as he stealthily approached the base of a gantry crane. Jiang Xin noticed that a circle of empty cans was tied with iron wire around the crane, serving as a rudimentary alert system. However, this posed no significant challenge for him. With a bit of caution, he could navigate it without issue. Ascending the zigzag staircase, Jiang Xin soon discovered that the so-called sentinels were fast asleep in the control room. The cans intended for warning purposes served little beyond decorative function. The pervasive, acrid scent of alcohol in the air indicated that this individual was unlikely to awaken anytime soon. With that realization, Jiang Xin wasted no time, drawing his knife to deliver eternal slumber. "I am truly a benevolent soul," he murmured as he stripped the individual of their equipment, tossing it into his backpack before repeating the process with another guard atop a different gantry crane. Just as Jiang Xin finished collecting the second individual's gear, a series of fragmented voices suddenly crackled through the guard's walkie-talkie. "Nyo Pippi, can you hear me? No response. What's your status?" The voice on the other end seemed to belong to a minor leader. Speaking in an agitated tone, though he sounded rather fatigued, Jiang Xin paid little heed. Since someone had contacted the guard, it was certain that reinforcements would arrive shortly. It would be prudent to use this to his advantage and conceal himself. Playing the part of a cunning opportunist, not receiving a response, the minor leader called out repeatedly, "Damn it. I hope you're not playing games with me. Everyone, wake up, outside." After that, his voice faded away, likely due to the leader switching channels. Jiang Xin silently marveled at the leader's quick reflexes, a testament to his capability. Yet, what did it matter? By the time the minor leader began calling out, Jiang Xin had already reached the base of the sorting station's staircase. The first floor was of no concern, as it was filled with machinery and offered little in terms of living quarters. The rooms suitable for habitation were primarily located on the second floor. Despite the sorting station's substantial appearance, much of the space was occupied by machines. The 3-story building contained only a thin layer of rooms, with exposed zigzag staircases on either side. While the minor leader rallied his subordinates, Jiang Xin forcefully kicked open a wooden door and charged up the side staircase. Chapter 14. The scavengers packed the second floor was rather cramped, with only 2 supporting columns, and a curtain served to partition the room. Consequently, a group of subordinates, still in a daze from being abruptly awakened and unable to don their protective gear, witnessed a formidable figure charging toward them with a light machine gun. The sound of gunfire erupted. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. The RPK-74's rate of fire was not particularly high, yet at 650 rounds per minute, several bursts quickly decimated the unprepared subordinates. observing the carnage of wounded and dying men on the floor. Jiang Xin, wishing to spare them further suffering, benevolently distributed 7.62 rounds to each of them. After expending the majority of a 45-round magazine, he proceeded to the third floor. The third floor was similarly modest. Compared to the second floor's layout, it merely featured an additional partition wall between the columns. Through the glass on the wall, Jiang Xin could see an individual, presumably the minor leader, at that moment. The minor leader was frantically adjusting a menacing mannequin, which appeared to be adorned with the leader's own gear. However, the gunfire and cries of agony from below seemed to have shattered his resolve. "Don't kill me, and I surrender." Upon catching sight of the shadowy figure at the staircase, aiming a machine gun at him, the minor leader shouted in desperation, raising his hands against the glass to display his lack of weapons. Yet, Jiang Xin had no intention of heeding the minor leader's plea for mercy. Why should he spare someone with such AUD as he gazed at the slightly elevated muzzle of the gun? The small leader felt the ominous presence of death looming over him. In a trembling tone, he unleashed a torrent of incomprehensible words, babbling incessantly. This piqued Jiang Xin's interest, prompting him to first disarm the small leader and then bind him to a nearby pillar. Noticing Jiang Xin's apparent inclination to spare him, the small leader incessantly flashed a sycophantic smile. "Thank you, big brother. We scavengers and wanderers are of the same root. Why the haste to turn against one another?" Although the small leader still spoke with a slight tremor, his pace had noticeably steadied. Jiang Xin, observing the small leader secured to the pillar, inquired, "What did you mean by the agreement you mentioned earlier? How are scavengers and wanderers related? Please elaborate." "The agreement is, of course, the War Alliance Pact, which stipulates that when faced with threats from survivors, scavengers and wanderers should strive to cease internal strife and unite against." Suddenly, mid-sentence, the small leader paused, realization dawning upon him as a wave of terror washed over his features. His gaze towards Jiang Xin was now laced with profound fear. "You are not one of us." "ILL, just wait. I have powerful allies behind me. They will avenge me." This was followed by a barrage of cybernetic insults. Despite Jiang Xin pressing the gun to his face, the small leader's tirade continued. Growing more frenzied, his fear becoming increasingly palpable. With a final sigh, Jiang Xin prepared to send him on his way. As the small leader faced the inevitable embrace of death, he seemingly collapsed, crying out, "Please, I was wrong. I beg you, spare me." With a bang, the gunshot shattered the silence once more. After dispatching the small leader, Jiang Xin glanced at the time. It was barely around 4 in the morning. It could only be said that plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Even the most meticulous strategies can be upended by surprises, as evidenced by the shift from stealth mode to a full frontal assault. Given the mention of a powerful ally by the small leader, though uncertain if they had been notified or when they might arrive, Jiang Xin decided to scavenge swiftly and vacate this perilous place. Unbeknownst to him, the small leader had already sent out a distress signal on a specific frequency at the first sign of trouble. More astonishingly, the so-called powerful ally had long since resolved to abandon the station, continuously adjusting their forces and contracting defenses, seemingly preparing for something ominous. Returning to Jiang Xin, after thoroughly looting the sorting station, he opened the door to another one, nearly retching at the sight before him. The machines on the first floor were adorned with strands of wire, various animal limbs hanging like cured hams, creating a gruesome slaughterhouse scene. Most disturbingly, human tissues mingled among them. Jiang Xin felt a wave of nausea. Reflecting on how the scavengers had met their demise, far too lenient a fate for them, in truth, this sensation was more unsettling than taking a life with a sharp blade. Suppressing his discomfort, he pressed further inside. Jiang Xin discovered a peculiar mushroom variety, with baskets brimming with various sizes sprouting from numerous mushroom bags, including tea tree mushrooms, enoki, and a type of edible mushroom with a white cap. He hastily gathered the mushrooms along with their bags into his backpack, then stumbled upon crates of alcohol. No wonder the night watchman had been inebriated. He took them all, along with soon-to-expire canned goods, oil, salt, and seasonings. After this round of scavenging, Jiang Xin found himself well supplied with essential goods. Most importantly, he acquired a box of toxin filters, superior to toxin cartridges, effectively shielding him from chemical harm. As he surveyed his haul, Jiang Xin dashed back to the train, selecting the next destination as the tower of tracks sitting on the train, which steadily accelerated. He still felt a lingering physical discomfort from the recent horrors. So he resolved to tally his evening's spoils, hoping the joy of his bounty would help him momentarily forget those unsettling images. After categorizing and organizing the various weapons in his backpack, he realized this expedition had indeed justified a 3-star rating. Among his finds were 7 old bolt-action rifles, 2 lever-action rifles, 3 PPSH submachine guns, 1 Saiga, 12 shotgun, 12 handguns, 7 RGD, 33 grenades, 1 F, 1 fragmentation grenade, and a plethora of ammunition. He also procured 8 soft level 2 bulletproof vests, 7 level 3 vests, and over 30,000 disaster coins. All of these were the gear of the small leader's underlings. But the real treasure lay in the small leader's possessions. On the 3rd floor, he discovered a level 4 dragon scale armor and a level 4 OpsCore helmet on a dummied IT. Was no surprise that the small leader fancied himself grand. Yet when the moment of truth arrived, he had no time to don such formidable gear. Otherwise, clad in level 4 equipment, the outcome would have been quite different. The small leader's weapon, an 14 Malawian Quachas EBR, complete with a suppressor, laser sight, flashlight, and grip, along with an adjustable stock, a 6x scope, and a front rail, was also included, along with 4 30-round magazines and 6 boxes of 50-round NATO 7.62mm ammunition. The small leader's American-style arsenal was quite impressive. But now, it was all Jiang Xin's. The satisfaction of his haul effectively diluted the discomforting feelings, and upon seeing the small leader's full array of equipment, his worries vanished. Eager to test his new gear, Jiang Xin donned the level 4 set and moved around the train, noting some impact on his mobility. However, for the sake of survival, these were trivial concerns. Chapter 15. The remarkable skill effect this raid had concluded with the elimination of 16 individuals. Thus, Jiang Xin's backpack contained 16 identical jade pendants. Due to their unique nature, the backpack did not stack them in the same slot. Jiang Xin decided to draw them one by one, hoping to discern any patterns in the rewards associated with the pendants. Let us begin. May the deities guide my hand. The first pendant transformed into a white light, circling before entering his panel. Ding triggered unknown ordinary task. Advance 1,500 kilometers. White, task reward. Any one of unknown items 2 to 8, green. The system's prompt resonated. It appeared that drawing a number 1 yielded a task, which upon completion would grant a reward. Was this a nesting doll of sorts? He drew again. The 5th pendant emitted a green glow, rushing into the engines. In an instant, Jiang Xin felt a surge of power. Power, diesel drive system, 100 kilometers 7L, maximum speed, 80 kilometers H, top speed 100 kilometers H. Additional consumption of 1L, goodness, the engine has been enhanced, and the fuel tank has expanded as well, quite promising. Then he drew 4 more pendants in quick succession, yielding numbers 2, blue, 8, green, 8, white, and 5, white, which brought him the following rewards. One unknown entity privately messaged Jiang Xin, informing him of relics left behind by the Sacred Quality Hidden Society in the D6 Underground Laboratory. Both pendants numbered 8 increased his backpack capacity by 150 slots respectively, totaling an additional 150 slots. The 5th pendant enhanced the train's structural integrity, transforming it from ironclad wood to steelclad wood, raising its defense from 70 to 100, capable of withstanding frontal shots from small-caliber bullets. Based on the recent rewards corresponding to the drawn numbers, it seemed that number 1 yielded a task, number 2 provided a clue, 3 related to previous blueprints, 4 referred to stations, and 5 allowed for train upgrades. Number 8 expanded the backpack system, while 6, 7, and 9 remained unknown. However, this was merely conjecture, and the truth would only be revealed through future rewards. Moreover, Jiang Xin noticed that any single draw did not yield rewards of purple quality or higher. And the sole purple reward he had received was from combining 2 pendants. If his luck were not particularly poor, it seemed that only by drawing 2 or more pendants could one acquire a purple reward. Inaction breeds stagnation, and mere thoughts without action are but empty dreams. Thus, Jiang Xin resolved to act, combining 2 jade pendants into 1, and after 3. Failure 4. Still no success 5. A flash of blue light, and miraculously, it worked. At last, in his hand lay a pendant radiating a soft purple glow, leading Jiang Xin to his final conclusion. The color of the pendant likely signified a baseline guarantee, yet the upper limit remained elusive. He hoped it would not be too disappointing. Perhaps a grand safety mechanism awaited him. This was his last pendant. Grant me luck, as he tossed the pendant into the air and caught it mid-fall. It bore the number 7, yet another number he had not drawn before, purple. How fortunate! Peering at the panel, Jiang Xin discovered that this enhancement applied to himself, manifesting as a passive skill. Harmonization of the illustrious starred. Effect 1. While in combat, one's position exists in a perpetual state of deviation within the enemy's perception. Effects against legendary grade and above are diminished. Effect 2. While not in combat, one will not be regarded as a hostile unit when refraining from egregious actions. And cognitive disorientation occurs, applicable even to non-biological entities, unaffected by grade suppression. How extraordinary! Jiang Xin was overcome with emotion. This passive skill not only boasted 2 effects, both remarkably powerful, particularly the second effect, which was nothing short of invincible. It was evident that this was an epic grade skill, and Jiang Xin readily accepted this guarantee. In the future, one should be able to traverse this world of calamities with ease. No, that's not quite right. The emphasis lies on the disasters. Although the current hurricane has minimal impact on me, it is inevitable that I will encounter other calamities down the line. When that time comes, it is essential to be cautious and to seek shelter as needed. Having calmed down from the initial excitement, Jiang Xin took advantage of his free time to observe the current conditions of the other survivors. Upon opening the chat channel, he was immediately confronted with a pinned message. Wang Ning. I am in urgent need of fuel. Diesel, large quantities required. In addition to the pinned post, there were numerous messages flooding the chat. I, Wang Ning, am purchasing oil in bulk. Those with oil, please message me for details. High prices for oil. An opportunity not to be missed. After a thorough search, Jiang Xin pieced together the situation. Initially, Wang Ning had boasted about merging the front of an internal combustion engine vehicle, which had drawn considerable attention. Following that, he criticized the vehicle's fuel consumption, which reached an astonishing 35 liters per 100 kilometers, attracting even more spectators. However, after a period of silence, he suddenly began aggressively promoting his oil acquisition. In Jiang Xin's view, such a brazen approach to acquiring fuel seemed utterly illogical, even foolish. When others possess what you desperately need, it is common for them to raise prices. Yet Wang Ning was making such a loud proclamation about his fuel needs. Could it be that he possessed some item capable of turning this inequitable transaction around, restoring balance to both parties? What could possibly be so abundant yet simultaneously so precious? There is always something amiss in the unusual. The illogical often conceals ulterior motives. Nonetheless, Jiang Xin ultimately decided to privately message Wang Ning, as he was genuinely curious about what valuable item Wang Ning might possess. Jiang Xin, I have 200 liters of diesel here. Enough to get you to the next station. So, what do you intend to offer in exchange? Although dawn was approaching, Wang Ning's swift replies indicated he had been vigilantly monitoring his private messages. Wang Ning, picture what do you fancy? I am willing to purchase. Of course, I will only cover the cost equivalent to the value of the diesel, and any surplus will require an additional payment of 10 in calamity coins. Jiang Xin examined the items in the image, furrowing his brow slightly. It was a price list, akin to what one might find in the previous station system shop, yet it bore evident signs of being pieced together. While the prices appeared significantly inflated, there were indeed many valuable items, most importantly, with no purchase limits. For the vast majority of survivors, this was an exceptionally advantageous trading method, but for Jiang Xin, it was far from ideal. Furthermore, he did not believe that Wang Ning possessed such an extensive stockpile of resources, particularly with such a high overlap with what the system shop offered. Excluding the possibility that Wang Ning had subordinates stationed at the initial station. Relying on their collective crowdfunding, only one explanation remained. Wang Ning had either encountered or looted a second system shop. Jiang Xin, you are not being honest. It seems you have ulterior motives. What are you really after? Chapter 16. Transaction. As Jiang Xin had surmised, Wang Ning's actions were indeed highly profitable. Moreover, the prices of the resources might not even be genuine, a clever scheme that served dual purposes. After a moment of silence, Wang Ning replied to Jiang Xin. Wang Ning, so what if that is the case? The vast majority of people cannot reach even 3 stations. Among 100,000 individuals, how many will happen upon a trading station? And how many are in need of supplies? This is our opportunity. What harm is there in speaking of it? Someone once said the same, yet in the end, they obediently paid for their goods. So, will you buy or not? If not, don't waste my time. Wang Ning seemed to be growing impatient. As the saying goes, obstructing someone's financial path is akin to killing their parents. No one possesses infinite patience for those hindering their profits. Jiang Xin, if these are the only bargaining chips you have, then let it be. This response was merely a tactic of feigned disinterest. Just as Wang Ning had stated, the truly valuable items would ultimately be in the hands of a select few. Wang Ning was indeed one of those individuals, but he needed to present something of greater value for the transaction to proceed. This time, the silence from the other end stretched even longer. Just as Jiang Xin was preparing to exit the private chat, a reply finally arrived. Wang Ning, you win. 200 liters is indeed crucial for me at this moment. I believe we may be cut from the same cloth. How about you join us? You would receive 20 of the profits from this venture. What do you think? Heaven knows that this was a price Wang Ning had reluctantly proposed. He was merely one of the architects behind the resource harvesting plan, seeking to secure an additional layer of profit by stepping forward. His own share amounted to only 40, and relinquishing half was already enough to cause discomfort. However, Jiang Xin's 200 liters of diesel was a rare find. While he had been gradually accumulating around 100 liters, all was uncertain on the journey ahead. If he failed to reach the next station, the price of life was one he could not afford. Even if he managed to arrive at the next station, who could guarantee that his luck would continue? In a dire situation lacking fuel, he would be left vulnerable, an easy target for predators. Jiang Xin, no, that is not what I lack. Present something of genuine value. I believe you must possess it. Surely, you do not wish to break down midway and become prey, do you? Jiang Xin was dissatisfied with Wang Ning's offer. After a round of haggling, Wang Ning realized that with the resources he possessed, he could not pique Jiang Xin's interest. Ultimately, with gritted teeth, he revealed his last, most valuable item. Wang Ning, picture take a look for yourself. You cannot refuse. Jiang Xin's eyes brightened at the sight of the items sent over, and he replied promptly, all right, deal. With the transaction completed, a blueprint fell into Jiang Xin's possession, while Wang Ning, far away, felt a wave of darkness wash over him, barely managing to cope with the loss of 200 liters of fuel. Precision workbench, green materials. Iron parts 40, copper 20, leveling tool 4, electric drill 5. Electronic components 5.an advanced workbench capable of crafting any item below epic level. Technological energy storage core, purple materials, electronic components 50, battery 10, iron parts 35, plastic 30, cable 25, copper pipe 10, coil 20. Requirement. Precision workbench. Capable of storing and accumulating vast amounts of electrical energy, indirectly collecting minute charges for power generation, suitable for powering trains or weaponry. Truly, these were remarkable items from a fortunate soul's secret stash. Not only 2 blueprints but also half the required materials acquired from this unwitting benefactor. It was not merely a case of shearing the sheep. Rather, this unsuspecting individual had eagerly rectified their pricing error and delivered themselves to the door. There are still plenty of good people in the world. While Jiang Xin did not particularly need these materials, they certainly saved him a great deal of trouble. After successfully crafting the 2 items, Jiang Xin gazed at the pristine workbench, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Initially intending to harvest at the market, it appeared that the crops had been delivered right to his doorstep. Who could he complain to? Satisfaction enveloped him. Let the little crops grow a bit more. Over-harvesting might stifle their development, and one must not deplete resources entirely. Casting a glance at the remaining crops, he noted their healthy growth. The number of individuals who had fallen had yet to exceed 300. Turning his attention to the core's steadily accumulating electrical energy, he opened the attribute panel. Technological Energy Storage Core, 0.0110 MWh, Effect 1. Capable of storing and accumulating vast amounts of electrical energy, providing power for trains or weaponry, with a maximum capacity of 10 MWh. Effect 2. Indirectly collects minute electrical charges from the air for power generation, generating 1 kilowatt-hour daily. What sort of celestial technology is this? Jiang Xin marveled at the tennis ball-sized core, his soul shaken by the revelation. This small energy storage core could contain the equivalent of a small city's electricity consumption in Blue Star. A mere 1/100th of daily usage. To put it into perspective, an ordinary family would rarely exceed 500 kilowatt-hours of electricity in a month. Yet this device could store 10,000 kilowatt-hours, sufficient for nearly 2 years. But alas, there were no appliances to utilize the electricity. How he longed for air conditioning. How he yearned to watch television. Unfortunately, Jiang Xin's train, much like a youthful spirit brimming with energy, had nowhere to expel its vigor. Despite a night spent in labor, the industrious Jiang Xin found himself unable to sleep, gazing at the faint light of dawn breaking outside. Though his body had been through a night of toil, his mind remained sharp. After the initial excitement wore off, Jiang Xin's thoughts continually replayed the sights and experiences from the transit center. In particular, the meat drying area left an indelible impression on his soul. Each scene unfolding like a hellish tapestry, every stroke steeped in suffering and despair. In truth, Jiang Xin had always enjoyed a smooth journey, bolstered by the confidence granted by his jade pendant. Yet, this period of unbroken fortune had led him to unconsciously overlook the fundamental nature of this world, a harsh realm fraught with calamity, undercurrents, and lurking dangers. He beheld the remains of human limbs and the grotesque visage of victims piled in the drying area. The darkest aspects of humanity were laid bare before him. Every pair of eyes seemed to narrate their last moments of terror and discontent. In that instant, Jiang Xin's worldview was irrevocably shattered, and he realized that the true tests and trials had only just begun. Lost in his thoughts, Jiang Xin's consciousness gradually blurred, and he eventually slipped into a state of sleep, or perhaps unconsciousness, without even realizing when it had happened. Yet in the eerie sea of dreams, the specter of death clung to him like a persistent parasite, refusing to let go. Jiang Xin's consciousness resembled a fragile canoe, adrift amidst a chaotic dreamscape, surrounded by an abyss of darkness and boundless fear. In Chapter 17, The Orbital Tower, just as Jiang Xin struggled to escape this dream, a wisp of azure light, akin to a comet slicing through the heavens, liberated him from his slumber. Abruptly opening his eyes, he discovered that only a minute remained until the alarm he had set would ring. This was a preemptive alarm for his anticipated arrival at the orbital tower. With a casual flick, he silenced the clock, murmuring to himself in disbelief at the profound impact those scenes had left on him. After accelerating, he estimated that the journey to the next station would take 7 to 8 hours. However, to allow for any potential delays, he had only set a 5-hour alarm. Although he had rested for quite some time, Jiang Xin's mind felt as if it had been spun in a washing machine for an entire day. Suddenly, he noticed a red had appeared on the panel, the sender being the catastrophe world. The individual has broken through the cognitive barriers imposed by the catastrophe world. Congratulations on entering the true catastrophe world. Reward, supply cards 5. The timestamp of the private message read 6:44, and simultaneously, 5 supply cards materialized in his backpack. At that moment, he must have still been unconscious. No wonder his mind felt so muddled. Was it due to the breach of that barrier? He then turned his gaze to the supply cards in his backpack. Welcome to the new world. This is a reward for the pioneers. You may utilize it at the station to procure a compartment filled with the resources you desire, as well as an additional carriage. The emphasis lay not on the resources but on the carriage itself. If it were a standard carriage weighing over 20 tons, his current small vehicle would undoubtedly be incapable of transporting it. Nevertheless, he should be nearing his destination. Jiang Xin shook his groggy mind, attempting to regain clarity. After all, the orbital tower was one of the few places on the network marked with a red skull. Entering the station in such a state was tantamount to courting death. After organizing his gear, Jiang Xin retrieved a box of cooling ointment from his supplies and applied it to his temples and neck. Instantly, a refreshing sensation surged through his foggy mind, awakening him considerably. Phew, much better. Gazing out at the scenery, he realized the train had already ascended onto an elevated track, indicating that he was not far from the orbital tower. As the train pulled into the station, he finally arrived at a towering edifice with iron tracks integrated into its structure. Armed to the teeth, Jiang Xin stepped onto the platform with his RPK in hand. The reason he opted for this weapon over the 14 Malawian Quaches was primarily due to the new gun's smaller magazine size, rapid rate of fire, and slightly inadequate suppressive power. Upon examining a metal map etched into the station's wall, he promptly uploaded it to his panel's map. After a thorough comparison, he determined that the station was located on the southernmost side of the building, specifically on the 6th floor. The station's entrances were limited. And to truly access the interior of the tower, he would need to navigate along a track that traversed the building from north to south. After charting his course on the map, Jiang Xin ventured deeper into the tower, eyeing the south-north avenue of the orbital tower. Two scruffy scavengers, resembling grotesque hybrids of pig and dog, were patrolling on their way back. Pig-dog is not merely a descriptor. One was a dog-headed man and the other, a pig-headed man. Hey, Brother Go, have you heard? A meat factory was raided over at the Fish Skin King's territory. Yes, I've heard. Apparently, no one was left alive, and it was a gruesome sight. That little fish skin must have been terrified, continuously calling for reinforcements to his lair. The dog-headed man replied, "Be cautious with your words. Don't meddle in the affairs of those powerful individuals, or you might find your head rolling without warning." The dog-headed man quickly concurred. Indeed, but just thinking about that delectable human flesh, what a pity it is. The pig-headed man, pleased with the dog-headed man's agreement, turned to inquire, "Do you think those vagrants will come here?" The dog-headed man responded mysteriously, "I've heard through the grapevine that it wasn't the vagrants behind this. It seems those powerful individuals have struck some sort of deal with the vagrants. We might end up being allies with them. If it's not those filthy vagrants, then who could it possibly be? Who knows? It could be from Red Mountain, Huangshi, or even the rebels and rangers. The most alarming possibility is that those demons might have returned." It seems the dog-headed man had ample channels for information. "Could you elaborate on Red Mountain, Huangshi, rebels, rangers, and demons?" suddenly inquired a voice from a distance. "There's nothing much to say. Aside from the rebels, there's not a decent one among them. Especially those demons. I heard that whenever demons descend upon the world, times are tough. When I was a child, it was the era of rampant demons, and I barely survived. Just when things seem to settle down, news of those demons resurfaces." Sighing heavily, the dog-headed man shook his head, seemingly lamenting the state of the world. "However, there are some benefits." "What benefits?" The voice continued to press. "I assume you're unaware. With the return of the demons, a plethora of meat people will also emerge. Their flesh is the most tender, both fragrant and succulent." The dog-headed man appeared lost in some nostalgic reverie, even unconsciously licking his lips. That moment, 6 gunshots rang out beside the dog-headed man's ear, causing the pig-headed man to collapse, soon followed by the dog-headed man, both meeting their demise. Go to the underworld and reminisce. I hope you're reborn as a dog in a meat shop. The shooter was none other than Jiang Xin, who had delivered 2 shots, one to the body and one to the head, leaving even the divine in disbelief. Thanks to his new epic passive ability, Jiang Xin had been tailing them all along, even engaging them in conversation without arousing suspicion. Through their dialogue, Jiang Xin had unraveled some truths, likely a result of the changes brought about by breaking through the barriers. In addition, he surmised that those scavengers in the transit center were likely a group of beast-headed individuals. No wonder they possessed such extraordinary strength. They must be some form of ferocious beast hybrids. However, glancing at the map, he realized he was nearing the tower's interior, prompting him to draw out his 14 Malawian quatches equipped with a silencer and sent these 2 scavengers ahead to meet Yama. After dispatching the pig-dog scavengers, Jiang Xin stealthily entered the tower's depths. It was evident that the orbital tower had once been a place of great luxury. However, now, the once pristine white floors were cluttered with filthy refuse, remnants of discarded food, and traces of excrement. Only the tracks remained relatively clean, though they were also shrouded in an unknown, putrid black sludge. What was once a 5-story hall, comparable in size to a sports arena, had now been haphazardly transformed into a 4-story wasteland fortress, constructed from scrap metal, wooden boards, and support beams. The fortress was interconnected like a spider's web, with various floors, while the staircase marked on the map had been buried beneath construction debris. Now, one had to climb along the makeshift wooden planks and ladders to reach the 2nd floor. After traversing through the rickety wooden ladders and precarious passages, Jiang Xin finally arrived upstairs. At the entrance stood 2 bull-headed men, each clutching an STG-44, an old firearm from Han's cat. However, neither of the bull-headed guards uttered a word to prevent Jiang Xin from entering the fortress. Chapter 18. Laying Mines for the Scavenger Fortress. The 2 bull-headed men paid Jiang Xin no mind, continuing their idle chatter. Given this, Jiang Xin chose to ignore them as well. After all, firing a weapon could easily attract more beast-headed men, and engaging in close combat posed a risk of failure if not handled delicately. Upon entering the interior of the fortress, a foul stench assaulted Jiang Xin's senses, causing him to feel lightheaded and hastily retreat. Good heavens! How can this bunch of beastmen endure such a stench? I almost succumbed to it. Fortunately, Jiang Xin had a gas mask. Otherwise, delving deeper would have been challenging. Re-entering the fortress, an idea struck him. The refuse and excrement below were likely fermenting into methane gas. Why not add some explosive flair to the mix? If a conflict erupted, he could detonate them all sky-high. Without hesitation, Jiang Xin retrieved 5 blocks of TNT from his backpack, attached detonators, and gathered some scattered circuit boards and electronic components to create 5 explosives. He then took out his walkie-talkie, adjusted the channel, and planned to trigger the TNT simultaneously with it. He left 1 explosive at the entrance, while the rest he would carry to the fortress's load-bearing areas. Aiming for maximum impact, in this filthy and chaotic fortress, Jiang Xin appeared out of place, yet no beastman cast a suspicious glance his way. Even standing still, he blended in seamlessly, as if he were merely a pillar within the space. With passers-by steering clear of him, however, after wandering through the fortress for some time, he realized the orbital tower was quite expansive, and as an exhibition hall showcasing corporate culture, it was no diminutive structure. The illogical partitions and layout within the fortress made it challenging for Jiang Xin to locate the stairway to the upper floors or the areas where the beastmen stored their supplies. Just then, he overheard someone shouting loudly, "Hu Ba! Hu Ba! Where the hell are you? Get out here, the chief is looking for you." Hu Ba? A bull-headed scavenger, seemingly of higher rank, mentioned the name of the fortress's owner. Prompting Jiang Xin to silently follow, "I'm coming." "What are you shouting for? Your Lord Hu Ba can hear just fine. Is it necessary to bellow so?" A fox-headed scavenger emerged from the fortress's red light district, cursing and belittling the bull-headed man calling for him. "Let us go. Didn't the chief want to see me? Why aren't you leading the way? Why the dawdling? Do you intend to enjoy yourself before departing?" Despite the dismissive tone, the fox-headed scavenger walked ahead, oblivious to Jiang Xin's presence. Jiang Xin silently bestowed a thumbs up, truly commendable of the guide. Following the fox, twisting left and right, after a prolonged journey, Jiang Xin finally arrived with the 2 beasts at the pinnacle of the fortress, the 4th level. Along the way, they had left behind 2 TNT explosives. Upon reaching the 4th level, the environment was markedly improved compared to below. It was not only significantly quieter, but also devoid of the pervasive stench of refuse and excrement. After walking a while longer, Jiang Xin, accompanied by the 2 beasts, arrived before a grand hall, resplendent in gold and jade. The Minotaur then halted, permitting only Hu Ba to meet the lord of the scavenger's fortress. Jiang Xin followed Hu Ba into the hall and finally beheld the leader of the scavengers. This leader sported a rooster's head, adorned with a magnificent plumage, and was clad in gold and silver. Exuding an impressive aura, beside him stood a one-eyed tiger-headed scavenger, whose robust physique was undoubtedly that of the rooster-headed leader's personal guard. At that moment, the leader was seated upon a throne resembling a locomotive, dismissing all irrelevant subordinates before continuously berating the arriving Hu Ba. During this time, you've been given everything you desired, people, money, whatever you wished for. This king has never wronged you. But what about you? It's been ages. When will you fix that control room above? Rest assured, after this period of repairs, the control room's functionality has been restored to a significant extent. Just give me a bit more time, and it will be fully operational, Hu Ba replied, now devoid of his earlier bravado, his demeanor humble and subservient. Yet, his response failed to satisfy the rooster-headed leader, who snarled menacingly, "Humph! When have you not said that? But this time, you have no choice. The descendant's arrival is imminent. Delay any further, and you can bid farewell to your miserable life. Now, I demand you return to your post immediately. Otherwise, before the descendant even arrives, I will send you straight into the bellies of the little ones. Now, at once, hurry." With the rooster-headed leader's roar echoing, the one-eyed tiger-headed scavenger strode heavily towards Hu Ba's side. Without waiting for Hu Ba's response, he shoved him away, escorting him out of the hall. At the entrance, the one-eyed scavenger hurled a set of rudimentary replica keys at Hu Ba's face. The boss said, "You can use these keys indeed. The Minotaur was discreetly dealt with by Jiang Xin during the tedious period of Hu Ba's incessant rambling. By this time, even the dimmest of minds should have begun to grasp the situation. With a trembling demeanor, Hu Ba cautiously peeked his head from behind the chassis, his eyes reflecting despair as he gazed outward. There stood Jiang Xin, having approached him, observing him with an expression akin to that of a fool. Shout, go on, shout. Why have you stopped? Perhaps if you scream your throat raw, someone might come to your rescue. Upon witnessing this scene, combined with Jiang Xin's devilish remarks, Hu Ba succumbed to the faintness, collapsing to the ground. It was unclear whether he was feigning or genuinely unconscious. Nevertheless, Jiang Xin, unfazed by the circumstances, proceeded to search Hu Ba, retrieving a specially crafted control room key, a set of simple keys, and some miscellaneous items, before binding him up tightly like a rice dumpling. Subsequently, she opened the control room door and dragged Hu Ba into the corridor, placing him alongside the lifeless Minotaur in an orderly fashion. Chapter 20. The Scavenger's Fortress. With Hu Ba positioned there, Jiang Xin felt no apprehension about being discovered by other scavengers. To reach this place, one not only had to traverse the drawbridge of the fortress's 4th level, but also ascend several more floors and navigate through a maze-like corridor, all while being scrutinized by guards at every turn. This was no place for just anyone to wander into. After securing Hu Ba, she glanced at the two beasts lying together and mused that a family ought to be arranged in such an orderly manner. Hoping that the fox would not be genuinely frightened upon awakening, Jiang Xin donned her phantom cloak once more, preparing to obliterate the scavenger's fortress, for if she intended to detach the vehicle's front. The fortress posed a significant hindrance. It was inconceivable to allow the front to plummet freely. A massive entity weighing dozens of tons would surely cause catastrophic damage, and if it did not shatter the floor upon impact, it would be a testament to the fortress's robust construction. Crossing the drawbridge, Jiang Xin returned to the fortress. Upon reaching the lowest level, she positioned the last of her TNT explosives on a load-bearing column, intent on demolishing the fortress in one fell swoop. Once all preparations were complete, she retreated into the structure of the track building, for it was wise to remain hidden while the fortress would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. Producing the detonator she had long prepared, she sent the explosion signal at the preset frequency, boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roars of 5 explosions echoed as sheets of iron and various construction materials within the scavenger's fortress were sent flying in all directions. The fortress creaked and groaned as its load-bearing walls lamented their fate. Despite the fortress being constructed from an assortment of scrap metal and debris, it surprisingly endured the brunt of 5 TNT explosives for a while. However, as the explosions ignited the accumulated methane gas, it was as though the final straw had broken the camel's back, causing the fortress to lose its support and collapse layer upon layer towards the ground. In an instant, the fortress was reduced to mere dust and ashes. Simultaneously, the drawbridge connecting to the fortress snapped in half, slowly cascading down upon the walls amidst a shower of splintered wood. Flames crackled and roared, as if to consume all the world's evils and ugliness. Roar. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the blazing inferno, sending a heap of construction debris flying, crashing heavily to the ground in a shambles. Jiang Xin, curious, leaned out from the upper floor, only to behold a one-eyed Minotaur, shielding the scavenger's leader, the rooster head, as it carved out a safe zone amidst the chaos. The Minotaur's clothing was tattered from the explosion, revealing its close-fitting metal armor, and its exposed fur had been singed in patches, in stark contrast. The rooster head, adorned with gold and silver jewelry, remained unscathed, not even a single feather charred. Yet, witnessing the fortress reduced to ruins, the rooster head seethed with fury, its eyes ablaze, seemingly coalescing its wrath into a tangible force. Long, seek out the assailant, I want his head. Upon hearing the rooster head's command, the Minotaur nodded, uttering no extraneous words, and forged a path through the flames, preparing to hunt for the possible attacker. Meanwhile, the rooster head crossed its arms, standing resolutely in the cleared safe zone. Oh my, that Minotaur is indeed resilient. It can protect the leader unscathed amidst such a massive explosion. Jiang Xin mused to herself as she observed the unfolding events below. This cannot continue. It is only a matter of time before I must descend, if I wait for the chaos to subside. The scavenger leader will rally his surviving subordinates, and the situation will only become more troublesome. I cannot delay. Jiang Xin silently calculated her next move, ultimately deciding to seize the opportunity for a surprise attack. Setting up her MK-14, she first peered through the 6x scope, aiming at the rooster head. Bang! A direct hit. Upon seeing the rooster head topple, Jiang Xin swiftly redirected her aim towards the Minotaur, unleashing a rapid series of shots. Bang bang bang. The 7.62 51mm armor-piercing rounds easily penetrated the Minotaur's armor, causing it to stagger. However, due to the brief duration of her aiming and the flames distorting her line of sight, although several bullets struck the Minotaur, none delivered a fatal blow. Blood flowed freely from the Minotaur, which promptly identified Jiang Xin's position and seized a nearby flaming wooden stake, hurling it towards her. Yet, influenced by its passive skill, the Minotaur's judgment of Jiang Xin's location was significantly skewed. The thrown wooden stake barely struck the outer wall, sending sparks and debris cascading down like confetti. Ignoring the Minotaur's projectile attack, Jiang Xin maintained her composure and continued firing. After a round of shots, she effectively inflicted considerable damage upon the Minotaur. Nevertheless, the Minotaur proved to be a formidable opponent, even after absorbing numerous gunshots and collapsing to the ground. It struggled to crawl towards the direction of the gunfire. Such a pity, high-hitting low, a foolish endeavor. Jiang Xin replaced the spent magazine, reloaded, and fired 3 shots at the Minotaur's head, silencing it for good. Gazing down at the inferno raging below, the crumbling ruins being scorched, and the scattered scavenger subordinates lying motionless, Jiang Xin believed all had settled into silence. However, just as she thought victory was assured, a flurry of metallic throwing knives shot towards her with incredible speed. Rolling to evade the flying knives, Jiang Xin looked back in disbelief. The rooster head, previously reduced to a mere half a head, now stood upright once more. Its half-blasted visage revealed gaping wounds, flesh torn asunder, and even broken bone fragments were plainly visible. A normal individual would have succumbed to such grievous injuries, yet this rooster head remained very much alive amidst the ruins. A whoa! A sound entirely uncharacteristic of a rooster erupted from the half-headed creature's mouth. Jiang Xin was horrified to witness the previously deceased scavengers and the seemingly lifeless Minotaur rise, twisting and moving like zombies. This is bad. This is truly disastrous. Is it possible that a biological crisis has occurred? Though she thought this, her hands did not falter. She relied on the 6x scope mounted on the wall, relentlessly delivering lethal shots. But these resurrected scavengers seemed to have transformed into indestructible monsters. Jiang Xin clearly saw her bullets hit their mark, even sending the heads of scavengers flying, yet their movements remained utterly unaffected. It was as if their heads were mere superfluities, leaving Jiang Xin utterly perplexed. Fortunately, these creatures were not truly invulnerable. Jiang Xin discovered that severing their limbs was the key to breaking the deadlock. Even the previously formidable Minotaur, though now a monster, could not rise again, forced to crawl slowly across the ground. Chapter 21. The great battle against the undead, however, there were far too many scavengers buried beneath the ruins, continuously emerging, leaving Jiang Xin unable to dispatch each one in time. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, she lost sight of the rooster head, thwarting her plan to capture the leader first. With no other choice, she had to clear out the smaller creatures below, relieved that her ammunition was plentiful. Otherwise, she would find herself trapped. After a tense standoff lasting several minutes, Jiang Xin noticed that the smaller creatures began to stack upon one another. Those unable to stand formed a base layer, while the more mobile ones scrambled to ascend, creating a precarious tower. This had to be orchestrated by the rooster head. Where on earth had that cunning creature hidden? Peering down, Jiang Xin saw that the smaller creatures had amassed to a height of 3 stories, mere meters from her current position. The scavenger atop the pile had its jaw dislocated, grotesquely stretched to an unnatural angle. Emitting inhuman howls, Jiang Xin retrieved a grenade. In this dire situation, a grenade would be the most straightforward solution. Producing the RDG-33 grenade she had confiscated earlier, an old-fashioned stick grenade, Jiang Xin prepared to launch it. Originally designed for both offensive and defensive use, the batch she acquired lacked shrapnel casings, making them purely offensive. Nonetheless, given the current predicament, an offensive grenade was precisely what was required. The RDG-33 was notoriously cumbersome to operate, requiring a degree of throwing skill. Otherwise, even if the safety was disengaged, it would fail to detonate. After an intricate series of maneuvers, Jiang Xin aimed at the dense cluster of scavenger monsters and hurled the grenade with all her might. The grenade's explosive casing separated from its body due to inertia. It was time to clear the field. Jiang Xin yanked the safety pin, the cast iron handle vibrating violently in her palm. The explosive casing spun away from the grenade body, the igniter trailing spirals of smoke in the air. "Fire!" she shouted, as the grenade detonated with a resounding explosion. The moment of contact with the horde of monsters arrived. The strike pin struck the primer, and a fireball erupted instantaneously, sending many scavenger creatures tumbling from the explosion. The shockwave flung debris like shrapnel, and the entire human staircase collapsed with a thunderous crash. Resembling a carcass stripped of its skeleton, limbs and clots of blood rained down, a fragment of a vertebra clanging against Jiang Xin's helmet. Shortly after the horde crumbled, the long-absent rooster-headed figure reappeared, letting out a furious roar as the human staircase was gradually rebuilt. However, this time, the rooster-headed creature did not retreat. It seemed to comprehend that even if the human staircase were to be reconstructed, it would soon be obliterated once more. Thus, it abandoned its concealment and charged directly at Jiang Xin, intermittently launching throwing knives to suppress her. Despite having passive protection, Jiang Xin prudently withdrew, for blades are indiscriminate, and sustaining injury would be ill-advised. Finally revealing itself, Jiang Xin scoffed, "Do you think you can hide forever?" She firmly braced the stock of her RPK against her shoulder. The muzzle flared like a venomous serpent striking, and with a series of rapid bursts, she sealed off the creature's escape routes, bullets saturating the entire area like a torrential downpour. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Yet soon, Jiang Xin found her amusement dissipating. The rooster-headed creature, stepping upon the bodies of the scavengers, soared skyward like a great rock, ascending vertically along the descending cable. Almost instantaneously, it appeared at the entrance of the corridor, locking eyes with Jiang Xin in an intense standoff. Fortunately, Jiang Xin reacted swiftly, raising her weapon to unleash a volley at the rooster head. But the creature's reflexes were commendable. It adeptly parried most of the shots with its short blade. Sparks erupted as bullets collided with the alloy edge. Yet several rounds pierced its defenses, creating gaping wounds the size of bowls. While firing and retreating, Jiang Xin slipped into a corner, and the suddenly unpressured rooster head barreled in after her. However, upon rounding the corner, it found no trace of her, only a rolling fragmentary grenade on the ground. Boom! An explosion resonated through the narrow corridor, scattering countless preset shrapnel, turning the unsuspecting rooster head into a bloody sieve. Moments later, a door was kicked open, and Jiang Xin, wielding a Saiga 12 shotgun, emerged before the rooster head. Game over. The rhythmic pumping of the Saiga 12 reverberated distinctly in the confined space, the 12-gauge buckshot obliterating the twitching remains of the rooster head, leaving it in disarray, unable to piece itself together. After reloading, Jiang Xin proceeded to deliver a second wave of devastation upon the remnants, ensuring they were thoroughly smeared across the ground. Gazing down at the heap that could no longer be deemed a corpse, Jiang Xin finally exhaled a sigh of relief. With such a thorough annihilation, surely there was no chance of cellular resurrection. If that were the case, she might as well have exploded on the spot. Jiang Xin muttered to herself, giving a kick to the dismembered remains, and upon confirming the absence of any response, she turned to leave. Yet, before she could relax, heavy footsteps echoed ominously behind her. What sound was that? Not far from her previous position, Jiang Xin heard a noise behind her, suspecting the rooster-headed creature had revived yet again. She immediately raised her gun and fired at the sound. Rat-a-tat-tat bullets struck the shadowy figure. And amidst the muzzle flash, Jiang Xin finally discerned that it was the previously deceased bull-headed creature, now charging straight toward her. Darn! There was nowhere to hide. Jiang Xin found herself in a precarious position, with a sheer drop behind her and the bull-headed creature accelerating toward her. At this proximity, even if she managed to shoot it down, she would still be knocked off. Jiang Xin had no time to contemplate further. She leaped toward the precariously dangling cable of the suspension bridge, but the wooden planks she grasped began to splinter. Ultimately, she managed to grip the cable just in time. Boom, 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 roared the bull-headed creature. seemingly devoid of any command, charged recklessly off the edge. Jiang Xin watched as the bull-headed creature plummeted from midair, brushing past her garments and crashing down into the horde, scattering the masses once again. It remained uncertain whether it was the complete demise of the rooster head that caused the scavengers to lose their earlier agility. Perhaps, in due time, these former corpses would return to their eternal slumber. Oh, at this juncture, it would be prudent to check whether that fox is still alive. Hopefully, it hasn't fallen victim to that bull-headed creature. After all, the suspended train head still required its assistance to lower it. Upon returning to the top floor, Jiang Xin noted that Hu Ba was no longer in its original position. After searching around, she discovered it had managed to move several meters away. One must admit, this fox had quite the survival instinct. Even bound like a dumpling, it still managed to crawl a considerable distance. Hearing footsteps approach from behind, Hu Ba struggled to turn its head, letting out muffled sounds. Eyes wide with fear, its tail a frizzy mess behind it gradually recognized Jiang Xin's figure and realized she was not a monster. Its entire body began to resemble a contorted caterpillar. Writhing closer to her. Chapter 22. Train upgrade. Jiang Xin stepped forward and hoisted Hu Ba, returning to the control room, where she promptly removed the rag stuffed in its mouth. Upon seeing the familiar environment and the enclosed space, Hu Ba appeared markedly less terrified than before. Yet it still trembled as it inquired, "Sir, what on earth has transpired outside?" "I awoke to see that dead bull come back to life, and it was truly frightening." "What is happening outside is of no concern to you. Aren't you able to operate the hoisting equipment? Lower the train head for me now." Jiang Xin did not address its question. Instead issuing her command, Hu Ba did not contest the matter, recognizing that its life was in Jiang Xin's hands. It would do as instructed. The weight of the world rested on another's shoulders. It resumed powering up the generator and awakening the operating system. Upon witnessing the electronic screens flicker to life, displaying scenes akin to hell, it trembled all over, nearly collapsing again. With quaking fingers, it struggled to type on the keyboard. And the hoist suddenly sprang to action, causing the train head to descend abruptly. After a flurry of frantic movements, the hoist finally stabilized. Feigning nonchalance, Hu Ba turned its head only to meet Jiang Xin's gaze. "Take care. If any vehicle falls, your head will roll." Upon catching sight of Jiang Xin's pistol, Hu Ba swiftly averted its gaze, not daring to respond, yet the descent speed of the train head visibly steadied. With its hands no longer trembling and breath held, the control room echoed solely with the sounds of the keyboard clacking and the hum of the machinery and servers. 3 train heads descended one by one, landing securely on the tracks cleared by the explosion. "Sir, it's all set." Hu Ba turned to Jiang Xin, wearing a forced grin that was more pitiful than a cry. "Excellent. You still know where the supplies are, correct? Lead the way." Jiang Xin tightened her grip on the rope binding Hu Ba, following its lead as it unlocked storerooms with a simple key. The rooster head must have been aware that the fortifications were inadequate. According to Hu Ba's description, the items stored within the fortress were merely scraps for the scavenger subordinates below. The genuine treasures were carefully stored in the various storerooms throughout the track building. One must commend the quality of the track building. Despite the explosions and fires, it remained unscathed. "Sir, this room holds fuel. Good stuff. Let us take it." "Sir, this one contains weapons and ammunition." "Take it all. Everything. Stored materials? Grab them. Daily necessities. Collect them. Specialty liquor. Take it. Ingredients? Why is it all human flesh? Let us skip that." As Jiang Xin traversed the storerooms, she collected everything in sight. After all, her backpack automatically categorized and stacked the items, requiring minimal slots. After a thorough looting spree, she was now laden with treasures and prepared to check on the 3 prize train heads. Jiang Xin returned to the edge of the chasm, nimbly descending the steel cables of the suspension bridge. At this moment, the transformed monsters of scavengers had succumbed to eternal silence. Yet thanks to these creatures, Jiang Xin could tread upon their corpses to leap down. Among the ruins of the scavenger fortress, 3 train heads stood quietly on the tracks, awaiting their unfamiliar new master. Jiang Xin approached to inspect them, discovering that among the 3 train heads, only one was operational. The others were mere concept models, essentially decorative, with only the steel frame and undercarriage comprising any substantial material. The futuristic train head, though visually striking, lacked any functional components beyond its chassis and metal framework. However, Jiang Xin found solace in the fact that the only operational train head resembled those from the Blue Star's late 20th century, an internal combustion engine model. This train head likely served as a prestigious vehicle for the track building or held some special significance. It was in good condition and could run perfectly with diesel fuel. Jiang Xin promptly filled the train head with fuel, dragging one and pushing the other, heading toward the direction of the North-South Avenue. Clearing the wreckage of the fortress, she followed the iron rails of the North-South Avenue, finally returning to the station from which she had originally departed. At this moment, the station exuded an aura of tranquil passage of time. Undisturbed by the explosive battles and raging fires occurring in the exhibition hall nearby. After adjusting the tracks several times, the small train belonging to Jiang Xin finally arrived at its destination. With great anticipation, Jiang Xin opened the fusion interface beneath the train's panel. A brilliant white light enveloped the three locomotives and Jiang Xin's small train. As the luminescence gradually faded, his small train, no, it should be referred to as the train, reappeared before his eyes. The train was now comprised of three carriages. The first was a diesel locomotive, while the second had transformed into a living carriage measuring 24 meters in length and 3 meters in width. Having integrated the concept of a locomotive head, with its original alloy shell now replaced by robust forged steel armor. The third carriage, originally a futuristic locomotive head, had shed its ostentatious exterior, leaving only a half-meter high railing and a metal platform. Additionally, a passageway had been added between the three carriages, though it remained open-topped, devoid of iron sheets or rubber coverings. Certainly, it was preferable to risking life and limb by toppling the carriage once on the road. Jiang Xin reassured himself. His acceptance of such matters was rather high. Diesel train, 2434.83, total weight, 148T, 114T, 20T, 14T, defense, 240, average, power, 16 V280 diesel engine, hand-cranked emergency engine. Carriages, 1. Locomotive, 2. Armored carriage, 3. Freight platform, maximum speed, 160 km/h, fuel consumption of 0.125 Lt per 100 km at full speed. Additional equipment, microcomputer control system, ventilation system, fuel tank, 9000 L, technological energy storage core, 10,000 kWh. Storage box, bed, precision workbench, 4 cargo clips. Marvelous. All my efforts and toil have not been in vain, Jiang Xin exclaimed in delight as he gazed upon the new train's data displayed on the panel. Calculating the engine's fuel consumption, with the new train weighing 148 tons, it would consume 0.125 liters of fuel for every ton per 100 kilometers. Therefore, at full speed, it would require 18.5 liters for every 100 kilometers. The hourly fuel consumption would be approximately 29 liters. With the previous reserves and the substantial fuel haul from this occasion, traversing the remaining 7,600 kilometers would certainly be more than sufficient. Filled with anticipation for his new vehicle, Jiang Xin stepped through the train's pristine entrance. Chapter 23. Target D6. The new train's chassis stood over half a meter high, no longer permitting the ease of a single step to board. Due to the increase in length and height, each carriage, aside from the last freight platform, was equipped with a foldable door at both the front and rear. When the doors opened, a foldable ladder would automatically descend, retracting when closed. Though it was a mechanical structure, operating it was not particularly effortless. The new cockpit boasted a brighter ambience and a more expansive view, albeit the area was not particularly large. Aside from the control console, there was only space for a single seat. The newly added microcomputer control system allowed the train's owner to directly operate the train through the system panel, justifying the cockpit's smaller size. The new ventilation system ensured a constant flow of fresh air within the carriage, though regrettably, it could not purify the air. Most of the space behind the locomotive was occupied by the diesel engine and fuel tank, with only 2 narrow passages of less than 40 centimeters connecting the cockpit to the rear carriages. These somewhat cramped passages featured 2 small windows on each side for observing the outside. However, dressed in his full gear, Jiang Xin found the narrowness quite normal. Passing through the passage and the exposed connection, he arrived at the armored carriage. The environment here was significantly improved, prompting Jiang Xin to designate this carriage for living quarters. The corridor was over half a meter wide, allowing 2 people to walk side by side without feeling cramped. The windows in the corridor were covered by a layer of armor, leaving only a 20-centimeter gap. Metal-hinged windows, perfectly sealed, were also reserved if an internal attack on external enemies was necessary. A simple pull of the latch would convert the window into a firing port. This feature was undeniably advantageous for Jiang Xin. The corridor connected 4 rooms: a workspace, a lounge, a storage room, and an empty chamber. The final freight platform scarcely resembled a carriage, featuring less than half a meter of railing. The metallic platform had 4 grooves for securing 4 6-meter small cargo boxes or 2 12-meter large cargo boxes. However, at present, Jiang Xin had no need for cargo transport, as his own backpack could likely carry more than 2 such platforms. Having inspected the new train, Jiang Xin prepared to start the engine and head to the next station. Yet, as he contemplated the selection for the next stop, he found himself deep in thought. Jiang Xin stroked his chin, pondering that according to the original plan, he should simply proceed along the established route. A prudent approach indeed. However, D6, a station absent from the map, felt like a thorn in his heart, and the next stop was precisely D6. Should he adhere to the original plan or venture to the uncharted D6? Furthermore, he possessed information regarding D6 that might warrant a visit. Perhaps he should flip a coin. Heads for D6, tails for not going. With this in mind, Jiang Xin retrieved a NAC coin and tossed it into the air. But before the coin could descend, a hand abruptly seized it. Jiang Xin self-deprecatingly chuckled. Well, what a farce. Flipping a coin. There's really no need for such indecision. Perhaps the moment the coin was tossed, my heart had already made its choice. To D6, with a decisive command, Jiang Xin abandoned the originally planned route and opted for an entirely unfamiliar journey. His train gradually began to move, the roar of the diesel engine resonating as it accelerated. At that moment, a shadow darted out from the avenue. The figure, burdened by a bulging bag and clutching a round object, sprinted toward the freight platform at the rear of the train. Spotting this scene through the window, Jiang Xin promptly raised his machine gun and traversed the dimly lit passage to reach the freight platform. Just then, he saw the shadow toss the bundle onto the platform before scrambling up into the carriage with great effort. Colliding directly with Jiang Xin, the figure found himself at the mercy of the dark muzzle pressed against his head. As Jiang Xin prepared to fire, he suddenly heard a familiar wail, "Grandpa, it's me. Don't shoot. I bring you a token of loyalty." It was none other than the foxman, who now clutched a round object wrapped in a black cloth, pleading for mercy. Jiang Xin opened the package to discover the mangled head of the blind tiger man. Fury surged within him. His brand new train had yet to acquire a single scratch, and now it was sullied by a pool of blood. Moreover, to present the head of another as a token of loyalty, was that not a blatant disregard for one's own life? Jiang Xin furiously interrogated, "Grandpa, the head isn't the issue. It's what's inside that matters," Huba hastily clarified, even rambling in his urgency. However, his words piqued Jiang Xion's interest, prompt at the very moment when Jiang Xin was about to let go. Huba began to screech and twist his body, desperately kicking off his shoes. A gleaming gold coin rolled to the ground. Struggling, Huba exclaimed urgently, "Fair. This is for the fair. Don't throw me off. I beg you, just take me along for a ride." Gazing at the coin that had rolled to his feet, swaying with the tremors of the train, Jiang Xin ultimately left Huba on the platform. This coin bore an identical design to the NAC coins from before, prompting Jiang Xin to inquire, "Where did you acquire this coin? What purpose does it serve? Speak, and I shall allow you to accompany me." Having landed in free fall on the ground, Huba, realizing he had not been cast off the train, responded tremulously, "This should be the product of the Galactic Alliance. If you can find their representatives, you could exchange a certain number of coins for their assistance. As for the origin of this coin, it was promised to me as a reward by the leader, but it was only after his demise that I received it." After pondering Huba's reply for a moment, Jiang Xin asked, "Does the leader possess any other inheritance? You only have this one coin. Are these coins truly rare?" "I wouldn't say rare," Huba replied. "I have heard that relatively powerful factions or prominent individuals typically possess dozens of these coins. However, the leader's influence was minimal, leaving him with only this one. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to resort to abducting others just to repair a machine." "Very well. I hope you are not deceiving me. Since you have paid the fare, I shall allow you to accompany me, but only to the next station." After careful consideration, Jiang Xin agreed to take Huba along. It was not out of an excess of compassion, but rather because upon receiving the coin, the system unexpectedly acknowledged Hu Ba's transaction and issued a temporary quest. The task required him to escort Hu Ba to the next station, with a reward for success and no penalty for failure. Given this, why not seize a free reward? Currently, Jiang Xian's task list already contained 3 assignments. The first was, naturally, the main storyline quest. The second derived from the jade pendant extraction task, which stood at 662 1,500 kilometers, and the third was the newly acquired task. After rummaging through Hu Ba's black bag and finding no weapons or valuables, Jiang Xian tossed it back to him. By the way, remember to clean the floor. Otherwise, when we arrive, you can expect a purple egg. With that parting remark, Jiang Xian closed the door and returned to the carriage. Though slightly delayed by the earlier incident, it did not hinder the train's acceleration, which had now reached 160 kilometers per hour. According to the approximate distance between stations, they would arrive in no more than 4 hours. Seizing this moment, Jiang Xian prepared to synthesize all the jade pendants in his backpack into high-quality ones. Otherwise, if the supplies did not fill the backpack, the pendants would burst it open first on this trip. Aside from the 5 TNT used to collapse the scavenger's fortress, many scavengers had also been sent off to reincarnate. Coupled with flames and explosions causing a series of indirect damages, the scavengers suffered considerable casualties. Although he did not claim the final blow, no one was contesting the kills with Jiang Xian, so all these eliminations counted towards him. Currently, his backpack was filled with 279 jade pendants, each occupying a space. Thus, Jiang Xian was now more concerned about the potential overflow of pendants. Based on prior experience, after successfully synthesizing a blue jade pendant from 5, he attempted to use more pendants for synthesis. 6 failed, 7.8.9 yielded no reaction. However, 10 combined successfully, resulting in a purple jade pendant. The lottery should guarantee at least 1 epic. Continuing to combine, at a count of 20, he synthesized another, but it remained purple, not gold. Observing this situation, Jiang Xian quickly synthesized another purple one, 10 in 1. Upon comparison, he soon realized that the 20 in 1 jade pendant was merely a deeper shade of purple. Perplexed, Jiang Xian continued synthesizing. He could combine 30, 40, and so on, but they only resulted in deeper shades of purple. He categorized the synthesis levels. 10 pendants formed level 1, 20 formed level 2, and so forth. Finally, after combining 70.80.90, upon reaching 100 pendants, a golden jade pendant emerged, bringing tears to Jiang Xian's eyes. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, obtaining something was always favorable. He could only accept it with tears and casually synthesize the remaining pendants into 1 golden jade pendant. 7 level 1 purple jade pendants, and 1 blue 1.as for the remainder. They hardly occupied any slots, so he decided to keep them for now. Thus, Jiang Xian washed his hands and lit incense, preparing for a wave of continuous draws. Just as he closed his eyes, gradually sensing that fortune was about to arrive, a sudden, urgent knocking at the door interrupted his pre-draw ritual. Disturbed, Jiang Xian felt a surge of anger. He had already extended his kindness by allowing Hu Ba to accompany him. And yet he dared to knock. Truly, he was as oblivious as a fool. Jiang Xian opened the door to the carriage and, without needing to ask why, he already knew the reason in this vast wilderness. 2 railway lines had appeared simultaneously, running parallel to each other. Jiang Xian glanced at the time on the panel. They had not yet reached the station. Based on previous experiences, unless approaching the next station, they typically would not encounter additional tracks. Moreover, it was unusual to see tracks running parallel like dual lanes. Was this a consequence of the station being an external addition, thus deviating from the system's rules? Just as Jiang Xian was lost in thought, Hu Ba suddenly shouted, "Master! There's a train chasing us from behind." Jiang Xian turned to look and indeed saw an 8-carriage train pursuing them, but its speed seemed inadequate. It puffed forth billowing black smoke, akin to a steam engine about to explode, yet it could not catch up. Assessing the situation, Jiang Xian, though not overly panicked, realized they could not continue this way. He swiftly shoved Hu Ba into the carriage. After all, he was a moving reward and should be safeguarded if possible. As Jiang Xian peered through the narrow observation window of the door. Observing the situation behind, he inquired of Hu Ba, who had been tossed aside, what just happened. How did another train suddenly appear in pursuit? Well, master, initially, there was only 1 track, but as we progressed, another track gradually approached us until it ran parallel. Then, we surpassed the train on that track, but for some unknown reason, it suddenly accelerated and began chasing us. Listening to Huba's account, Jiang Xin felt even more perplexed. He could not fathom where the tracks had come from, why they encountered a train, or why it was so intent on pursuing them. Surely they had not stumbled upon fellow survivors. Thus, Jiang Xin asked, "Are they wanderers? Or some other faction? Did you manage to discern their origins?" I could see clearly. They are definitely not wanderers. Their train is far too clean. It is not their style. Moreover, I noticed the carriages bore the mark of the rebels and the black iron cross. Upon hearing Huba's response, Jiang Xin felt as though he had gained new insight. Chapter 25. Unexpected assistance. Huba's revelation was laden with information, causing Jiang Xin to momentarily freeze before he blurted out, "Wait, is the little bearded man reborn in another world?" Jiang Xin struck a pose reminiscent of a world-famous painting. No, there is no little bearded man, nor any other world. The rebels are simply rebels. And the Iron Cross is just the Iron Cross. They are not what you suggest. Huba shook his head vigorously, clearly oblivious to Jiang Xin's astonishment, and continued to explain. The rebels and the Iron Cross army are legitimate human factions. The rebels are essentially loyal supporters of the Iron Cross. This should be a rebel train, with perhaps only 1 or 2 Iron Cross officers on board. Listening to Huba's explanation, Jiang Xin glanced back and noticed that even as the opposing train sped up, the distance had not narrowed significantly. Were the Iron Cross officers dispatched to command the rebels? From your tone, it seems officers are quite scarce. Jiang Xin presumed that the officers held a position akin to political commissars overseeing the rebels. Not at all, Master. Iron Cross officers are all modified individuals, super soldiers. Essentially, the rebels pay to hire them. At that moment, Jiang Xin felt utterly bewildered. Not only was the opposing side numerous, but they potentially had 2 super soldiers as well. If they were caught, would he not be at their mercy? Quietly glancing at the train's operating interface, confirming they were still at full speed, Jiang Xin's heart remained unsettled. Although they could maintain their distance by continuing to flee, what would happen upon reaching the station? After a prolonged standoff, as Jiang Xin contemplated how to deal with the pursuing enemies, a sudden cannon blast startled him. Initially thinking it was an attack from the opposing side, Jiang Xin hurriedly peered through the small window towards the rear. The rebel train was the one under assault. Carriages tipped over and derailed, ablaze with fierce flames, as thick black smoke enveloped the figures of the attackers. Another carriage had also been torn apart by cannon fire, dragging the remaining half along the tracks, creating a shower of sparks. With a loud whistle, another train emerged from the thick smoke, swiftly overtaking them on the parallel track. This train consisted of only 4 carriages, yet the second carriage bore a modest turret. Although it appeared small, its caliber should be around 76 mm, more than sufficient for targeting a lightly armored train. Boom! Another thunderous roar erupted as the loaded turret fired at the rebel train once more. The cannon fired with precision, striking the front of the rebel train, which instantly lost its momentum and continued to advance solely due to inertia. However, Jiang Xin soon found herself in a state of bewilderment as she observed the rebel soldiers brandishing long rifles, launching a boarding assault as if they were engaging in a daring train heist. What on earth was happening? Was this an era of transformation? Yet the tactics remained so rudimentary. As she surveyed the chaos that engulfed both sides of the railway, she thought, since the situation had escalated to this point, why not add to their troubles? Although uncertain whether the newly arrived train was friend or foe, she was acutely aware that the enemy's enemy might not necessarily be an ally, yet they must not be driven towards the enemy, for that would only double the adversarial threat. Furthermore, given their apparent inferiority in numbers to the rebels, if they had yet to confront the rebel forces and were instead captured, the consequences would inevitably be dire. Swiftly, Jiang Xin manipulated the control panel to decelerate the train while simultaneously opening the firing ports and retrieving her 14 Malawian kwaches to retaliate. If they were to pursue her, she would certainly offer them a taste of her own medicine. In an instant, all 3 trains on the tracks began to slow down. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Suddenly, the cargo doors of the 4-car train swung open, revealing 2 heavily armored soldiers donned in pitch-black Alcan helmets, each mounting a heavy machine gun. Directing their fire towards the rebel train in the face of the 12.7 108mm rounds, The rebel train succumbed as if it were mere foam. Many bullets pierced through the soldiers inside, exiting through the rear of the carriages and sending plumes of blood mist into the air. The sheer power of the heavy machine guns left Jiang Xin agape. What need did she have to assist when such formidable warriors were on the opposing side? Suddenly, a shadow sprang from above the rebel train, agile and silent like a feline predator, landing effortlessly atop the adjacent train. Any faint sounds were drowned out by the thunderous roar of the machine guns. The shadow deftly evaded the gaze of those below, leaving them blissfully unaware of the situation unfolding above. This must be an officer of the Iron Cross, clad in a long, dark military coat, brandishing a pair of modified pistols aimed at the carriage beneath. Prepared to open fire. Realizing the urgency of the moment, Jiang Xin swiftly aimed her weapon at the Iron Cross officer. Bang bang bang, the semi-automatic 14 Malawian Quaches possessed negligible recoil for Jiang Xin, allowing her shots to land with remarkable accuracy. A series of shots forced the officer to execute a tactical role. Despite his swift reflexes, he was still struck by 2 armor-piercing rounds, thanks to Jiang Xin's sharpshooting skills. The machine gunners below, sensing bullets whizzing overhead, instinctively reacted. Even their own carriage became secondary as they aimed their machine guns at the roof, unleashing a torrent of fire. As the ammo belt quickly depleted, the heavily armored soldiers set the machine guns aside, raising their rifles to continue the assault from above. At that moment, the Iron Cross officer atop the train was likely in dire straits. He had absorbed at least 3 or 4 12.7mm rounds, the outcome of which remained uncertain. There he lay, exposed on the train roof, allowing bullets to perforate his body, scattering copious bodily matter. But there was no time to relax. Within the rebel train, numerous soldiers still resisted fiercely. Perhaps another Iron Cross officer lay hidden, like a coiled serpent, poised to strike. Boom. Another cannon shot echoed, followed by a violent chain explosion aboard the rebel train. A white mushroom cloud slowly ascending into the sky. The explosive force generated a shockwave, creating a visible wall of white mist. 2 carriages were violently dislodged by the blast, sending debris soaring into the air, which soon rained down like a torrential downpour, mingled with human remains and splattered blood. Goodness! The newly acquired train had barely been in operation for a few hours before becoming soiled with filth. Despite her flippant remarks, Jiang Xin's focus remained unwavering on the battlefield. Indeed, as the echoes of the explosion subsided, amidst the wreckage of the rebel train stood a robust Iron Cross officer, slowly rising to his feet. Towering at an astonishing 2.5 meters, much of his metallic armor had been dislodged by the blast. Half of his body charred, and a large shard of metal embedded in his back. Remarkably, he managed to stand, defying belief. Bang bang. The Mk-14 silencer emitted wisps of smoke as the bullet struck the officer squarely in the forehead, rendering him utterly incapacitated as he collapsed like a mighty tower. Chapter 26. The message from the Rangers. As the last Iron Cross officer fell, both trains fell into a profound silence, neither side daring to make a move. Yet, after a brief moment, a soldier clad in goose-style heavy armor leaped down from the carriage, beckoning the warriors aboard to descend and secure the battlefield. Jiang Xin noticed several civilians and women assisting the soldiers in moving what they could. The heavily armored soldier approached, hands raised to signal he bore no weapons. "Hey, comrade, don't shoot. We mean you no harm. Can we have a word? I'm sure we have some common ground." Upon hearing the soldier's words, Jiang Xin quietly exhaled, relieved. Regardless of whether the other side truly harbored ill intentions, the prospect of dialogue was undeniably a positive sign. "Who are you? What is your purpose? What common ground do you believe we share?" Jiang Xin fired back with 3 questions. "Take it easy, comrade. We are from the Ranger team, the D6 external search group. I believe we are among the few good people left in this world." The soldier paused before continuing. "As for our mission, you should have some inkling. After all, we are both traversing the same path. Are we not? D6 recently issued a rallying signal, and you are already en route, aren't you? Since we both received the rallying signal, I shall consider you one of our comrades." Jiang Xin was taken aback by the soldier's revelation that they were part of the D6 unit. To be honest, she had always assumed that in this disaster-ridden world, the game mode entailed a solitary journey, progressing from one station to the next, akin to locusts ravaging the land, all the while evading the impending calamity. This was her first foray into a conflict between local factions, providing her with an entirely different experience. Ah, perhaps my mask startled you. The soldier outside the train suddenly recalled something and promptly removed his gas mask. Jiang Xin considered that she would inevitably encounter D6 sooner or later, so she decided to descend and engage in conversation with him, seeking to extract any useful information. With a passive safety net in place, the likelihood of conflict was minimal. She opened the train door and leapt down. Jiang Xin scrutinized the ranger soldier before her. He appeared quite aged, likely in his 50s at the very least. His demeanor was dignified, and the scars on his face only added to his military presence. Upon seeing Jiang Xin finally reveal herself, he let out a hearty laugh. "Comrade, your caution will ensure a safer journey." He called out to the train behind him, "Hey, Xiaobu, bring this comrade some welcome gifts, and also fetch some of the spoils." A burly young soldier from the Rangers came running over, carrying a large crate. "Colonel, I've brought the goods." He then turned to Jiang Xin, saying, "Thank you, comrade. Your gallant intervention saved me and my friends." Setting the crate down beside Jiang Xin, the machine gunner named Xiaobu prepared to return. Jiang Xin glanced at the crate, filled with several boxes of ammunition, 2 boxes of grenades, and a few rifles. Thinking it would be impolite not to reciprocate, she called out, "Wait, allow me to share some items with you." Digging into her backpack, she produced some beverages and canned goods, pretending to have retrieved them from the carriage to present to the Rangers. Jiang Xion's supplies were ample, and she knew she would never consume them all on her own. So she decided to offer them as gifts. However, the value of food was undeniable to the Rangers. Unlike scavengers who could resort to cannibalism, they were responsible for non-combatant women and children, making food a precious commodity. Although Jiang Xion's contributions were modest, they would suffice for a hearty meal, especially considering the extreme rarity of alcohol in the post-apocalyptic context. If it weren't for fortunate circumstances leading her to a scavenger camp that happened to stockpile drinks, such treasures would be nearly impossible to find. Ha ha ha! This comrade is truly generous. Not only did the machine gunner express gratitude, but even the one referred to as Colonel beamed with sincerity. Their enthusiasm escalated, and they eagerly invited Jiang Xin to visit their train. Curious about their locomotive, she graciously accepted their invitation. The Ranger train was modest in size, yet it accommodated a considerable number of individuals. Aside from the steam engine at the front, only the middle carriage served as living quarters, while the remaining carriages consisted of an armed compartment and a final freight carriage. The total number of Rangers, including train personnel and accompanying women and children, exceeded 100. The sole sleeping compartment housed just over 60 berths, necessitating a 3-shift rotation to barely meet the needs of the Rangers. Observing the cramped quarters filled with people, Jiang Xin felt as though her empty resting room had transformed into a lavish mansion. Though the Ranger train was crowded, the ordinary individuals aboard exhibited a commendable spirit, even establishing a small clinic. Perhaps they were indeed, as they claimed, among the few good people left in this world. After a thorough exploration, Jiang Xin learned that the colonel's name was Vladimir Yurchenko, a figure of great repute aboard the Aurora train and the leader of this Ranger squad. During their conversation, Jiang Xin also gleaned information about the so-called D6, which was not merely a station, but an entire underground railway system. Originally a nuclear missile base, it was surrounded by numerous launch silos, with D6 serving as the code name for this facility. Following the apocalyptic war several years ago, D6 survived the onslaught and subsequently became the headquarters for the Rangers. To this day, D6 still harbors launch-ready missiles and nuclear warheads. This assembly was convened in response to a crisis orchestrated by the Iron Cross. Due to the Iron Cross's technological supremacy over both D6 and the Resistance, D6 was unable to locate their base for any form of strike or deterrence. Consequently, the Iron Cross planned a surprise attack to eliminate potential threats. Fortuitously, D6 obtained this intelligence and organized the assembly to prevent nuclear weapons from falling into the hands of the Iron Cross. Moreover, based on our assessments, the Wanderers and Scavengers had long since aligned themselves with the Iron Cross, their modification technologies presumably originating from them. The insurgents appeared to be nothing more than puppets supported by the Iron Cross, or agents of warfare, which meant we would face at least 3 factions in this onslaught. Just as the two were engrossed in discussion, a Ranger soldier suddenly rushed in to report, "Comrade Colonel, the spoils have been gathered. The train crew is prepared and ready to depart at any moment." Upon hearing that they were about to set off, The colonel felt a twinge of reluctance. He had noticed that Jiang Xin consistently produced valuable items, including a pack of finished cigarettes, and at that moment, his pocket contained a substantial portion of cigarettes acquired from Jiang Xin. Chapter 27. Last-minute preparations then. Until we meet again, D6. This is our radio. Should anything arise during the journey, you may contact us, and we shall respond immediately. The colonel, with lingering reluctance, escorted Jiang Xin to the front of the train. Accompanied by a soldier who brought along a crate filled with various weapons and ammunition, including a heavy machine gun they had previously used. Once back on the train, Jiang Xin activated it via the control panel, gazing at the heavy machine gun nestled within the crate, alongside a tactical radio that resembled a brick. He couldn't help but marvel at the quality of the equipment. An SV heavy machine gun. Type. Heavy machine gun caliber, 12. 108 mm rate of fire, 800 RPM maximum range, 2000 m feeding, 50 round box metal belt, military handheld radio. Type. Single sideband shortwave radio power, 10 W communication distance, 20 kilometers, maximum communication distance of 300 kilometers with antenna. In addition, the Rangers provided 2 ammunition boxes and 2,000 rounds of ammunition, primarily consisting of black red-tipped 12.7, 108 mm B-32 armor-piercing incendiary rounds. Each 10-round metal belt was interspersed with a BZT armor-piercing incendiary tracer round. Jiang Xin hefted the heavy machine gun, realizing that despite its 30-plus kilograms, it was not difficult to operate, perhaps underestimating his own strength. While the heavy machine gun was indeed impressive, the radio was even more valuable, symbolizing the camaraderie of the Rangers and serving as a novel means for Jiang Xin to comprehend the local factions in this disaster-stricken world. Although the radio's communication range was somewhat limited, it could still be utilized to gather intelligence prior to arrival at the station. Connecting the power supply in the carriage to the radio and utilizing the communication channel provided by the Ranger Colonel, Jiang Xin successfully tapped into D6 public channel. The exchanges within the channel were far more orderly than he had anticipated, primarily consisting of reports from D6 train teams. According to the colonel, should a train approach D6 without prior notification, it would be greeted by a deluge of artillery fire. This was due to the Wanderers having previously hijacked a train for a suicide attack, deploying bombs and biological viruses that devastated a civilian gathering point. Hightower. This is Aurora, carrying a friendly train back home. Identification code SQMHY7603. Received. From the radio's barrage of reports, Jiang Xin caught the voice of the Ranger Colonel. Shortly after the report, Jiang Xin noticed the scenery outside the window gradually transitioning from desolate wilderness to the ruins of a city, where he could see restored giant antenna towers and numerous sentry cannons. He could even faintly discern trains on the tracks within the city, heading in the same direction. Suddenly, a crackling noise erupted from the radio as the colonel called through a private channel. "Hey, Jiang Xin, do you hear me?" "I hear you, Colonel," Jiang Xin replied. "I think you should name your train. If all goes well, it will accompany you for a long time. Just like the Aurora, which has borne its name for over a decade." From their previous conversations, Jiang Xin learned that the Aurora was the colonel's workplace after his retirement. Following the outbreak of war, he resumed wielding weapons, aiding distressed civilians alongside his fellow workers in this desolate land. Thus, he held a special affection for the train, often attributing it with personhood. Jiang Xin felt a pang of inadequacy in comparison to the colonel's devout attitude. Even though he had nurtured his train from a humble flat car to its current 3-car formation, he had never considered bestowing it a name. However, he found himself at a loss for a suitable title for the train. Invincible? Too ostentatious and perhaps a bit foolish. Hope? Quite appealing, yet he desired certainty rather than mere hope. Surely he couldn't name it Harmony or Revival. "Ha! I can tell you're pondering what to name it, hoping it will shine like a unique star, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Remember, this is not merely a choice of label or symbol. It is a mark of time, an emotional anchor. Throughout the long journey, it will witness your growth and transformation. There's no rush. The right name will reveal itself at the opportune moment, presenting itself in perfect form in your mind. And now, we are nearing D6 within the hour. Focus on what lies ahead, prepare yourself, and remember to slow down as we enter the tunnel. We wouldn't want to startle you," Colonel Yurchenko rambled on the radio. His words were not without merit, and Jiang Xin nodded in agreement, deciding to let go of the quest for a name, Perhaps the colonel was indeed right. When the time was right, inspiration would strike. Received, Comrade Colonel. After ending the call, silence enveloped both sides, as the colonel likely had to organize various matters for their arrival. After hearing the precautions, Jiang Xin resolved to draw the remaining jade pendants before entering the station, hoping they would provide additional assistance in the impending battle. After all, as the saying goes, a last-minute sharpening of the sword is not without merit. In the recent skirmish, Jiang Xin had only achieved 1 kill, and combined with the previous ones, he had just enough to synthesize a purple-level jade pendant. Now, he possessed 2 golden pendants and 8 purple ones. After washing his hands and lighting incense, he prepared to draw, when he suddenly noticed Hu Ba hiding in the corner, pretending to be invisible. To prevent further disturbances, Jiang Xin took it to an unoccupied room in the train. "You stay here, don't come out without my permission, and don't make a sound." After reiterating this instruction, he locked the door. Ensuring that his draw would proceed uninterrupted, he washed his hands again, lit mosquito coils as a substitute for incense, and quietly recited prayers to the heavens before activating the draws. Starting with the purple jade pendant, heavy locomotive plow, upgrade purple. The locomotive's original small plow has been upgraded to a heavy-duty plow constructed from 2 steel plates, allowing for free elevation and lowering. Effect: clears obstacles from the front of the locomotive and enhances its defensive capabilities while slightly reducing fuel consumption. Compound 74 syringe blueprint. Blueprint purple, type. Blueprint requires 20 mutant brain neural gels, 1 glass, 1 plastic, 1 rubber, and 2 metal parts to synthesize 2 compound 74 syringes. Effect: slightly enhances various physical attributes and has a high probability of triggering random gene mutations, with a very small chance, less than 1, of malignant mutations occurring, though not resulting in death. PS1. If used while undergoing mutations, it can reverse unknown mutations, converting them into mutations controlled by the compound. PS2. Mutations can stack, but be cautious of compatibility between mutations, as rejection may occur. All-band intelligence radio. Upgrade purple, communication distance, 3,000 kilometers effect, capable of receiving information across all frequency bands and automatically integrating it into the panel. Under-armorization. Upgrade purple. The train's external armor has been augmented with an additional 20 mm armor layer, enhancing the body's defense, enabling standard car bodies to be armored. As Jiang Xin continued to draw, a sudden blinding golden light erupted from his hand. Goodness! A legendary gold item. Chapter 28. Arrival at D6. Jiang Xin hurriedly followed the golden light, accessing the properties of the upgraded item. Starlit reverse fire engine. Upgrade gold. Amazingly, this upgrade enhanced the train's engine, elevating it from a mere white item to the legendary gold level. Upon inspecting the effects and attributes below, Jiang Xin felt his breath quicken with anticipation. Speed: 200 km/h. Fuel consumption: 0.105 Lt. Adversity growth: harsh environments will compel the engine to accumulate a unique form of energy, 0-100, unstoppable force. Consuming this special energy will activate a powerful state, enhancing the vehicle driven by the engine, raising the speed limit to 320 km/h, while fuel consumption will continue to escalate uncontrollably, enabling it to surmount any obstacle. Indomitable spirit. Even in the absence of any fuel or energy, one can still enter the unstoppable state, at the cost of depleting the vehicle's durability. Marvelous. Truly, my painstakingly saved cheat has not only met the minimum expectations but has yielded something significant. The arrival of the Inferno engine is indeed timely. Although it does not directly augment the combat capabilities of the train, it certainly ensures our escape is secure. Let us go for one last draw. I'll save the remaining 2 purple tokens for emergencies. I wonder if there exists anything beyond the legendary tier. I am eager to see for myself. Jiang Xin couldn't help but lick his lips. The recent acquisition of a golden legend had clearly left him in a euphoric state, and he now felt an overwhelming confidence in his luck. Give me a draw. Inventory expansion 1000. Purple increases the volume limit for stackable items. Expands special storage space in the inventory, allowing for the accommodation of large vehicles and living organisms. Not bad. The previous maximum size limit for stackable items was merely 2 cubic meters, and anything exceeding that could only be dismantled. Now, with a limit of 4 cubic meters, even smaller vans can be easily stored and stacked. One last draw. Let us go for broke. Jiang Xin, feeling exhilarated, decided to make a guaranteed draw. Golden amulet. Activate. With a flash of golden light, the heavy machine gun he just acquired underwent an upgrade enhancement. A 100 will. Upgrade gold. Type. Dual-barreled heavy machine gun. Caliber. 12.7, 108mm rate of fire. 800, 1600 RPM maximum range. 2800 m ammunition. 100 round box metal belt X2 effect 1. After firing 30 rounds in succession, it will enter Crimson Frenzy mode, significantly increasing rate of fire and damage, greatly enhancing its combat effectiveness. Effect 2. Switch to suppression mode, where both activation devices will operate alternately at a firing rate of 800 rounds per minute. Switch to burst mode, where both activation devices will operate simultaneously at a firing rate of 1,600 rounds per minute, also gaining a spark effect, slightly increasing damage. Goodness, this machine gun is already heavy. After being dual-barreled, including the ammunition, belts, and single box, it weighs over 80 kilograms. Even when empty, it still weighs more than 40 kilograms. Jiang Xin lifted it and found it wasn't as heavy as he had imagined. However, the thought of embracing such firepower in full operation was rather absurd. After suppressing his urge to gamble, Jiang Xin made his way to the driver's cabin. Though the control panel could operate the train, this was the first arrival of a new vehicle, and a sense of ceremony was in order. The final hour passed swiftly as the train entered a pitch-black tunnel within the mountain. Following the colonel's instructions, Jiang Xin reduced the speed. The tunnel felt akin to entering a black hole. Apart from the headlights at the front, there was no other source of light in the complete darkness of the tunnel. Jiang Xin relied on his sense of touch to perceive the terrain's changes. Ever since entering the tunnel, the train had been descending, as if delving into the Earth's core. During this descent, the radio signal became intermittent. And after several minutes, the rate of decline gradually diminished until it leveled out in the cabin. Jiang Xin noticed a light point suddenly appear ahead, which gradually enlarged, making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. Once his eyes adjusted to the light, the train had slowly entered D6. Jiang Xin couldn't help but widen his eyes. Despite being underground, the height of the ceiling, the concrete walls, and the spotlights overhead made it difficult to perceive that he was deep beneath the earth. The scene before him surpassed all imagination, with countless intersecting tracks resembling a spider's web, and trains of various lengths stationed at numerous platforms. Many were armed trains, akin to steel behemoths, equipped with various heavy weapons that glinted with a cold metallic sheen. Everything in D6 was bustling. Some were loading and unloading supplies for the trains, while others were performing maintenance on weapons and equipment. As he drove the train along the tracks, the busy onlookers curiously examined the foreign train, which included not only ranger soldiers but also several half-beast workers. "Hey comrade, follow us forward. The garage is ahead." The Colonel's Aurora slowly pulled alongside Jiang Xin, and the driver leaned out, waving his hand in greeting. Looking ahead, he saw a massive garage not far away, with the tracks gradually branching into several sidings leading into the garage. A structure loomed behind the garage, its pinnacle shimmering with lights, resembling an airport control tower underground. Showcasing the solemnity of D6 to all, Jiang Xin's heart raced uncontrollably. This place was even more vast and intricate than he had imagined. He was aware that, soon, a defensive battle might erupt here. This could very well be the first large-scale war he would participate in since entering this world of calamity. Confronted with the impending chaos of war, Jiang Xin's heart was not consumed by fear. Instead, it surged with an indescribable excitement and tension, a deep-seated yearning for battle. The several hundred-ton train, even after reducing speed in advance, required considerable time to come to a complete stop. Clack! The train came to a gradual halt at the garage platform, with Colonel Yurchenko already having jumped off the Aurora ahead of time. Rangers led the civilians towards the fortress in the rear. The mechanics aboard the train began to skillfully inspect it, appearing quite at ease in their tasks. Upon seeing Jiang Xin disembark, the colonel approached him immediately. "Welcome to D6, Comrade Jiang Xin. Regardless of whether you choose to stay and assist us, D6 will warmly welcome friends." In response to the colonel's enthusiasm, Jiang Xin sincerely replied, "Rest assured, Colonel, now that I am here, I have no intention of being a coward." Chapter 29. The Underground Pipeline System, Part 1. The two walked together as the colonel began to recount the history of D6 to Jiang Xin. Suddenly, Jiang Xin observed the half-beasts and inquired, "Colonel, I see there are half-beast mechanics in D6. May I ask what the situation is? Hearing Jiang Xion's question, the colonel turned in surprise. Of course. They are also a group of unfortunate souls. Do not be misled by the fierce appearance of the scavengers and wanderers. They are much like the traitors and scoundrels found among humans. The vast majority of them, like ordinary refugees, struggle to survive in the outside world. And the Rangers do not hesitate to accept them, not view them through a biased lens. Many among them are capable individuals, and they refer to themselves as fur people, which you may also call them. After the colonel's explanation, Jiang Xian nodded. It seems he had been too narrow-minded, as different worlds possess different worldviews. By the way, I have a passenger on my train who paid me for a ride. Since the Rangers are willing to accept them, might it be possible for him to disembark here? Jiang Xian had initially prepared to take Huba to the next station, but if the Rangers were willing to accommodate him, it would indeed be a better choice. That's easy, little boo. Come here and take someone to the Internal Affairs Department. Soon, that machine gunner took Huba away, presumably for identity verification at the Internal Affairs Department. Thus, a side quest was completed. 50,000 credits. I could easily purchase more weapons than that. Do I really need this paltry sum? Jiang Xian glanced at the task reward and was unable to contain his frustration, nearly spitting blood. After all, apart from the initial 500,000, he had amassed over 1,000,000 credits throughout his journey. However, seeing the title reward behind it provided some solace to his aggrieved heart. Diligent driver. Awarded for completing passenger transport tasks for the first time. Effect. Slightly increases the probability of receiving freight tasks. Sigh. I suppose it's better than nothing. Jiang Xian wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, as if providing someone a lift was an arduous task. After completing the arrival procedures, D6 even dispatched a group of workers to assist in cleaning the Aurora and Jiang Xian's train. Watching the workers dragging machines and using high-pressure water guns to wash the train's exterior, along with engineers diligently performing maintenance nearby, Jiang Xian wandered around D6 for a while. He wondered when the Iron Cross would launch their attack and began contemplating the information provided by the amulet. According to the information, remnants of the sanctified sect were said to exist within D6 underground laboratory. The problem was, as a newcomer, Jiang Xian was unsure whether this laboratory was located within D6 itself or deeper beneath it. Furthermore, apart from this piece of information, Jiang Xian had yet to hear anyone mention the sanctified sect, leaving him uncertain about the role this organization played in this world. Just as he pondered, the colonel led a fully armed squad of rangers towards him. Comrade, thank you once again for your support of D6. Would you like to take a stroll in the fortress city? I can provide you with a guide. Although the city is somewhat congested, it boasts numerous factories that sell armored trains, which I believe you will find quite useful. Jiang Xian did not rush to respond. Instead, she scrutinized the ranger squad and noticed that the warriors, who had previously donned light armor, were now outfitted in full bodysuits and carrying weapons, even flamethrowers. The colonel himself was no exception. However, their appearance did not suggest they were preparing for a mission. Rather, they resembled butchers from a slaughterhouse. Colonel, what is the purpose of this attire? Has something occurred? Facing Jiang Xian's puzzled gaze, the colonel couldn't help but laugh heartily. Could it be, my friend, that you wish to join us in clearing the subterranean piping system? The subterranean piping system? Jiang Xian's eyes brightened. She had been pondering how to access the fortress's underbelly, and this was akin to a pillow being offered during a moment of drowsiness, filling her with quiet joy. Naturally, we have a duty to fulfill, she replied without hesitation. Upon hearing Jiang Xian's willingness to join, the colonel became equally exhilarated. For him, Jiang Xian was a rare companion who suited his taste. Beneath this ancient fortress lies a labyrinthine network of pipes, akin to the veins of the earth, woven with the dust of a century's history. As they traversed through it, Jiang Xian could even discern traces of technology and maintenance from the previous century, the various flanges revealing but a glimpse of the piping system's vastness. Due to the D6 age, which spanned decades, if not centuries, the specifications and technological differences among the pipes had become increasingly pronounced over time. Colonel, you must have traversed this area numerous times. Could you share some insights regarding this underground piping system? Walking through the waterlogged passage, Jiang Xian hoped to glean some information about the sanctified order. These pipes, he began, within the vast industrial framework, they serve as the arteries of the city, maintaining the balance of production and daily life. Yet, Beneath this seemingly impervious structure lurk threats that silently erode the integrity of the pipes, posing not only risks to their stability but also potential dangers to the workers who come to maintain them. It is precisely for this reason that the ranger-like maintenance teams periodically delve into the depths of the pipes, engaging in silent battles to ensure the safety and functionality of this vital lifeline. The colonel continued his lengthy discourse, perhaps a trait of those advanced in years, rambling on for quite some time. Jiang Xin would have to summarize the information herself. In essence, such a colossal underground piping system inevitably harbors vulnerabilities. Although the task of clearing the drainage system was arduous, minor injuries and ailments were not included in this responsibility, as maintenance workers would tend to those. The true challenges faced by the ranger squad were the creatures lurking within the pipes and maintenance passages, mutant insects and subterranean beings. These creatures, of moderate size, navigated effortlessly through this piping system, often nesting in dark, damp corners. They were the genuine threats to safety. Their destruction of the piping system was as significant as any visible damage, for they not only compromised the pipes but also attacked the maintenance workers. Hence, it became imperative to regularly dispatch rangers to clear them out, lest greater losses ensue, echoing the ancient wisdom. A 1,000-mile dam can collapse due to an ant's nest. The same principle applies to this vast underground piping system. Noticing the colonel's increasingly meandering monologue, which had even begun to elevate into themes of human courage, Jiang Xin felt compelled to ask more specifically, "I have inadvertently heard of an organization called the Sanctified Order, which seems to be quite concerned about this matter. Colonel, with your vast experience, are you familiar with such an organization?" Chapter 30. The Underground Piping System, Part 2. The Sanctified Order, you say? The colonel pondered for a long moment before slowly responding. "I have indeed heard of it, primarily through our allies in the resistance. However, it does not carry a favorable reputation. We rangers are not well acquainted with it, but the resistance has conducted considerable research, and many are in pursuit of this secretive society. According to the colonel's account, the Sanctified Order is an organization possessing technology far beyond its time, originating from the official resistance, with numerous documents related to them. Moreover, some publicly available information suggests that the Iron Cross has connections to this organization." As they conversed, the group continued to delve deeper into the piping system. The accumulated water on the ground quietly rose to their ankles. The narrow maintenance passage was congested with layers of pipes, and seepage had become almost a norm. The lighting began to dim, even becoming damaged, and the passage gradually grew darker, with sounds of rustling in the shadows becoming increasingly frequent. The group was compelled to switch on their powerful flashlights to ensure visibility. Jiang Xin glanced at the map and realized they had descended to the third sublevel. Below this point, they would be departing from the map's markings, indicating they had reached the target area that required clearing. As expected, the colonel halted the idle chatter, and the atmosphere among the squad turned serious. "Comrades, we are now entering uncharted territory. All personnel, be on high alert. If it can be resolved with a flamethrower, refrain from using firearms. Team 1 over here, Team 2 over there. Little Blake, Jiang Xin, follow me this way. The mission begins, safety first, understood." As the colonel's command echoed, the group formed orderly lines and began to advance along their designated route. Just then, a shadow darted above Jiang Xin, but her speed and reflexes surpassed the ordinary. With a flash of her blade, she severed it in two. It was a common subterranean mutant spider, which feared light and fire and posed no real harm. Aside from its penchant for web weaving, it neither inflicted injuries nor damaged the pipes, so they could be disregarded. The true threats were the mutant cockroaches, which were far more formidable adversaries. Upon spotting the corpse of the creature, the colonel recognized its origin and began to inform Jiang Xin. Soon, the group encountered a small swarm of mutant cockroaches. These transformed cockroaches measured nearly a meter in length and half a meter in height, with legs as thick as a child's arm, and they could even fly. Yet their bodies remained flat, adapted for navigating the labyrinthine underground passages. As they approached, Blake and the colonel opened fire first. Two streams of fire erupted from the flamethrowers, striking the cockroaches several meters away, incinerating one in a blaze that extinguished in an instant. The remaining mutant cockroaches immediately lunged forward, but due to the narrowness of the passage, they could only face 2 or 3 at a time. At this moment, the advantages of the flamethrower became evident. Not only was there no concern for collateral damage to the pipes, but the fuel sprayed out could cover a vast area of the passage without the need for precise aiming. In the brilliant red glow of the flames, the small swarm of mutant cockroaches was utterly obliterated, reduced to charred remnants. They emitted a plume of black smoke that dissipated into the air with the slightest touch. Such mutated beings should not be viewed through the lens of science. No matter how many times one witnesses such scenes, they never grow tiresome, the colonel remarked while kicking the blackened remains aside. Continue onward. The appearance of swarms of cockroaches indicates a nearby nest. We must not let our guard down. As they pressed forward, the group systematically eliminated clusters of mutant cockroaches, several elongated mutant worms, and scorpions the size of cats, among others. They even eradicated numerous nests of subterranean creatures, such as rats, moles, and snakes. They collected a considerable amount of animal carcasses, which represented a rare source of meat for them, ensuring they were properly gathered. Likewise, Jiang Xin also claimed her share of trophies. The ranger squad bore no ill will toward her actions. They merely believed that Jiang Xin held a deep-seated vendetta against these mutated creatures, even allowing her to finish off half-dead insects. Before long, the group, wading through nearly half a meter of accumulated water, successfully completed their task of clearing the passage. Upon returning to their starting point and regrouping, the rangers surveyed their comrades and felt a wave of relief wash over them. The atmosphere among the group gradually grew more lively, with one exception, the colonel. Jiang Xin noticed the colonel wore a troubled expression and approached him, saying, "Colonel, is there a problem?" Hearing Jiang Xin's inquiry, everyone turned their gaze toward the colonel. He nodded, confirming that there was indeed an issue. "Do you recall what I mentioned earlier? Such a large number of mutant cockroaches indicates the presence of a nest. Yet, after our thorough sweep, we continue to encounter more cockroaches, while the nest remains elusive, leaving me quite uneasy. Perhaps they have migrated from another area?" "We may not have." A ranger attempted to provide a plausible explanation but was promptly interrupted by the colonel. "I understand your thoughts." The colonel paused before continuing. "I realize you do not wish to traverse the area again, but our oversight could endanger the maintenance workers who follow. These maintenance workers are not only technical experts but also selfless contributors. They are acutely aware of the unknown risks they face each time they enter the pipes, yet they proceed undeterred. We have an obligation to fulfill our duties, at the very least ensuring their working environment is safer. Do we not?" Upon hearing the colonel's words, the ranger squad fell into contemplation. After a lengthy silence, they silently picked up their flamethrowers and stood alongside the colonel. With a consensus reached, they once again stepped into the mission area. Due to the thorough cleansing that had already taken place, this venture proceeded exceptionally smoothly, devoid of any peculiar subterranean creatures or mutated insects. It appeared that everything had indeed been eradicated. As they neared their starting point, the group collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed that their leader had been overly apprehensive. Indeed, they had merely frightened themselves. Some of the rangers even began to jest about their commanding officer. The colonel smiled, unfazed by the banter of his subordinates, as the group ascended a staircase submerged in water, preparing to exit the area. A sudden and earth-shattering tremor shook the ground. The violent quaking nearly caused them to lose their footing. Yet it was a fleeting disturbance. Before they could catch their breath, a more intense and prolonged tremor followed. Accompanying the vibrations, the surrounding pipes began to rupture. Some flanges loosened, causing torrents of water to burst forth, drenching everyone. Others snapped in half entirely, unleashing cascades of water. What is happening? Chapter 31. The Battle Against the Mutant Insects, Part 1. Upon witnessing the gushing torrents, Jiang Xin immediately sensed trouble and shouted, "Run! We must get to higher ground. This place will inevitably be flooded." Hearing Jiang Xin's urgent call, the group sprang into action. However, the maintenance passage was narrow to begin with, and the forceful jets of water, combined with the violent tremors, made movement increasingly difficult. To make matters worse, a series of clattering sounds erupted from behind them as the partition walls began to collapse. It was akin to a domino effect, swiftly spreading beneath their feet. Suddenly, the world spun wildly around them, as if they had been thrust into a washing machine, continuing for some time until a violent impact finally allowed Jiang Xin to regain her footing. Supporting herself against a pipe to steady her balance, she surveyed her surroundings. Although still a corridor filled with pipes, it was evidently not the same place as before. The water now flowed toward a fissure leading deeper underground. Forming a whirlpool, as Jiang Xin ventured forward, she soon discovered a rusted sign, its surface etched with the faded number -5. Moving ahead, she quickly spotted the colonel, who had clearly taken a hard fall. For a man nearing 60, remaining conscious after such an ordeal was quite remarkable. After assisting the colonel to his feet and conducting a cursory inspection, Jiang Xin noted with relief that he bore no serious injuries. Nor was he missing any limbs. Could it be that the Iron Cross has launched an incursion while we were down here? She quipped. The colonel chuckled wryly and shook his head. Not likely. To create that kind of uproar, they would need to send their stronghold over personally, yet we still hold the nuclear bomb. They wouldn't dare expose themselves, at that moment, as if to respond to Jiang Xin's jest. The colonel's radio crackled to life. Attention all units, attention all units. A natural disaster storm has erupted prematurely and will be accompanied by earthquakes, torrential rains, hail, and other geological calamities. Please prepare for action. Immediately following, another announcement came through. All Ranger squads, please be advised. Reliable intelligence indicates that the Iron Cross-led invasion forces will launch an assault alongside the storm. All squads must regroup promptly. Upon receiving the colonel's acknowledgement, he quickly called for his team members to report in, confirming their numbers and assessing any casualties. 1, 2, 3.12, 13. All accounted for, reported a sergeant from the squad. Colonel, Blake hasn't responded. A wave of concern washed over the colonel, for it was his presence that had necessitated their stay below. Otherwise, they would not be trapped underground at this moment. Just then, a hoarse voice crackled through the radio. I'm fine, just unable to move. Cough, cough, and something feels off here. The colonel was right. There is indeed a mutant insect nest nearby. Cough, cough. Hearing Blake's voice, the colonel visibly relaxed, though the distress in Blake's tone indicated he was in poor condition. He immediately began to coordinate their response. Blake, stay alert and look for any signs. I will come to find you, while the rest of you regroup immediately. Once you've gathered, do not linger. Return to the upper hub and assist the other squads in defending D6. Understood. The Rangers received their orders and gradually converged, setting off toward the upper levels. Once the Rangers departed, the colonel removed the flamethrower he had been carrying and readied the short-barreled assault rifle hanging from his chest, a stockless AKS-74U. He then turned to Jiang Xin and said, use your weapon. Given the circumstances, there's no need for restraint. It's best to resolve this swiftly. Jiang Xin wholeheartedly agreed and also seized a 74U. This short-barreled rifle issued by D6, which was particularly suited for use in the cramped maintenance corridors. Meanwhile, Blake's voice crackled through the radio. Colonel, I see a sign. It reads -7 Black Hole Laboratory, and there are many mutant insect larvae. I think I've fallen into their lair. Copy that. Stay quiet. We're on our way. Without a moment's hesitation, the colonel climbed down through the fissure, with Jiang Xin following closely behind. They quickly descended the waterway to level -7. Upon arrival, they soon heard the rapid crack of gunfire echoing nearby. Rat-a-tat-tat, Colonel. The insects have spotted me. They're surrounding me. The frantic voice over the radio, interspersed with the hissing of insects and the din of gunfire, heightened their senses. Following the beam of a tactical flashlight towards the source of the gunfire, they witnessed flames roaring and a swarm of insects surging forth. Rat-a-tat-tat, the two immediately opened fire, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the mutant cockroaches. Although the gunfire was akin to pouring water, the confined space and the dense mass of enemies provided ample targets, resulting in many cockroaches being torn to shreds. With the relentless suppression of bullets, they swiftly moved closer to Blake's position. Cough, cough. You arrived quite swiftly. I just set their hatchery ablaze, and I thought I was about to be torn apart by these insects. Blake was pinned beneath a steel beam, covered by a concrete slab, which accounted for his predicament, but it did not hinder his chatter. Blake, didn't we tell you to remain silent? The colonel chided, unable to mask his frustration. How did you make such a ruckus? I was puzzled by the fire. 1, 2, 3. Heave. Ha! The colonel scolded Blake while simultaneously assisting Jiang Xin in lifting the concrete slab off his leg. Jiang Xin quickly dragged him out, firing intermittently to suppress the encroaching insects. Blake, can you still move? Just barely, Colonel, Blake replied, limping slightly but still capable of combat. All right, I'll support you. Jiang Xin, let us find a way back up. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with the insects later. The colonel helped Blake while calling out to Jiang Xin, who continued to unleash fire upon the swarm. The colonel assumed she was merely venting her frustrations on the insects. But Jiang Xin was contemplating clearing the swarm before seeking out the laboratory Blake had mentioned. At that moment, a cacophony of shrill screeches erupted from the swarm, heralding the emergence of a massive insect from the depths of the horde. Chapter 32. The Battle Against the Mutant Insects, Part 2. What in the world is that? Jiang Xin gasped, her eyes widening as she beheld the enormous creature measuring over 1 meter in height and 3 meters in length. Observing the reaction of the swarm, it was evident that such creatures were not solitary. More of these colossal insects began to emerge one after another. Jiang Xin immediately concentrated her fire on the first one to surface. Squeezing the trigger relentlessly, rat-a-tat-tat, however, while the bullets shattered its exoskeleton, the damage inflicted was minimal. Even after several rounds struck its head, causing penetrating wounds, the creature pressed forward unperturbed. Clack, clack. The relentless assault only served to enrage it, unleashing a piercing shriek that resonated painfully in their ears. This is bad. Turn off the lights. It's a giant mutated mole cricket. It has a strong phototropic response and has assimilated some characteristics of cockroaches, making it extremely difficult to kill. Do not engage directly. We must retreat and regroup. Heeding the colonel's warning, the two promptly extinguished their flashlights and, relying on the flickering flames, fled in the opposite direction alongside the colonel. Damn it! The left side has collapsed. We have nowhere to go. We need to find a place to take cover, the colonel exclaimed, surveying the passageway that had been blocked by debris from the earthquake. Blake, the laboratory you mentioned earlier, which direction is it? It should be just ahead on this side. Blake pointed toward a corridor. Listening to the exchange, Jiang Xin felt a surge of hope. Fortune had turned unexpectedly. You two go ahead. I'll hold them off and buy you some time. After ensuring the safety of the two, she turned back and drew the 14 Malawian kwacha's EBR from her backpack. Enough with the charade. I am laying my cards on the table. The mid-range power rounds have proven ineffective against you, yet I refuse to believe that the full power rounds will not pierce your defenses. Bang, bang, bang. As the dimming glow of gunfire flickers, bullets whiz towards the colossal mutated insect at the forefront. The potency of the full-power armor-piercing rounds is indeed remarkable. With the colonel's guidance, Jiang Xin abandons her fixation on targeting its head, redirecting her aim towards its limbs and torso to effectively incapacitate its mobility. This strategy proves fruitful. With severed appendages and splattering ichor, the giant insect tumbles to the ground, flailing its dual blades in vain. Unable to regain its footing, bang 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 da bang bang bang. Amidst the gunfire, the colonel's voice rises from behind. Jiang Xin, hurry, we've located the laboratory. After expending the last few rounds in her magazine, she swiftly loads a fragmentation grenade. Boom! Mere seconds after dashing out, steel balls and shrapnel erupt behind her. Ignoring the aftermath of her assault, she stows her weapon and races towards the commotion. Upon reaching her companions, she discovers them laboriously attempting to pry open the laboratory's grand door. Lend a hand. This contraption seems to be from another era, completely incompatible with D6 specifications. IT doesn't budge. It feels as if it's rusted shut. Hearing this, Jiang Xin promptly steps forward to assist, but despite the combined strength of the three, the alloy door remains immovable. Time, however, waits for no one. The creatures are relentlessly advancing, their click-clacking movements drawing nearer. Am I to be regarded as a mere sickly cat? If necessary, I shall charge forth. You two continue to devise a way to breach this door. I shall see which of these creatures dares to approach. With that declaration, Jiang Xin turns back towards the passage, retrieving her heavy machine gun from her backpack, a weapon of formidable caliber. As she gazes at the approaching swarm, an exhilarated grin spreads across her face, morphing into something more sinister. Suppression mode, fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat, the twin barrels unleash a torrent of flames, the explosive gunfire reverberating through the narrow corridor. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Xin is oblivious to the chaos. A singular thought consumes her mind. Fire! The insects are now mere inches away, and she can discern the monstrous mandibles and scythe-like fangs of the giant insect as they swing menacingly toward her. But in the blink of an eye, Everything transforms into an ephemeral illusion. The metallic storm of 12.7mm bullets proves far more effective than swatting mosquitoes with an anti-aircraft gun. Within mere seconds, 2 belts of 100 rounds each are unleashed upon the horde, the barrels glowing faintly and billowing smoke from the intense discharge. In that instant, not a single insect remains standing in the corridor. The ground is a gruesome tableau of severed limbs and insect viscera splattered upon the concrete. Even the walls and pipes of the passage are marred, riddled with craters left by the barrage. The door is open. Come back. The colonel's voice calls from behind, but Jiang Xin hears it as if through a haze, her mind overloaded, struggling to process his words. What did you say? Speak louder. I said the door is open. Hurry. The colonel repeats, raising his voice. At last, Jiang Xin comprehends. Returning to the entrance, she finds that indeed, the door has swung open, but not by force. Its sudden opening perplexes her as she glances at her companions. It opened on its own. Come inside quickly. Those creatures will soon return in force. We should take refuge here. Jiang Xin agrees wholeheartedly. After all, the purpose of this descent was to locate a laboratory. She swiftly enters, followed closely by the others. Just as they prepare to barricade the entrance against the next wave of insects, the door slams shut with a resounding thud. A profound silence envelopes the air. The three exchange bewildered glances, momentarily dumbfounded. What does this mean? Are we trapped inside? Jiang Xin approaches the wall, feeling for any semblance of a switch. She attempts to pry the door open, but its interior is unnaturally smooth. Devoid of handholds, the colonel and the injured Blake also refuse to accept defeat, and after a futile effort, they arrive at the same conclusion. They are indeed confined within. The atmosphere falls once more into silence. With no options left, Jiang Xin begins to scrutinize the laboratory that has ensnared them. The entire space resembles an inverted semicircle, spacious yet foreboding, with celestial models suspended from the dome above. At the center lies a pitch-black sphere. Seemingly devoid of reflection, Jiang Xin recalls Blake mentioning the laboratory's name. The Black Hole Laboratory? It appears to indeed be dedicated to the study of black holes, but what do the green lines connecting these models signify? After fiddling with the models connected by the green lines without grasping their meaning, Jiang Xin restores them to their original state, wary of inadvertently damaging what might hold the key to their salvation. Come quickly. This is extraordinary. I sense this may be the key to our escape. The colonel calls out, seemingly having made a discovery. Approaching closer, Jiang Xin observes the colonel standing atop a platform composed of hexagons. With each step he takes, the hexagonal prisms beneath him depress slightly. At the center of the platform lies a hexagon adorned with a distinctive emblem. Look at these. I believe this is some sort of mechanism. If we can decipher it, we may find a way out. Blake, upon hearing the colonel's hypothesis, gasps in disbelief. Colonel, are you certain you aren't referring to the tropes found in treasure-hunting novels from the 21st century? Yet Jiang Xin sees no fault in the colonel's assertion. Having been a youth molded by the trials of the outside world, he is open to such concepts. Unbeknownst to the trio, this is not a mechanism at all. Rather, it is a sophisticated body analyzer, still operational thanks to a backup power source, having endured countless years. Just as Jiang Xin wanders aimlessly across the platform, searching for a potential pattern, the laboratory suddenly emits a series of intermittent beeping sounds. Click, click. As the machines were to life, the hexagonal platform begins to descend methodically, prompting the three to dash to the side, fearful of being ensnared within the machinery. After a series of descents, the platform forms a staircase, revealing concealed treasures below. Once the machines cease their operation, Jiang Xin and her companions cautiously approach the lower level. There, they discover 2 items: an unidentifiable iron mass and a piece of parchment made from peculiar sheepskin. Jiang Xin picks up the parchment, deciphering the worm-like script with ease. Blake, limping, and the colonel also draw near, intrigued by its contents. After a glance, they wear expressions of utter confusion, as the text remains incomprehensible to them. Do you understand what it says? They inquire of Jiang Xin, who pauses for a moment before responding. I comprehend some of it, but not extensively. I can provide a rough translation for you. Clearing her throat, Jiang Xin begins, Greetings, pioneers of the new era. By the time you read this letter, we will have long departed this realm, perhaps 10 years or more in that dark and ignorant age. We were the outliers. A step ahead of the world. Let us refer to ourselves as the ancient pioneers. We once desperately sought the existence of a deity, but through the passage of time, we realized that no God exists. Yet we ultimately discovered an existence far older than ourselves the first day. For a considerable period, we created remarkable inventions, silently advancing the world's progress, albeit at the cost of numerous unethical tragedies. War was never our intention. Even so, as we resolved to depart, our technological and cultural advancements had not kept pace. We hope that those who follow will venture further in the pursuit of truth, rather than becoming ensnared in endless internal strife. Since you have passed our tests, it indicates your worthiness to receive our bequeathed gifts. There are more remnants hidden in the corners of the world. Perhaps you may seek them out, but of course, much will still depend on your own efforts. The Hermit's to be frank, the parchment contains far more than what Jiang Xin has recounted. It is laden with elaborate phrasing and embellishments, rendering it lengthy and obscure. Jiang Xin selectively conveys only the most representative excerpts, intentionally omitting sections regarding human experimentation and the origins of the half-beasts. Nonetheless, even with these omissions, the message brims with significance. Upon hearing Jiang Xin's account, the Colonel and Blake remain unconcerned about the gifts mentioned. Their focus is instead on the pressing question, is that all? It doesn't say how we can get out? The Colonel's concern is palpable. For him, the laboratory lies directly beneath D6. It won't sprout legs and flee. If there were any secrets to uncover, they could simply be handed over to the experts in the fortress for study. Meanwhile, his subordinates are truly in peril, facing battles at every turn. He yearns to return to their side. It seems there is a mention of .Wait. Let me see. Jiang Xin places her hand upon the iron mass as described in the letter, and suddenly, its surface begins to crack, revealing a flickering blue light from within the fissures. However, it lasted only a few seconds before it dimmed and turned red, accompanied by a series of beeping sounds. What is happening? Is it about to explode? Blake was clearly startled and hurriedly inquired. The Colonel reprimanded, Blake, be quiet. Don't disturb him. Indeed, there was a problem. As stated in the letter, only one person could remain here. Upon hearing this, the Colonel quickly guided Blake away from the area. Jiang Xin once again pressed her palm against the surface. The flickering blue light abruptly shifted to green, indicating successful verification. In that instant, a hexagonal barrier rose, isolating the two from Jiang Xin. Simultaneously, the mechanical vibrations seemed to attract the mutated insects outside, which began to swarm around the laboratory entrance point. One could even hear the sound of claws scraping against steel. Nevertheless, Jiang Xin remained unfazed, operating with calm precision. Click-click, the iron mass slowly unfolded, resembling an armor that spread across her upper body. Click-click, as the helmet gradually locked into place, it truly transformed into a full suit of armor, perfectly fitted onto Jiang Xin. Yet, just as the binding was complete, the armor swiftly retracted. Jiang Xin had no time to inspect it and hurriedly stowed it away, while the surrounding walls began to lower. Upon seeing the Colonel and Blake, Jiang Xin called out, It's not a big deal. Come here. It's time to go back. The Colonel and Blake relaxed their defensive stances and quickly approached Jiang Xin's position. Get ready. We are about to exit. As the words left her lips, the small platform they stood upon began to rise rapidly, soaring towards the ceiling. An opening appeared and swiftly closed again, plunging the surroundings into darkness before the platform finally came to a halt after a considerable ascent, accompanied by mechanical sounds. Have we arrived? Should we turn on the flashlight? This was Blake's voice. Hold on, we wouldn't want to attract those insects again, came the Colonel's response. Click. This was the sound of Jiang Xin turning on the flashlight, instantly illuminating the environment. You little rascal. Didn't I tell you not to turn on the lights yet? The Colonel grumbled, turning to look in the direction of the light, his tone softening involuntarily. What the hell is this? After all, we made it up here, didn't we? Let us first see how to ascend. Jiang Xin illuminated the map beside the sign, noting that these maps bore the D6 steel stamp, so they should be reliable. Soon, the trio followed the map's guidance. Moments later, they returned to the D6 sewage treatment plant. The Colonel supported the limping Blake as they made their way to the army hospital, while Jiang Xin returned to the train, casting a glance at the backpack on the panel where an inconspicuous iron mass lay quietly inside. Observing its epic quality and a long list of effect descriptions, Jiang Xin couldn't help but smile. This was undoubtedly Jiang Xin's greatest harvest from this venture, the gift mentioned in the letter from the Holy Quality Hermit Society. Chapter 34. The Hermit Spider. Jiang Xin clicked to view the details. No energy hermit spider, purple type, transformational full body armor, cannot unfold, bulletproof level, level 7 effect 1, double jump, capable of spanning a distance of 5 meters, consuming energy for a second boost. Unavailable, effect 2. High alert, the hermit spider will provide advance warning of the direction of danger. Effect 3. Automatic repair, it will slowly self-repair but can also consume a large amount of energy for accelerated repairs. Unavailable, effect 4. Intermittent shield, consumes energy to form a shield that can withstand one attack of any kind, with a limit, and it shatters after any single attack. The shield requires a cooldown of 6 seconds after shattering. Unavailable, an epic item indeed made the journey worthwhile, boasting 4 effects, surpassing the legendary quality items Jiang Xin currently possessed. Most importantly, the 7-level bulletproof rating, though many effects were unavailable due to a lack of energy. Nevertheless, this armor was exceptionally valuable. Furthermore, Jiang Xin believed that the energy issue would not trouble her for long. Not to mention, the 4th effect had only a 6-second cooldown, making it potentially invincible if utilized wisely. Speaking of energy, Jiang Xin suddenly recalled the energy core obtained earlier. Its description mentioned that it could supply power to the train or equipment, and it seemed plausible that it could also recharge the hermit spider. Deep in thought, Jiang Xin retrieved the energy core. However, looking at the 2 pieces of equipment before her, she was uncertain how to recharge the hermit spider in its retracted state. The hermit spider was merely a square iron mass, but it lacked the energy to unfold. After searching the surface, Jiang Xin found no slots or reactors. This left her perplexed. Surely, it couldn't be that charging required it to unfold, and without energy, it couldn't open. Creating a paradoxical loop, could it? Had the clever minds of the Hermit Society never considered that the hermit spider might one day run out of power? Jiang Xin absent-mindedly tapped on the hermit spider, and suddenly, a crack on the side began to emit sounds. A layered small window blossomed like a lotus, and upon comparing its size with the energy core, Jiang Xin realized it fit perfectly inside. Such a discreet charging method, truly the cleverness of the Hermit Society, Jiang Xin remarked, half in praise and half in jest. Watching as the prefix of the hermit spider's name was removed and its skills gradually transitioned to usable status, she couldn't help but wear a satisfied expression. Admiring her character panel, she contemplated her extraordinary equipment and skill configuration. Compared to her fellow survivors, the disparity might be as vast as that between humans and dogs. Speaking of those survivors, Jiang Xin recalled the mention of the disaster outbreak on the walkie-talkie and wondered how they were faring. Perhaps she could take the opportunity to sell some items for profit. With this thought, Jiang Xin opened the chat channel, only to find it filled with despair, with over 500 individuals lost. Who can save me? Trading a car shell, I feel like I'm freezing to death. Cold rain beating on my face. Is anyone selling weapons? I'm in urgent need. Is there a big shot offering weapons? Armed personnel are holed up at the station ahead. We can split the profits. Jiang Xin glanced over the messages and noticed that as survivors drove their trains deeper into this world, their demand for weapons had significantly increased. This was a prime opportunity to capitalize. After crafting her advertisement, Jiang Xin proceeded with her audacious decision to post a pinned message. Don't miss out on this overnight military clearance sale. Are you still troubled by formidable foes? Are you being chased by enemies? Come check out these essential items for home and travel: handguns, submachine guns, shotguns, rifles. We have ample ammunition, bulletproof vests, helmets, and tactical gear. Everything you need is here. Check the list picture. The price list is here. For special items, please message me privately. Jiang Xin's pinned message instantly ignited the chat channel, even drawing out long-time lurkers, as messages surged like a tidal wave, refreshing at an unprecedented speed. Heavens! What is this? Did you raid a military base? So many guns. Oh, why? I just reached the 3rd station, and someone has become an arms dealer already? Big shot. Take me in. 6. Hee. Even if we start over, will there always be a disparity between people? What a despairing world. Big shot, I messaged you. I have some high-quality items. What price do you think they can fetch? Please, be generous. Brother, you have so many weapons already. Could you not do some charity? Would you rather watch your compatriots suffer? Among the numerous replies, there were offers to purchase, requests for freebies, and lamentations about the unfairness of the world. Yet, there were also some who wished to be generous and felt an inflated sense of superiority. Observing the chat box, which resembled a roaring tsunami, Jiang Xin felt fortunate that she had enabled the Do Not Disturb mode for private messages in advance. Otherwise, the incessant notification sounds would be quite a headache. Meanwhile, in the trading channel, various old World War II firearms and miscellaneous weapons and ammunition were being traded rapidly. The materials and disaster coins in Jiang Xin's backpack were visibly increasing. Her plan was simple. She wouldn't sift through the old guns one by one via private messages, instead using them to exchange for basic materials and disaster coins, a way to give back to the seasoned survivors and help them thrive. As for the premium rifles and equipment, she needed to filter those carefully. Otherwise, she could end up with a pile of materials for a substantial loss. Moreover, possessing some quality goods would continuously attract more high-quality clientele. Wouldn't it? Jiang Xin quickly scanned through her private messages, realizing that her filtering scope was still too broad. She decisively chose to expand her filtering keywords and eliminated another batch of opportunistic messages. Among the remaining private messages, Jiang Xin soon discovered some good offers. For example, hardened paint, blue effect, vehicle body coating, enhances the body's defense. 1 barrel is sufficient to coat one car compartment. This individual wanted to trade 10 barrels of paint for a carbine. Fair enough. 174 you exchanged. Air conditioning, green effect. Consumes energy to regulate indoor temperature, range of 12-38. Wanting to trade for an FNFAL assault rifle seemed a bit fanciful. A lever-action rifle would suffice. What? You disdain a .308 lever-action rifle and want to trade for a shotgun. All right, done. Initially intending to haggle, perhaps even offering a few bullets, the outcome was unexpected as I found myself dealing with a soft target. One who, rather than engaging in negotiation, inflicted harm upon himself right from the outset. Amidst a flurry of private messages, Jiang Xin quickly discovered a set of valuable items in a message from his familiar client. Huang Chun. Chapter 35. The Call to War, Part 1. Huang Chun. Dear sir, please take a look at this set of items. Could we perhaps exchange them for some explosives, preferably of a greater potency? I am in urgent need. Image. Upon viewing the images sent by Huang Chun, Jiang Xin couldn't help but gasp in astonishment at the quality. A complete set of purple air purification systems, encompassing a positive and negative pressure fresh air system, an electric control system for doors and windows, and a harmful substance purification system, 3 entire systems. Jiang Xin, where did you acquire such fine items? I have a few RGD-33 grenades available for trade, which could be fashioned into a cluster grenade with considerable power. As soon as Jiang Xin sent the message, he received an instant reply. Huang Chun, thank you, sir. I thought you might not be interested in these items. Interestingly, ever since I entered the underground rail system, all the available platforms have been subterranean, with only a few being semi-underground. These items are what I retrieved from a cargo box left behind on the platform. It must be said, Huang Chun's luck was indeed remarkable, encountering a small arms cache at the first station despite a number of empty boxes. At this station, he struck gold right away, and with his request for explosives, it was clear he was preparing for a significant haul. Jiang Xin held a favorable view of this longtime client, envisioning a potential for a lasting business relationship. Jiang Xin, by the way, have you come across any items related to the FBC? Huang Chun, apologies, sir. I have searched thoroughly along the way, but found nothing. After acquiring the Hermit Spider, Jiang Xin became particularly attentive to the peculiar organizations within the disaster-stricken world, with the notorious actions of the FBC leaving a profound impression on him. Thus, he was acutely interested in information regarding this organization. Jiang Xin pondered for a moment before sending Huang Chun another trade proposal. Jiang Xin, I will give you this STG-44 as a reward for any FBC-related items you might find. But remember, should you encounter anything linked to the FBC, contact me first. Their notorious activities may leave an indelible mark on you. The ST-44 he sent was scavenged from the Scavenger Fortress, accompanied by 3 30-round magazines of 7.9 to 33mm ammunition, which would compensate for Huang Chun's shortfall in mid-range firepower. Soon, Jiang Xin received a heartfelt reply from Huang Chun, expressing gratitude to the point of tears, and mentioning a desire to acknowledge him as a father figure. Jiang Xin felt such sentiments were unnecessary. He was far too young to bear such titles. After completing the transaction and exchanging exploration information with Huang Chun, Jiang Xin proceeded to install the items acquired through the trade. Most of the items were practical for use on the train, along with a few blueprints. Regardless of their immediate utility, acquiring them was of paramount importance. The living carriage now possessed a semblance of comfort, featuring not only air conditioning and television, but also a washing machine, a fully equipped kitchen, and a portable restroom. With the air purification system installed, complementing the basic ventilation system already present in the engine, the living quarters had truly entered an era of intelligent living. As Jiang Xin admired the newly transformed carriage, his satisfaction grew. That moment, a private message from a certain Vladimir Yurchenko appeared. Initially taken aback, he quickly realized that this was a feature enabled by the radio's upgrade, allowing direct communication via the panel. The attack route of the Iron Cross has been determined. If you wish to join, please assemble at the Aurora. We will participate in the first wave of the counterattack against the Iron Cross. Understood, Colonel. I will be there. Jiang Xin promptly replied through the panel, and the radio simultaneously relayed the message. The prospect of not having to pilot his train into battle alleviated any concerns about potential damage, which was excellent news for him. He did not carry much with him and made his way directly to the Aurora. After all, everything was already packed in his backpack. Upon arriving at the platform, he noticed that, aside from the colonel's squad of rangers, 3 other teams of over 10 members each were already aboard the train, ready for combat. Hey, Jiang Xin, you finally made it. Thank you for your contributions to D6, and this time, you will finally get to see our prized possession. The colonel greeted Jiang Xin with a broad smile. There's no need for such easily misinterpreted words. Gratitude is unnecessary. I will certainly not let the Iron Cross's head slip away. As they spoke, the two of them casually strolled onto the Aurora. Within the train's cockpit, the crew had already warmed the boiler. As a steam locomotive imbued with a sense of history, the Aurora resonated with an air of iron and bloodshed. Gazing at the complex instruments and steam pipes in the cabin stirred a thrilling sense of anticipation within Jiang Xin. The colonel guided Jiang Xin to the open weapons compartment, where the mechanics of D6 were conducting final checks on the rooftop turret and transporting ammunition. The other team members were also busy inspecting their weapons. As these were their lifelines in the battlefield, no one would take chances with their lives. After some light banter, Jiang Xin managed to familiarize himself with the others. His sharp eyes spotted an unusually large artillery shell among the transported ammunition. Its caliber was extraordinarily large, measuring over 200 mm. This was clearly not something typical of conventional artillery. The colonel could easily sense Jiang Xion's burning curiosity and chuckled. This is the shell for our prized possession. It will surely deliver a satisfying blast. As their conversation continued, the command to depart was issued. Under the crew's control, the Aurora surged forward, roaring towards the tunnel entrance. Amidst the steam engine's thunderous roar and the clamor of the departing train, they sped out of the depot, each heading towards their respective targets. Thus, the curtain on war began to rise with the sound of the train's whistle. What Jiang Xin remained unaware of was that behind them, within the underground cityscape, countless men, women, and children were fervently praying for the soldiers embarking on their mission, wishing for their safe return. Even while laboring tirelessly in factories, they did not forget, for they had witnessed a world devoid of humanity. For them, this underground base was a veritable Eden amidst the apocalypse. They understood precisely who was safeguarding this land where civilization still lingered. The world seemed to be engulfed in darkness, illuminated only intermittently by flashes of lightning, briefly illuminating the earth. The howling winds ravaged the open wilderness as a train, its lights extinguished, belched forth thick, black smoke, speeding out of a tunnel towards the distance. Torrential raindrops pelted against the train's body, and the howling wind, coupled with the vibrations of the tracks, reverberated through the carriage. Chapter 36, The Call to War, Part 2. At this moment, the carriage was shrouded in silence. All unnecessary lights had been extinguished, leaving only a tungsten lamp glowing dimly in the fully enclosed armed compartment. Beneath the yellowish light, the colonel stood before a map, making final preparations for the upcoming operation. As the Aurora arrived at the designated position as a long-range support unit. The comrades from Sparta would assist in the defense. The knights and the members of Han Luo would then proceed to scout the designated targets on their own. The three names mentioned by the colonel were the codenames of the ranger squads accompanying them, and the leaders of the three teams nodded in understanding. These tasks had been assigned prior to departure, and naturally, there were no objections. That will be all. Lastly, ensure you check your gas masks. Make sure to wear them once we disembark. Do not harbor any false hopes. The disaster storm has already erupted, and debris laden with contaminants may descend at any moment. We hope to avoid any non-combat casualties. This time, the colonel refrained from lengthy speeches. Succinctly summarizing each team's assignments, he then fell silent, allowing everyone a final moment to double-check their gear. The steam train howled through the mountains, gradually slowing down until it came to a halt on a track surrounded by mountains. Everyone donned their gas masks, and amidst the clattering of weapons and gear, they began to exit the Aurora one by one. Jiang Xin, similarly clad in a level 4 helmet and gas mask, followed the others out of the carriage. On the way, Jiang Xin had already understood that this mission was for long-range support, so he did not equip the hermit spider but instead donned a phantom cloak. As soon as he stepped outside the carriage, the torrential rain quickly drenched him, leaving him soaked to the bone. The howling of the hurricane through the treetops sounded like the wailing of malevolent spirits, interspersed with flying debris that struck the carriage with a jarring crash. With intermittent flashes of lightning, Jiang Xin spotted three other trains stationed ahead of the Aurora. Despite their varying lengths, they shared a common feature. Each had a cannon barrel pointed skyward from one of their carriages. At this moment, the Knight and Han Luo teams, having briefly assembled, ventured further into the storm. Sparta also began constructing an early warning line around them. The crew of the Aurora likewise busied themselves. As the top of the carriage designated for storing supplies slowly opened, revealing a cannon barrel nearly 6 meters long, raised high like the others, the colonel approached Jiang Xin with a sense of pride and remarked, "The SM-240 mortar, with a caliber of 240 mm, is more commonly known by its evocative name, the Tulip. Surely, you have heard of it?" Although Jiang Xin had her suspicions upon glimpsing the barrel, she refrained from making any hasty judgments. Mindful of the potential discrepancies between their two worlds, good heavens, how did you manage to transport such a colossal piece onto a train? Do you regularly haul this behemoth around? Although the colonel's expression was obscured, Jiang Xion's astonishment clearly brought him immense satisfaction. "Ha! I shan't keep you in suspense. This is the D6 signature piece, one of the few large-caliber artillery still in production today." As they conversed, a sudden explosion mingled with the howling wind, momentarily stalling the communications over the radio. However, the broadcast soon shattered the silence. "The Iron Cross has launched an offensive along the designated route. Our comrades at the defensive fortifications have engaged the enemy's vanguard. Estimated personnel count, 3,000, along with countless half-beasts and other aberrations. All squads, assume battle readiness and prepare to engage." Following the command center's announcement, the channel fell silent once more, save for the incessant beeping of incoming messages. As the first shot rang out, no one had the luxury to chatter idly on the channel. After a protracted wait, the command center's orders reverberated through the radio once again. "Attention, artillery units 3 to 6. Enemy artillery coordinates, 1-7-5-0, range 4-7-6-0, fire a test shot. Repeat, enemy artillery coordinates." Before the command center could continue its repetition, the operators swiftly entered the coordinates into the ballistic computer. Coordinates, 1-7-5-0, ready, range, 4-7-6-0, ready, fire. Following meticulous adjustments, the four tulips fired in unison. In an instant, the thunderous roar of cannon fire drowned out the tempestuous winds, duong duong. Amidst the cacophony of artillery, the shells soared towards their long-awaited targets at nearly 3 times the speed of sound. After a brief silence, perhaps 10 seconds, or possibly 20, the sound of 4 artillery blasts reached the ears of the onlookers. Effective bombardment. Range reduced to 4-0-38 cluster munitions. Fire at will. Repeat. Range reduced. Correction. Range 4-7-1-0. Ready. Loading 3-8 shells. Fire at will. Upon receiving the command to fire at will, the crew sprang into action once more. The Tulip, as a large-caliber mortar, possessed numerous advantages. Yet, its sole drawback lay in its intricate loading process. A 240 mm cluster shell weighed over 200 kilograms. Attempting to load it from the muzzle, as one might with a conventional mortar, was an absurdity. The tulip could only be loaded from the rear after leveling the barrel, a process that typically took around a minute. However, in light of its formidable power, such inconveniences were trivial. Ready, fire! With the command issued, the colossal guns resumed their thunderous roar. Meanwhile, a convoy of ragtag soldiers surged at the forefront of the line. These vehicles were flanked by numerous expendable units, charging ahead. Among them was Ma Tianai, a minor leader within the vagabond ranks, who sat in the passenger seat of a dilapidated off-road vehicle. Feeling utterly despondent, he could not fathom why his leader had suddenly chosen to heed the Iron Cross's call to assault some fortress. With the meager scrap metal at their disposal, facing such an inhumane foe would only lead them to become mere fodder. What irked him further was the ominous signs of a tempest brewing just before the offensive, which had hastened their advance. Reluctantly, he found himself compelled to follow suit. Fortunately, he remained unscathed thus far. At least intact in body and limb. Damn that old ghost! Forcing us to take the front lines while he stays safe in the rear. That old coot should just hurry up and kick the bucket. Ma Tianai muttered curses under his breath, casting a venomous glance at the train behind him, where his leader and their inner circle resided. As a relatively insignificant figure, he found himself leading the charge in a battered vehicle. As if the heavens had heard Ma Tianai's grievances, a fleeting glance upward revealed ominous flashes of lightning illuminating several aerial objects. His elongated face contorted in horror, the already swollen features from his gas mask becoming grotesque. Chapter 37. Listening to the Echoes of Death, Part 1, Bombardment. It's TND bombardment. How can there be artillery fire? Run. Step on it and go. The driver, bewildered by his leader's sudden frenzy, was abruptly yanked aside as Ma Tianai seized control of the vehicle, veering it towards the outskirts of the convoy. Yet, mere seconds later, a deafening explosion erupted behind them. The shockwave from the blast swiftly caught up with their battered vehicle. Buzzing at that moment, Ma Tianai's mind was engulfed by the sound of the explosion. The violent force causing stars to dance before his eyes, rendering him incapable of processing anything further. He only knew to push the accelerator to the floor, leaving the rest to fate. Time elapsed. Though he could not ascertain how long, gradually, the buzzing in his head subsided, allowing him to regain a semblance of awareness. He soon realized that the battered off-roader had been flipped over by the shockwave, and the accelerator had indeed been pressed to the floor. The subordinate he had so hastily pulled aside had become his sacrificial pawn. Coming to his senses, Ma Tianai felt pain coursing through his body. As though he had been relentlessly rubbed against a washboard. Struggling, he turned his gaze toward the impact site of the shell. All that remained was a vast crater, alongside a twisted and charred wreckage reminiscent of a giant serpent. The shell had struck the train's front, obliterating everything aboard and reducing the vehicle to scrap. Surely, that old wretch inside had met the same fate. Boom, 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 a series of successive explosions erupted. Flames shooting skyward as shattered metal fragments and dismembered limbs rained down like a torrential downpour. What is happening? What is happening? One of Ma Tianai's surviving subordinates groggily regained consciousness, bewildered by the scene unfolding before them. Lu Zi, quick, escape. Find somewhere to hide. Ma Tianai grasped the young man, urging him to flee. Although Lu Zi was equally confused, he trusted his leader's instincts, and together they stumbled toward the periphery. However, maneuvering through the throng of panicked soldiers proved arduous. They had scarcely made it a dozen meters when a speeding armored vehicle collided with them. After sacrificing yet another subordinate, Ma Tianai fortuitously landed in a ditch created by the debris. Resolving to remain hidden until the chaos subsided, he lay in the pit, gazing skyward, a sense of dread enveloping him, as if the bond between himself and the world was stretching infinitely apart. In the midst of a thunderous rumble, he glimpsed that harrowing shadow once more, filling him with despair. Whoosh, a shell exploded in midair, splitting into numerous cluster munitions that detonated again, releasing hundreds, if not thousands, of projectiles. This torrential downpour of metallic mayhem, akin to a black cloud descending upon a city, engulfed an area nearly a hectare in size. The remaining shells followed suit, unleashing additional dark clouds that enveloped the advancing troops. The makeshift vehicles of the vagabonds, akin to mere scrap metal, were effortlessly torn apart by the hail of shrapnel, taking countless lives in its wake. In an instant, only the cries of survivors remained. their anguished moans drowned by the relentless downpour. Even if someone were to hear them, what difference would it make? No one would regard them as anything of consequence. Mati was unfortunate. The fragile cover he sought refuge in could not prolong his life. At that moment, he was oblivious to his surroundings, the pain dissipating. No more pain. Cough. Cough. No more pain. How wonderful. With my backside in the air. How could it hurt? His feeble, hoarse voice gradually faded into silence. The light dimmed in his eyes. They reflected the familiar sight of his severed body. Clank, clank, the train rumbled past the wreckage, obstructing Martini's unblinking gaze, while the following carriages, devoid of compassion, crushed the dismembered remains and discarded vehicles beneath their weight, pressing onward. Though Martini had perished, the war raged on, unyielding to the loss of any individual. It would continue its unrelenting path of destruction, indifferent to all. The artillery fire from the Rangers persisted, raining down at a rate of 4 shells per minute for over 10 minutes, thanks to the command center's relentless corrections. Each projectile found its mark with remarkable efficacy. The ragtag soldiers of the Iron Cross had been decimated, with only a few remaining, stripped of their combat capabilities, reduced to mere wretches. The only forces still advancing were the elite among the vagabonds and scavengers, the human rebels, and the Iron Cross's enforcers. The artillery position buzzed with urgency as the command center's orders crackled through the radio once more. Guns 3 to 6, heed this warning. The current position is about to fall within the enemy's artillery range. Relocate to position 2 immediately. The message echoed. Repeat. Move quickly. If you wish to avoid the enemy's bombardment, you must act swiftly. Secure the artillery and be cautious. Don't let it get damaged. Under the weight of the colonel's words, everyone sprang into action. The scattered teams, previously on guard, swiftly regrouped, and the vehicles that had long awaited their departure began to retreat to the rear. Mere moments after 4 trains had pulled away, the counterattack from the Iron Cross erupted, transforming the previous position into a veritable volcano, with flames staining the sky. Those thick-headed fools from the Iron Cross are always a step behind us. The colonel glanced up at the crimson-tinged sky and patted Jiang Xin on the shoulder. Hey, Jiang Xin, I apologize for dragging you along only to watch others fire their cannons. I bet it's quite dull for you. Right? But soon, it will be your turn to shine, Blake. Bring forth the equipment. Upon hearing the colonel's initial words, Jiang Xin assumed there was some fearsome weapon yet to be revealed. However, Blake's arrival with a bulky backpack, connected by cables to an enormous targeting device, left him rather disappointed. What is this? Am I to be a mere observer? That hardly sounds exhilarating. The colonel shook his head, replying cryptically, yes and no. You shall be both observer and gunner. From now on, our artillery will rely on your commands. Jiang Xin, bewildered, protested. Isn't that still just being an observer? Noting Jiang Xin's naivety, the colonel wore a mysterious smile. You are only half correct. This is a laser designator. The 4 cannons here will heed your guidance. Point, and the shells shall fly where you direct. So, what do you say? Are you intrigued? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xin asked, do you truly trust me this much? Upon hearing his query, the colonel erupted in hearty laughter. We Rangers have our own code. Since you are willing to assist us in our time of need, we trust you implicitly. Moreover, do you think this laser designator is the only one we possess? The colonel tantalizingly withheld further details, but Jiang Xin grasped the implication. In that case, I shall comply willingly. Let us move out, Blake. Lead the way. Jiang Xin hoisted the backpack and laser designator, following Blake to the last train car. Upon stepping outside, he was surprised to find several off-road motorcycles attached. Blake mounted one and gestured for Jiang Xin to choose any bike he fancied. Once they were ready, Blake yanked a cord beside him, producing a sound of grinding wheels as the train's speed decreased slightly. Let us depart. I'll take you to an excellent spot for artillery fire. With that, Blake gave a thumbs dash up as the engine roared to life. He sped off on the motorcycle. Jiang Xin mimicked him, racing down from the train and following Blake closely. The rugged mountain path, compounded by the torrential rain, rendered the ground treacherously slick. Fortunately, having acquired a motorcycle license from riding an electric bike over 15 km/h, and being an enthusiast of extreme sports, he quickly adapted. Though initially clumsy, he soon navigated the modified off-road motorcycle with ease, even outperforming Blake. In mere minutes, They arrived at a cliff's edge. Lightning illuminated the scene, revealing the roaring river below, with the tracks of the Iron Cross visible across the water. After setting up the laser designator, Jiang Xin discovered that the river spanned over 1,300 meters in width, with nearly 3,000 meters to the railway. With such a distance, will this laser designator even be effective? Fear not. Its maximum targeting range extends to 5,000 meters. This position was determined before we set out. And we even have a backup plan, Blake replied while scanning the area with a light-shielded binocular. Glancing at his wristwatch, he informed Jiang Xin, the Iron Cross will likely arrive in about 5 to 6 minutes. Soon, it will be your moment to shine. In the ensuing silence, Jiang Xin suddenly recognized a flaw in their strategy. Why not detonate the tracks in advance? Wouldn't that prevent the Iron Cross from crossing? Blake paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. You are aware of D6 origins, I presume? As a nuclear facility, it adheres to the principle of second strike capability. The surrounding railway embankments are constructed of concrete, capable of withstanding 30 megapascals of pressure. To put it plainly, unless a nuclear warhead directly strikes, conventional aerial bombardments merely tickle the surface. Otherwise, D6 would never have survived that war. He and Jiang Xin discussed various topics, ultimately concluding that distant targets were unreachable, and nearby ones could not be dismantled. The only recourse was to establish more lookout posts rather than demolish the tracks. Here they come, the Iron Cross trains, Blake suddenly exclaimed, having been vigilantly observing the opposite side. As the train cluster slowly emerged, he promptly called the colonel. Colonel, the enemy has entered the designated range. Received. The artillery is primed and ready to fire at any moment. Remember, aim for the largest targets. Jiang Xin analyzed the approaching trains through the laser designator sighting system, discerning their affiliations. The rugged, post-apocalyptic style of one group indicated they were surely the Wanderers. The patchwork engine and battered cars betrayed the scavengers. The train emblazoned with rebel insignia could only belong to the rebels. However, what was this? A pitch-black train devoid of markings, starkly contrasting with the surrounding vehicles. It was undoubtedly a significant target. Identify the target and fire immediately. Understood. Far away on the Aurora, upon receiving the fire command, the 240mm Tulip sounded the death knell once more. With a resounding roar, the cannon's muzzle belched flames, and the crew swiftly began reloading in anticipation of the next command. After issuing the order to fire, Jiang Xin continuously illuminated the target train with the designator. In a mere 10 seconds, the guided shell soared above its target. The precision of the guided munitions was remarkable, striking true and creating a towering fireball that erupted. The contents of the struck car were unknown, but a series of explosions soon followed suit. With the flickering light aiding his search, Jiang Xin quickly identified another target, a train belonging to the rebels. Whoosh boom! As the shell struck, the target was once again obliterated. After a string of successful hits, Jiang Xin finally spotted a major target. Recognizing the Iron Cross insignia on the train car, he understood this was a significant prize. A minute later, the familiar whistling sound pierced the air once more, and Jiang Xin fixated on the target, his heart racing as the shell approached. Yet, just before impact, the projectile veered slightly off course. They say a slight error can lead to a catastrophic failure. Despite the minor deviation, the shell's landing point shifted significantly. However, this shot was not without merit. It grazed the last car, striking a rebel train instead. Just as Jiang Xin prepared to lock onto the Iron Cross train again, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him, instilling a disquieting anxiety. Suddenly, the warning lights of the hidden spider flashed violently, with glaring red lights illuminating the edges of his vision. Realizing the peril of their situation, Jiang Xin swiftly grabbed the laser designator in one hand and, with the other, yanked Blake toward a massive rock for cover. Boom! Within 2 seconds, a deafening explosion erupted at their previous location, dirt and debris raining down around them. How did they discover us so quickly? They must possess countermeasures against laser guidance. Having been dragged to safety, Blake quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, cursing under his breath, "We need to relocate," minimizing the laser exposure time to under 3 seconds. This will significantly increase their difficulty in tracking us. Chapter 39. The Defense of D6, Part 1. It must be said, as a trained machine gunner, Blake possessed considerable knowledge. He rapidly regained his composure and proposed a countermeasure. removing the camouflage cover from the motorcycle. Under Blake's guidance, they sped toward Plan B. Due to the necessity of circumventing the river, as no bridge had been constructed, they managed to reach the alternate position ahead of the enemy. Once the laser designator was repositioned, the trains of the Iron Cross began to loom in the distance. This site had been designated as a backup due to its considerable distance and the brief window of targeting opportunity. More critically, it was situated not far from the entrance to D6, the less numerically advantageous side. D6's layered defensive tactics proved remarkably effective, with the incoming train cluster consistently triggering roadside explosives. These numerous obstacles were strategically placed by D6 after reconnaissance revealed the Iron Cross's attack route. Had it not been for the unforeseen arrival of the storm, which precipitated the Iron Cross offensive, with the arrangement of the D6 follow-up plan, there would have been confidence in repelling the enemy beyond the fortress. Due to the excessively brief window, Jiang Xin had no choice but to focus on one target after another. Unable to afford the luxury of selectivity, for a time, several artillery pieces remained in continuous operation, with a barrage of shells raining down. For direct hits successfully destroyed their targets, yielding a hit rate of 70%, including those damaged. Furthermore, by shortening the duration of laser exposure, the two were spared from another bombardment by the Iron Cross artillery. Just as Jiang Xin was fervently preparing to lock onto the next target, the radio crackled to life. All combat units, retreat immediately. Reconnaissance units have detected enemy aerial forces. Please evacuate at once. Repeat. Enemy aerial forces detected. Immediate retreat is imperative. Repeat. Simultaneously, the voice of the colonel came through the intercom. Jiang Xin. Blake, return quickly. The Iron Cross Air Force is approaching. Understood, Blake replied. The two promptly mounted their motorcycles, hastening towards the train. In no time, they were back aboard the train, which was already primed for departure, roaring away from the artillery positions. As they journeyed back, the storm showed no signs of abating. On the contrary, the hurricane's ferocity seemed to intensify. What folly it was for the Iron Cross to deploy aircraft in such weather. Jiang Xin voiced this concern to the colonel, and an immediate chill enveloped the carriage, plunging the atmosphere into silence. Finally, the colonel sighed and remarked, "In truth, it's not as you think. The strength of the Iron Cross is significantly derived from their aerial capabilities. In peacetime, our dwindling number of aircraft could hardly contend with them, and in this current predicament, we are at their mercy, subjected to unilateral aerial assaults." Aerial assaults? You mean airships? Jiang Xin queried, puzzled. Prior to arriving in this world, he had never laid eyes upon even a shadow of a spacecraft on Blue Star, and he wondered if they were akin to airships. The colonel shook his head, stating, "Not quite. The vessels of the Iron Cross, if anything, are more akin to fortresses. They are aerial fortresses constructed with technology far surpassing our current capabilities. Moreover, they possess a total of 9 such aerial fortresses, alongside a rumored super aerial fortress serving as their headquarters. It appears the Iron Cross is fully committed to this operation." In that moment, the air within the carriage grew palpably heavy, as the overwhelming majority realized that the impending war might lead to an inevitable defeat. Dampening their spirits, at that instant, brilliant lights suddenly erupted from several valleys dozens of kilometers away, appearing hazy and dreamlike under the refracted deluge. Missiles, ignited with fiery tails, ascended into the low, dark clouds, leaving behind fleeting glimmers that pierced through the thinner cloud cover. Tracing ephemeral paths across the night sky, akin to shooting stars. "Those are surface-to-air missiles," someone exclaimed. The missiles, resembling streaks of meteors, were launched from the silos surrounding D6. Jiang Xin watched, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. It seemed the Iron Cross's fortresses were not invincible, for D6 possessed nuclear capabilities. Alas, it was all in vain. The colonel's sobering words quickly extinguished his fervor. "Even if we launch more, it will be of no use. The Iron Cross's deflection technology can easily counter these missiles. Furthermore, without eyes in the sky, our missiles are akin to blind arrows. Without reconnaissance units to provide coordinates, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack." As the colonel's words faded, the carriage filled with despondent sighs, as if everything were gravitating towards the direst outcome. As the sound of wind and rain lessened, the train entered the underground tunnel of D6. The friction generated during deceleration pierced the ears of the passengers with a painful intensity. In the darkness, The colonel discreetly pulled Jiang Xin aside and whispered, "Jiang Xin, if it truly comes to that, you should leave at once. I will not hold it against you. Your choice to remain and assist D6 is already commendable." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xin felt a tremor in his heart. But more than that, he was filled with a sense of poignant reflection. He once believed that with such skills and equipment, he would be impervious to defeat. Yet, under the overwhelming force of such a colossal power, individual strength was no more than a feeble attempt to stop a rolling boulder. Indeed, he realized his current capabilities were insufficient. Having just emerged from the novice village, he had foolishly reveled in his own prowess. A truly shameless display. Soon, the train exited the inky darkness of the tunnel, only to find D6 under strict martial law. The once bustling scenes along the tracks had vanished as the train entered. Layers of gates slowly closed, and even the tracks leading towards the Iron Cross's offensive direction had been dismantled to prevent their trains from barreling through. The exits of several tunnels were barricaded with abandoned carriages. And after allowing sufficient space for a buffer, makeshift defensive positions were established, manned by a multitude of soldiers armed with heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, and recoilless rifles. Should the enemy dare to breach, it would be akin to lambs entering a den of wolves. Were it not for the variable of the aerial fortress, D6 would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Jiang Xin joined the others, merging into the third defensive line. The final barrier at this exit. The number of D6 personnel was limited. Each of the three defensive lines at the tunnel's mouth housed hundreds, alongside scattered reconnaissance units, comprising all of D6 available forces. Establishing additional lines without personnel to man them would be futile. In the command center of the D6 tower, chaos reigned, as busy soldiers and junior officers attended to their respective duties, coordinating, reporting, and issuing orders within the command hall. "Commander, all squads have reached their designated positions, and all gates are secured. The fortress artillery has engaged the Iron Cross trains." Officers reported the progress of the battle with meticulous detail, yet the commander's brow remained furrowed. He was not particularly worried about these developments, but the officer understood precisely what weighed on his superior's mind and concluded his report, stating that the first wave of interceptions by the air defense system against the aerial fortress had proven ineffective. While ground reconnaissance units were still attempting to approach the fortress, perhaps this was our final opportunity. Chapter 40. The D6 Defense Battle, Part 2, Boom Boom. The earth began to tremble as heavy artillery positioned within the mountains opened fire, signaling that the Iron Cross had encroached upon the fortress entrance. The gates within the tunnel are being systematically breached. These Iron Cross lackeys have gone mad, charging in without rails. Damn it. Insanity. They show no signs of slowing down. Truly mad. Prepare the defensive positions for the onslaught. The frantic roar from the command center echoed through the radio, whereupon the officer, caught in the throes of rage, began cursing without restraint. And no sooner had the words left his mouth than the sounds of metal clashing resonated from the tunnel, accompanied by the sharp, grating noise of friction that a train, nearly disassembled, barreled in, its derailed body scraping against the concrete, violently smashing through the obstacles blocking the tunnel entrance. In an instant, debris exploded outward like shrapnel from a shell. The tunnel entrance transformed into a chaotic scene, as if a car crash had occurred. It seemed there would be no need for cavalry to intervene, as these expendables had effectively wrought havoc upon themselves. Furthermore, some unfortunate scavengers were flung from the remnants of the train, crashing heavily onto the open ground beyond the defensive line, where soldiers behind cover began to take notice. Fortunately, thanks to the command center's warning, the vast majority of soldiers on the first defensive line managed to evade effectively. However, at that moment, from the depths of the tunnel, an eerie and high-pitched roar echoed, a sound unmistakably not of human origin. Yet, whether they were the barely surviving scavengers or the nearly unrecognizable vagrants, all twisted their bodies and began to rise from the wreckage of the train and the ground. They moved like zombies, their grotesque gait directed toward the first defensive line. Jiang Xin observed with clarity. These were the very creatures he had encountered within the track building, albeit in a far more twisted form. Even those not yet fully deceased had been imbued with strange power. Fortunately, the Rangers, with their exceptional combat training, quickly opened fire along all three defensive lines, and amidst the rapid fire of hundreds of weapons. These grotesque flesh aberrations were swiftly neutralized. Yet soon after, a second Iron Cross train barreled down, crashing violently into the first derailed train, followed by a third and a fourth. Amidst the wreckage of overturned carriages, untransformed expendables struggled to emerge from the train, joining the fray of death, only to be struck down by a hail of bullets, rising once more seconds later, now more frenzied in their assault. Despite their brutish tactics leading to significant losses among the Iron Cross expendables, they were destined to transform into aberrant beings, thereby escalating the pressure on the Rangers. Quickly locate the aberration's mother body. The scale of this transformation indicates that these individuals must have ingested the aberration seed from the mother body in advance. The controlling mother body must be hidden among them. The D6 broadcast suddenly blared, as it was evident that the command center had recognized the strain on the defensive line and immediately relayed a solution. Upon hearing the broadcast, Jiang Xin recalled the rooster head from the track building, surmising that it must be the mother body. If they could eliminate the mother body, all these aberrations would perish upon losing their control. At that moment, the danger senses of the hidden spider pinpointed a high-risk target even before Jiang Xin could react. Before me, two lines of defense stand, concealing three maternal entities, each hidden within the wreckage of several derelict trains, showing no intention of emerging. Do they truly believe they can evade detection by remaining dormant? I am eager to ascertain whether your cover can preserve your life. Since the hermit spider has revealed the location of the aberrant maternal entities, Jiang Xin will undoubtedly seize this opportunity akin to a lottery ticket. The defense line is furnished with an array of equipment and anti-tank weaponry for the warriors' utilization, all part of D6's stockpile. Adhering to the principle of utilizing what is available, Jiang Xin hefts a long spear. This is an SPG-9, a 73mm recoilless anti-tank gun, boasting a barrel exceeding 2 meters in length, with logistics personnel having preloaded it with ammunition. Jiang Xin peers from behind cover, steps back a couple of paces, slightly aims and fires without hesitation. A slender projectile, belching flames, swiftly traverses the buffer zone, striking a toppled train car with pinpoint accuracy. Upon impact, the high-explosive fragmentation warhead penetrates the car, rendering the flimsy layer of metal utterly ineffective as protection. Subsequently, an explosive detonation within the car wreaks havoc, shrapnel and heat waves enveloping every nook and cranny. Under the hermit spider's detection, one high-threat target signal has vanished completely, before a second recoilless gun can be activated. A volley of over a dozen assorted rockets is unleashed from the defense line, indicating that some among the Rangers have grasped the situation. Soon, under the overwhelming onslaught, the remaining two aberrant maternal entities are obliterated in a single round of attack. Yet, the Rangers remain oblivious, continuing to launch various missiles in a relentless barrage, vowing not to relent until the remnants of the Iron Cross train are reduced to rubble. In no time, having lost control of their maternal entities, the mindless aberrations begin to flail chaotically, even turning on their fellow cannon fodder aberrations. Encircled by the Rangers and aberrations, the remaining cannon fodder falls, devoid of the capacity to resist. Just as the onlookers believe victory is secured, the entire underground fortress trembles violently, followed by a series of intense quakes, debris and dust cascading down. The tremors are rhythmic, akin to heavy hammers striking at the heart. D6 Command Center. Personnel have already noted that several unrelated tunnels are gradually being breached. The commander promptly begins to mobilize troops for defense. Simultaneously, the Iron Cross ground forces have executed a covert maneuver, breaching the last sealed gate and surging forth from an unsuspecting tunnel. Despite the command center's prior adjustments, the Rangers are caught off guard. This vanguard of the Iron Cross is clad in advanced and heavy armor, with some elite soldiers equipped with exceptionally sophisticated gear, accompanied by armored mechanical beasts. Ordinary 7.62mm rounds merely tickle their armor, as the Iron Cross employs their mechanical beasts to absorb the attacks, fortifying their frontline. RPG. Quick! We cannot allow them to establish a foothold at the entrance. Otherwise, the subsequent waves of troops will flood in, to our great detriment. Although taken by surprise, D6 retains a rapid response team to act as battlefield firefighters. They immediately push forward to hold the line. Chapter 41. The Roar of the Internal Combustion Engine, Part 1. Jiang Xin repositions the reloaded recoilless gun and targets the distant Iron Cross soldiers, launching another rocket. 2 seconds later, the projectile, having traversed nearly 1,000 meters, suddenly veers off course, missing its mark and landing beside it. This mirrors the earlier deviation of the mortar shell. Initially, he suspected some form of interference. However, upon witnessing the Iron Cross officer redirect the missile, disbelief washes over Jiang Xin's face. Though the officer dons a scarlet gas mask, Jiang Xin senses his gaze fixed upon him. The intensity of that gaze makes Jiang Xin realize that perhaps the passive effect of the illusory star is not functioning as intended. A sensation akin to a vice tightening around his heart envelopes him, causing a struggle for breath as the hermit spider's danger sense begins to flash. With no time to ponder, he activates his defenses. In the next moment, an immense force strikes, leaving no time for Jiang Xin to react as he is hurled away. The shield shatters, and although he is propelled a considerable distance, he emerges unscathed. Rolling to dissipate the impact, he raises his head once more, only to find the Iron Cross officer standing silently in place, accompanied by a mechanical beast with a still smoldering cannon, indicating it was responsible for the recent attack. A wave of profound unease surges within Jiang Xin as he clenches his fists, fixating his gaze on the Iron Cross officer. What is the nature of this individual? Can he see through the illusory star's resonance? Jiang Xin murmurs to himself, disbelief etched across his features. Meanwhile, the surrounding rangers continue to resist the Iron Cross vanguard. Yet the situation grows increasingly dire as the Iron Cross, aided by various mechanical devices, nears complete control of this entrance. Jiang Xin realizes he can no longer remain passive. He takes a deep breath and resolves to take the offensive. Utilizing the cover of nearby fortifications, he hastens toward the Iron Cross's constructed position while observing the officer's movements. As he maneuvers, Jiang Xin notices the officer tracking his gaze, yet failing to keep up with his movements. It appears the passive effect remains unbroken, and the enemy's perception of his location still contains inaccuracies. With this revelation, Jiang Xin's previously anxious heart finds some solace. What does it matter if they can deflect rockets? I shall unleash a more formidable attack. Even if it is deflected, it can still obliterate you. Jiang Xin's pent-up fury manifests as a heavy anti-vehicle weapon, ingeniously crafted from 2 anti-tank mines combined with grenades, weighing a substantial 30 kilograms. He channels the Hermit Spider's energy, awaiting the shield's cooldown to regenerate, and, with heightened vigilance, approaches the Iron Cross's position at an accelerated pace. However, the Iron Cross is not oblivious. Upon noticing an approaching enemy, despite Jiang Xin's concealed position, numerous fire points unleash a torrent of fire in his direction. Relying on his exceptional physical prowess, Jiang Xin adeptly dodges the incoming fire. When evasion proves impossible, he braces himself against the shield and armor. Your armor is thick, but mine is not without its own resilience. Once within striking distance, he suddenly hurls the modified mine toward the Iron Cross's position. Boom. A resounding explosion ensues. Although the Iron Cross officer can deflect attacks to some degree, proximity and area coverage render such efforts futile. The entire Iron Cross position is engulfed in smoke. 1 mechanical beast, its body mangled, briefly experiences the sensation of flight. As the dust settles, chaos reigns within the Iron Cross's ranks, with 2 mechanical beasts and several elite soldiers decimated by that single strike. The Rangers' morale surges as freed warriors launch a comprehensive counteroffensive, unleashing heavy weaponry upon the Iron Cross position with reckless abandon. Lethal missiles rain down, overwhelming the remaining Iron Cross elite, who can scarcely redirect their defenses, leading to their swift demise. However, before they can catch their breath, armed trains surge forth from another breached tunnel. 4 Iron Cross trains form a long, unbroken line, barreling toward D6's vulnerable heart, the control tower at the center. This was a premeditated maneuver by the Iron Cross. D6 is vast, deeply concealed, and possesses ample foundational resources and weaponry. Even after gaining aerial superiority, the situation underground remains unaffected. Should a stalemate in ground warfare ensue? If D6 were to choose to hold its ground, forcing the Iron Cross into a protracted battle or even urban combat, then even an entity as formidable as the Iron Cross would require considerable time, resources, and effort to conquer D6, incurring substantial costs. Thus, they devised this stratagem of feigned distraction followed by a decisive strike. First, using visible cannon fodder to attract fire, then dispatching small elite units to seize key points, creating the illusion of a war of attrition. Finally, a select elite unit, hidden within armed trains, lies in wait to strike at D6's most vulnerable points and advance directly toward its heart. The tactic may not be particularly ingenious, but it proves highly effective at this very moment. As the armed trains advance, their path is devoid of any obstacles. It is as though they have entered a desolate wasteland. The sporadic gunfire against the train's armor is less than a mere tickle. At their current speed, they will breach the control tower in less than half a minute. Meanwhile, the Rangers' response rate cannot keep pace with the rapidly advancing armed trains. This brief window of time is likely sufficient for the Iron Cross elites aboard the trains to decimate the guards within the control tower and its surroundings. By the time the Rangers arrive, the authority to launch nuclear weapons may very well have fallen into enemy hands. The colonel gazed at the Iron Cross insignia emblazoned on the train, his eyes ablaze with fury as he bellowed, "Hurry, start the train, and rush to defend." It was not only the colonel who felt this way. The surrounding Rangers shared his sentiment. After enduring countless hardships to maintain the front lines and eradicate the enemy, could they possibly succumb to a surprise attack? Even Jiang Xin was unusually tense, for the current state of D6 remained one of lockdown. Should the Iron Cross seize control, escape would be utterly impossible. Moreover, his train was still ensconced within the D6 garage. The garage. Chapter 42. The roar of the diesel engine. Part 2. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Xin. With a deft leap, he ascended to a higher vantage point, directing his gaze towards the advancing Iron Cross train. Indeed, before the four trains, apart from the towering platforms and the labyrinthine tracks, lay the expansive garage. The control tower stood behind the garage, and to reach it, one must traverse the garage. Perhaps there lay a glimmer of hope. As he observed this scene, Jiang Xin felt as though he glimpsed the dawn of victory. It was time to take a bold gamble. Accessing the train panel in his system, various metrics materialized before his eyes, including the interface for remote control. He yearned to start the train immediately, yet accelerating from a standstill would be too slow. Those fleeting minutes were simply insufficient. He glanced at the special effects of the afterburner engine, realizing that the stored energy remained at zero. Yet, the pressing circumstances left no room for hesitation. Time waits for no one. Jiang Xin gritted his teeth, summoning resolve. He selected the second and third carriages on the panel to uncouple them. As he executed the command, only the engine remained, slowly emerging from the garage. Casting a final, venomous glance at the Iron Cross insignia, under its seemingly predatory gaze, he began to count down the moments. Only on the unyielding stretch of track could Jiang Xin's meticulously devised plan come to fruition. Just then, several engines rolled out from the garage, moving at a leisurely pace but resolutely charging forth. Jiang Xin's heart raced. They could not obstruct his train's advance. Wait, just a little longer. The moment was almost upon him. Yet, before he could process the situation, an even more shocking scene unfolded. What were they doing? Could it be that they shared his intentions? However, all of these engines were antiquated steam locomotives, incapable of gaining speed in the short term. They could only hope to block the Iron Cross's advancing tracks. Yet, against the Iron Cross's artillery, their efforts were laughably inadequate, merely a delay at best. Nonetheless, they activated their engines. Perhaps they placed their hopes on their own bodies, believing that even if destroyed, they could impede the Iron Cross's path. Under the onslaught of the Iron Cross train's artillery, wreckage from the destroyed trains littered the tracks, leaving only a solitary stretch for them to traverse. At the end of this track lay Jiang Xin's train. If he could seal the final gap, the Iron Cross's ambush plan would crumble into dust. But how could the sacrifice of so many be exchanged for their failure? As if everything was in place but for the east wind, the time had come. Unyielding, start. With Jiang Xin's thoughts crystallizing, the engine surged into full power, akin to the most fervent and pulsating heart. Electricity coursed through the spark plugs, igniting brilliant sparks that erupted within the sealed cylinder, where the volatile mixture of fuel and air combusted with ferocious intensity, unleashing tremendous expansion forces. This power propelled the piston, driving the crankshaft into a frenzied whirl, a relentless cycle. Soon, lacking the aid of special energy, crimson fissures began to spiderweb from the engine, gradually enveloping the entire front. Within the intricate cracks, flames seemed to dance, as if death itself were emerging from the depths of hell. The engine shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, Jiang Xin commanding the blazing train. a streak of incandescent energy surging toward the Iron Cross train. Unstoppable, start. The engine's speed soared 80.120.2, 40.300.320. In mere seconds, the engine's velocity skyrocketed to 320 kilometers per hour. The Iron Cross immediately recognized Jiang Xin's intent, but by then, it was too late to evade. They concentrated the impossible. This is a nuclear bomb. According to the analysis conducted by AI, there is a 99.999 probability that it is the D6 nuclear device. How did they lock onto our position? Another technician shouted in terror. His voice, even amidst the cacophony of the command center, pierced through the air with a chilling sharpness. The blinding light drew ever closer, finally revealing its true nature. A nuclear bomb capable of ending everything. The supreme commander of the Iron Cross Fortress, known as the Lightning Duke, Eric, stood before the massive holographic screen, his gaze like a hawk's, fixed upon the encroaching radiance. He could not fathom how D6 had managed to guide the nuclear missile to the airborne fortress without satellite positioning or radar guidance. It seemed more improbable than finding a needle in a haystack. It was absolutely impossible for ground guidance. The reconnaissance units dispatched by D6 had been utterly annihilated, Eric pondered. Activate all closed defense systems. Engage the barrier shield defense protocols and concentrate all energy to the barrier. Deploy all combat units, let them flee as far as they can. Yet, after a brief moment of uncertainty, he resolutely issued the orders. This was the last course of action available to him. Eric's voice was steady and powerful, each word imbued with an undeniable determination. As commands were disseminated, a faint blue glow flickered around the airborne fortress, and an energy shield materialized out of thin air. Various defensive weapons seemed to awaken, scattering like a swarm of bees from their hives. Everyone, evacuate immediately. Eric understood that at this moment, no action would be timely enough. He could only strive to minimize casualties. Soon, the hall was left with Eric standing alone. Gazing at the scenes depicted on the holographic screen, Eric sighed, "We can only do our best and leave the rest to fate." He realized that even the most advanced technological fortress of the Iron Cross would struggle to withstand the catastrophic force of a nuclear bomb. Moreover, this particular device had evidently undergone meticulous design and modification, its explosive power far exceeding the ordinary. With the current defensive measures available at the fortress, they were but illusions, like the moon reflected in water or flowers in a mirror, shattering upon contact. Otherwise, how could the Iron Cross Fortress conceal its position? It was precisely because its defensive system was unworthy of its scale. Yet, it seemed that all was too late. Just as he issued the command, the nuclear bomb had already reached the airborne fortress, detonating mere meters away from the barrier. The holographic screen was instantly engulfed in blinding white light, quickly fading to an inky blackness devoid of signal. As a violent tremor swept through, Eric watched helplessly as events unfolded, filled with rage and frustration. It seems promotion is now but a distant dream. Ultimately, he slowly closed his eyes, as if awaiting the arrival of death. Collapsing to the ground in a moment of surrender, at that instant, the entire airborne fortress appeared to be devoured by a colossal fireball, the sky painted crimson. The nuclear light blazed like the sun at dawn, illuminating the night sky. The immense shockwave obliterated the energy barrier in an instant. The protective shield crumbled under the bomb's might as if made of mere paper. The radiation and heat unleashed by the explosion surged forth like a flood, engulfing the entire fortress. Countless soldiers and officers, unable to evacuate in time, were consumed in an instant. The fortress's reactor soon followed suit, erupting in a violent detonation. Steel twisted and warped in the searing heat. The mighty fortress resembling a dying black dragon, emitting mournful wails. Ultimately, it disintegrated and fell in the aftermath of the explosion. The airborne fortress lay in ruins, once a proud strategic weapon, now just a landscape of shattered remnants. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred debris and pervasive radioactive dust. However, amidst the devastation of the battlefield, a solitary figure stood silently, impervious to the shockwave, heat, and radioactive fallout of the nuclear blast. Clad in a long black robe, he held a massive device in his hands. The inky black hood obscured his visage, revealing only a pair of eyes as profound as the night sky. Had Eric laid eyes on this figure, he would have immediately recognized it as the guidance device carried by the D6 reconnaissance unit. The figure casually discarded the now useless apparatus, and his form began to fade into the ruins of the explosion. Chapter 44. Who approaches? As this figure fluctuated between visibility and obscurity, the raging winds and torrential rains passed through him as if he were nothing. This was indeed achievable, but what purpose does it serve? With that thought, he vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only the indicator on the ground, as if no one had ever been there. A splitting headache assailed Jiang Xin as he struggled to open his eyes, gazing at an unfamiliar ceiling in a daze. What had happened? Gradually regaining consciousness, he looked around and realized he was in a dimly lit guest house, lying in bed. The air was thick with the pungent scent of medicine. Jiang Xin splashed some water on his face to clear his muddled mind, struggling to remember what had transpired. After some time, fragments of memory began to resurface. Rubbing his head, heavy with confusion, he recalled the situation. Amidst the series of violent tremors, dust cascaded down, and red warning lights flashed intermittently. Accompanied by the blaring alarms, a sense of impending doom loomed. Everything felt chaotic. This time, it was truly overwhelming. After an earth-shattering tremor, calm returned to AT that moment. Static-laden announcements crackled through the speakers, blending with the distant clamor, as if calling from afar. Jiang Xin could no longer remember the specifics. He only knew that ultimate victory belonged to D6, and even more so to the fearless resistors, the eternal hymn of their indomitable spirit. Within the swirling dust, echoes of cheers and jubilations mingled with tributes to fallen comrades. Yet amidst the fervor, just as Jiang Xin was about to stow away his gear, a system notification seemed to pop up. Before he could discern its content, everything that followed slipped from his memory. AS for the system notification. Jiang Xin vaguely recalled it mentioning something about a train. In an instant, he became fully alert, pondering what had happened to the train. Think. He urged himself, desperate to grasp the events. Right? The system notification. How foolish of me. Jiang Xin slapped his forehead, promptly opening the system panel, where he found a message stating, "The damage level of the train bound to the survivor has exceeded 50. This has begun to adversely affect the survivor. Please take care of the train. A train and a person share a bond." Upon reading this, Jiang Xin was taken aback. The train had sustained over 50 damage, and such damage would inversely affect the survivor's well-being. In an instant, disregarding his appearance, Jiang Xin dashed out of the guest house, sprinting towards the garage where the train was parked. Finally, he arrived, out of breath, at the garage entrance. "Hey, comrade. Here to check on your Dawn?" Just as he approached the garage, he heard the colonel's voice. Following the sound, he spotted the colonel standing on a nearby maintenance platform, a half-empty bottle of liquor in hand. Jiang Xin climbed onto the platform and inquired, "How's my train? And what's with the name Dawn?" "What? You don't remember anything?" The colonel chuckled. "You nearly scared us to death yesterday. You were completely unharmed but suddenly collapsed, and the last words you uttered were Dawn. We were terrified. You know, if you hadn't still been breathing, we might have buried you," the colonel teased, taking another swig of his drink. Jiang Xin stared at the colonel's jest with a bemused expression, muttering, "Dawn." The colonel's demeanor turned serious. "Jiang Xin, I believe we have much to discuss. Come see your train." Following the colonel into the garage, Jiang Xin noticed that it had transformed into a workshop, with workers busily attending to repairs, and armored plates suspended from cranes overhead. The train's front, which would henceforth be called Dawn, lay quietly cradled in a cylindrical frame. This was a maintenance platform, which allowed repair workers to manipulate the frame for more thorough repairs. "Your impact could be said to have saved D6, the colonel remarked, gazing down. Jiang Xin felt a wave of humility wash over him, rubbing his throbbing temples. Even without me, those who activated the train before me could have thwarted the Iron Cross. Yet they chose a more prudent course, willingly sacrificing their lives to pave the way for me. I merely stand on the shoulders of many brave souls, claiming the final victory as a charlatan. There is no need for such self-deprecation. You have accomplished what most could not." The colonel countered Jiang Xin's assessment, and after a brief silence, he suddenly spoke again, his words invigorating Jiang Xin's spirit. "In truth, that I recognized you as one of the survivors, didn't I? Even when I first encountered you, I sensed a certain detachment from this world. Moreover, your grasp of common knowledge about this world is somewhat lacking. You were probing me for information, while I was attempting to understand you. But it was in the sewers that I truly confirmed your difference from us. Thus, I understand that for outsiders like you, such travelers, losing your train is akin to losing your right arm. The colonel paused momentarily before continuing. Regardless of what transpires, always remember not to relinquish the vehicle in your possession. It is a privilege. It is your ticket to the exalted realms. Only by possessing it can you be considered part of the elite. Do not be deceived by the alluring facade. There is no home along this arduous journey. The colonel seemed to mimic someone else's tone, even emitting a sound akin to a muted beep. Though his serious demeanor rendered it somewhat absurd, it nonetheless left Jiang Xin's pupils trembling. What I know may not be as extensive as you imagine. I once encountered a fellow survivor who claimed to be one of your kind. He urged me to convey this message to you. As for its meaning, I am uncertain. He said that survivors would eventually come to understand, so it is something you must ponder yourself. After hearing the colonel's words, Jiang Xin fell into silence. The essence of the colonel's message was rather straightforward. To uncover the truth, one must not cease but continue playing according to the calamity system's tasks. However, the underlying implications were abundant. Former survivors. The notion of giving up progress, and that muted sound. The beep I heard was, Chapter 45. Have various organizations united? It seemed the colonel anticipated Jiang Xin's question and preemptively replied, throughout my life. I have encountered many peculiarities, yet that strange muted sound haunted my sleep for quite some time, even leading me to moments of despair. Jiang Xin furrowed his brows tightly, seemingly attempting to merge them into one. Observing his troubled expression, the colonel suggested, if you cannot comprehend it now, do not dwell on it too much. One day, clarity will dawn upon you. Let us shift to a lighter topic. Hey, comrade, how is the train repair progressing? He called out to the workers below. It is almost complete. We are reinforcing and modifying it as per your directives. However, the engine employs exceptionally unique technology that exceeds our capabilities. Nonetheless, it is now operational. The workers responded. Upon hearing their reply, the colonel patted Jiang Xin on the shoulder. How is it? I shall take my leave now. Feel free to inspect the dawn. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to direct the workers. They will do their utmost to assist you. With that, the colonel turned and departed, leaving Jiang Xin to his thoughts. Watching the colonel's retreating figure, Jiang Xin's mind continued to ponder his words while his eyes meticulously examined the locomotive on the maintenance platform. Casually switching to the train's status panel, the information on the panel had not updated, indicating it was still under repair. The various repair progress indicators for the locomotive hovered above 90, slowly advancing. Whereas the engine's repair progress stagnated at just over 70, a comparison with the locomotive below revealed that several armor plates had yet to be installed, and a hole remained in the roof. Once everything was completed, it should reach a 100 state. However, the engine posed a significant challenge. Not only could the D6 workers not repair it, but he also lacked the means to do so himself. It had been upgraded using a jade pendant. He wondered if it could be upgraded again to restore its perfect condition. Observing the bustling repair work, Jiang Xin recalled the hardened paint he had traded for and thought it prudent to utilize it during this major overhaul. With that in mind, he jumped down from the maintenance platform, a height of over 3 meters, a trivial feat for him now. The foreman among the workers noticed Jiang Xin's descent and immediately approached him with a hearty smile. Albeit somewhat bashful. What can I do for you, comrade? Do you have any requests? I have a few matters I hope you can assist with after completing the repairs. Specifically, could you help paint the locomotive? Jiang Xin inquired, producing several packs of cigarettes as if conjuring a magic trick, offering them to the foreman. The foreman gasped in astonishment at what Jiang Xin presented. Hearing his exclamation, the surrounding workers also turned in curiosity, collectively gasping. Cigarettes were a rare commodity in this military-controlled underground city. Although D6 was well supplied, it was limited to basic living necessities and various munitions. Such indulgences were a precious rarity. For the workers, having protein bars for every meal was commonplace. Faced with the eager gazes of his fellow workers, the foreman resolutely declined. Comrade, painting is part of our duties. There is no need for such gestures. D6 was a place that valued order, and the foreman, having reached his position, was acutely aware of the rules he could not violate. Jiang Xin understood the foreman's intentions but still opened a pack of cigarettes, distributing them among those present. To him, as someone who neither smoked nor drank, it was an inconsequential offering. The workers, now receiving a benefit, instantly elevated their regard for Jiang Xin, and their enthusiasm for work surged, resulting in a noticeable increase in efficiency. One worker even fetched a small stool for Jiang Xin, who had been standing. Observing the industrious repairs, Jiang Xin suddenly wished to check on the status of other survivors. So he switched the panel to the chat channel. What met his eyes was a flurry of complaints and pleas for help from survivors, with their numbers having dwindled by several hundred. Hundreds of lives reduced to mere cold figures on this panel left Jiang Xin feeling contemplative. As he meticulously scrolled through the continuously refreshing chat messages, he noted that they all lamented the severity of the storm. Some individuals were even trapped at the station, too fearful to venture forth, while others found themselves immobilized midway. Many were seeking to purchase gas masks, recalling the colonel's earlier warning. Yet, at that moment, no one in the chat was discussing radioactive dust. Clearly, these individuals had learned of the situation through some channel and began stockpiling in advance. When the radioactive dust inevitably erupted, they would be poised to profit from their hoarding. Jiang Xin scrutinized the profiles of the buyers and discovered that they were all affiliated with various survivor groups, some with mutual aid societies, others with Wang Ning's faction, and yet more claiming to be part of the united government. Moreover, all those in the public chat channel seeking to procure gas masks and filters appear to be organized. Additionally, through the trading section, it was evident that materials such as rubber, glass, and filter cotton were all increasing in price. Jiang Xin also noted several private messages from individuals such as Wang Ning, Li Hanyong, and a few unfamiliar names. A cursory glance at the content revealed that the messages conveyed similar sentiments. They first warned of potential radioactive hazards and advised stockpiling protective gear. They also cautioned Jiang Xin against drawing attention, emphasizing that current survivors were feeling exceptionally insecure. If someone were to lead a campaign about the crisis, it could incite mass panic, subsequently driving prices for materials, supplies, and protective gear through the roof. After reading through the messages, Jiang Xin found himself deep in thought. Initially, he had viewed various organizations in the chat with a predisposed mistrust, especially regarding Wang Ning's crew. However, the current situation appeared to be entirely the opposite. These organizations seemed to be prioritizing the welfare of the collective. Whether it was a stalling tactic or something worthy of commendation, could it be that the group posing as a temporary government, those self-styled committee members, had genuinely united disparate organizations? Driven by altruism? Did they truly possess such benevolence? It was not that Jiang Xin's heart was particularly dark, but rather that the human heart is inscrutable. Even in face-to-face interactions, one could not be entirely certain. Much less now, separated by a mere virtual screen, where one could not even ascertain their location, let alone meet them in person. Nevertheless, Jiang Xin ultimately resolved to disregard them. After all, respecting the destinies of others and relinquishing the urge to assist, embracing a life devoid of virtue, was not that the essence of existence? Chapter 46. The Rebirth of the Locomotive. After all, he had no ties to them. Why create trouble by exposing them? If mass panic were to lead to skyrocketing prices, there would undoubtedly be a horde of opportunists hoarding supplies, which would adversely affect him even more. With that in mind, Jiang Xin cheerfully joined the ranks of those seeking to purchase supplies, blending seamlessly into the throng of requests. Beep, 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 a special notification from a private message. Currently, the only individual he had marked for private messages was Huang Chun. Huang Qin, Great One. I saw your request in the channel. Here are some protective gear I found. Consider it a token of respect for you. The private message came with a transaction, including a full-body protective suit and an oxygen tank. Even if he had no immediate use for it, Jiang Xin accepted the items. Though somewhat meager, it was nonetheless a gesture of goodwill from another. Simultaneously, he retrieved 4 boxes of ammunition and some protective supplies to send back as a return gift. Jiang Xin, no need to worry. I had already crafted plenty of gas masks and filters beforehand. Keep these in case of emergencies. Huang Chun, thank you, Great One. However, I am still underground, so I probably won't need them. Huang Chun, by the way, the thing you asked me to be cautious of, I received some news from an NPC. That old man is quite eccentric. Only the term FBC seems to rouse his faculties. I can only infer from his fragmented utterances that whatever pertains to FBC must be in the cosmos. He constantly rambled about how it is farther than the universe itself. Farther than the universe? Jiang Xin felt that he would not have the opportunity to engage with FBC in the near future, so he could only continue gathering information. Jiang Xin. Ah, it appears to be another poor soul afflicted by FBC. These are the rewards for you. Had it not been for your discoveries, I would have thought FBC had vanished without a trace. Jiang Xin, after reading the private message, casually sent over some ammunition along with provisions, only to be surprised that Huang Qian had confiscated them. Huang Qian, Master, your humble servant does not work for these rewards. It is from the depths of my heart. You, Master, are undoubtedly a person of great fortune, and I do not covet your remuneration. I merely hope that in a time of peril, you might lend me a hand. Jiang Xin, observing his flowery words, couldn't help but twitch his lips, for he remembered Huang Qin's previous, more subservient demeanor. Now, it seemed he was not lacking in such trifles and was likely saving up for something grander. Jiang Xin replied, "All right, I understand your intentions. Please refrain from calling me master. It feels rather uncomfortable and gives me goosebumps." Huang Qian, understood. I shall address you as Brother Jiang. After chatting a while longer and browsing through the trading channel without finding anything of interest, Jiang Xin closed the panel. Meanwhile, the maintenance workers were completing their final touches on repairing the hole in the roof. A turret, suspended above, was slowly moving into position directly over the opening. It appeared that this hole had been intentionally left, which explained its neatness, as the turret descended and aligned perfectly with the opening. The foreman noticed Jiang Xion's astonished expression and promptly introduced the turret, saying, "Friend, this is a remarkable piece. It was taken from an authentic infantry fighting vehicle. It features a smoothbore cannon as its main armament, a mortar as its secondary weapon, and 2 machine guns, a high-end Iron Cross model, equipped with an automatic loading system, truly excellent." Jiang Xian glanced back at the panel, noticing that with the turret's installation, the maintenance status had concluded. All the data for the vehicle's front had been updated, prompting him to view the details. Sunrise, carriage, armored snowplow front, diesel locomotive front, total weight, 144 T-power, Starfire engine, durability 76, emergency engine, body, composite steel armor, equivalent to 100 mm, maximum speed, 160 km/h, fuel consumption at full speed, 0.125 LT. Due to engine damage, maximum speed has decreased and fuel consumption has increased. Additional equipment: heavy-duty snow clearing obstacle remover, microcomputer control system, automated control system, ventilation system, 9,000 L fuel tank, train turret, main armament, 120 mm smoothbore cannon secondary armament, 82 mm rapid-fire mortar machine guns, 7.62 mm coaxial machine gun, 12.7 mm remote-controlled machine gun, heavy-duty snow-clearing obstacle remover, transformed from a plow-type snow-clearing front, featuring steel teeth on the V-shaped plow blade, capable of breaking through snow up to 5 meters deep and various obstacles at speeds exceeding 80 km/h, though due to modifications, it has been downgraded to a standard white. Indeed, except for the engine, everything else was in immaculate condition. Only above the engine, a maintenance progress bar still hung. No. Rather than a maintenance progress bar, it could more aptly be described as a health bar. As the maintenance platform realigned, the front of the Sunrise was gently maneuvered by the workers, slowly departing the repair workshop. With the maintenance platform no longer blocking his view, Jiang Xian could finally see the newly repaired front of the vehicle. It resembled a majestic steel beast, entirely clad in black. Quietly lying on the tracks in front of the vehicle was the newly refurbished obstacle remover, which was no longer merely an obstacle-clearing device. According to the foreman, the original obstacle remover had sustained too much damage, so they dismantled a discarded snowplow, modified it, and reinstalled it onto the Sunrise. Thus, strictly speaking, the Sunrise now possessed 4 carriages. The newly added carriage was the heavy-duty obstacle remover, which had become increasingly formidable, its surface adorned with interlaced steel teeth, instilling fear merely by sight. One could scarcely imagine the horror of colliding with it at hundreds of kilometers per hour. It was likely that not a single body would remain intact. Additionally, a crane had been mounted atop the obstacle remover, originally from the snowplow, and it too had been affixed to the Sunrise. The turret loomed above, with infrared jamming devices on either side, resembling the glaring red eyes of a colossal beast, exuding a palpable pressure. The metallic sheen emanating from the cannon's mouth glistened under the light, appearing both majestic and imposing, a beauty that inspired both awe and strength. Observing the thick armor, It seemed to don an impenetrable battle attire, layers upon layers interlocked, with exposed rivets bearing an air of solemnity and antiquity. Jiang Xin approached the front with haste, his heartbeat quickening with each step, as he finally stood before this steel giant. An indescribable sense of awe washed over him, as his hand brushed against the cold armor. A wave of satisfaction surged within him. Hail to steel, hail to machinery. This is truly the most perfect work of art in the world. At that moment, Jiang Xin heard a faint beeping sound. The microcomputer system within the front began self-checking and initializing. In that instant, Jiang Xin felt a peculiar connection with this steel beast. He could sense its heartbeat and hear its call. Chapter 47. Farewell, Part 1. As the internal system of the front completed its self-check, the cold steel beast seemed to be infused with life, signaling to Jiang Xin that it was ready, prepared to embark on a new journey at any moment. Just then, the engineer responsible for overseeing the repairs approached. Observing Jiang Xin standing before the train, suddenly, he spoke. This front, its foundation is exceptional. We have modified both the front and the turret. Thus, you can control the train's movements from the cockpit while simultaneously utilizing the 4 weapons on the turret. Wonderful, truly splendid, Jiang Xin exclaimed, unable to contain his praise. Regrettably, our D6 still lacks research on intelligent systems. Otherwise, according to my vision for the modifications, this front should be far more perfect than it currently is. The engineer expressed some regret, seemingly lamenting their technological limitations. IT is already quite remarkable. I can only imagine that this repair and modification must have consumed a considerable amount of resources, Jiang Xin mused, wondering if the disaster coins he had accumulated along the way would suffice to cover the repair cost. Let's not discuss expenses. The commander of D6 has already stated that they will cover this repair. I heard that you risked your life to protect us. When the front was first brought back, it broke my heart to see its condition. You have become quite famous among us, so you need not worry about money. Hearing the engineer's tone of respect, Jiang Xin felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was hardly the reckless sort. He had always been cautious in battle. Now, he was merely considering his own survival. Had it not been for that, he would not have fought so fiercely. Just then, a track trolley driven by workers slowly brought 2 decoupled carriages, reattaching them to the newly refurbished front. With a click, as the carriages were reconnected, the panel's data refreshed once more. However, upon seeing the total weight of the train, Jiang Xin couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. The entire train now weighed a staggering 178 tons, 144 T20 T14 T. And if further carriages were added or modifications made, the weight would surely skyrocket. Seizing the opportunity with the engineer nearby, Jiang Xin hastily inquired, if the train's carriages keep increasing, the engine's fuel consumption will likely become alarming. Does D6 have any solutions to this issue? The engineer promptly replied, to be frank, the best solution would be nuclear energy. However, the key to a nuclear-powered train lies in the miniaturization of the nuclear reactor. The technological regression caused by war and disasters has set back our research in this area. After a moment of contemplation, the engineer added, perhaps you could visit the territories of the resistance. They have extensive lands and considerable research on the long-term operation of trains. However, I would suggest seeking the heritage of the Sanctum of Essence. Your luck might be better there. The current resistance has undergone significant changes, and I find it hard to endorse their transformation. Jiang Xin and the engineer chatted a bit longer until the engineer was summoned away by a colleague. Watching him gradually walk away, Jiang Xin returned to the cockpit of the Sunrise. The journey with D6 had been fruitful, yet it disrupted Jiang Xin's originally planned route, necessitating a re-evaluation of his subsequent path. Spreading out the map, Jiang Xin gazed at the intricately intertwined station diagram, akin to a tree diagram yet resembling a spider's web, and felt a headache coming on. This truly posed a dilemma. Tap, 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 just as Jiang Xin was grappling with the planning of the upcoming route. A sudden knock sounded at the train door. Upon opening the door, he was astonished to find a colonel standing outside the cockpit, carrying a metal cylinder over a meter long on his back. Why not let me have a look around? Of course not. Jiang Xin stepped forward to lend a hand. The colonel used the support to step into the cockpit of the Sunrise. Gazing at the transformed cockpit, the colonel couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment before stating his purpose. I heard from the engineer about your concerns. As for the energy issue, we currently have no solutions. Thus, I came to see if I could assist you in some other manner. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xin felt a surge of anticipation. The colonel surveyed his surroundings, suddenly noticing the map spread across the control console, prompting him to lean in closer. However, as he studied it, his brow gradually furrowed into a tangled knot, his expression morphing into one of inexplicable strangeness. What was the matter? Was there an issue? Jiang Xin was puzzled. There is a problem. A significant one, the colonel exclaimed, his face reddening with anger. This map was given to you by that little brat, and it seems to suggest you should head east. What kind of map is this? It is truly detrimental. As the colonel scrutinized the map, his countenance grew increasingly furious. East? Do you know what lies to the east? As he spoke, he unfastened the cylindrical case strapped to his back, opened its sealed lid, and poured out a bundle of maps. Spreading several maps across the table, Jiang Xin gazed at the various styles before him, feeling somewhat bewildered. Among them, one map, characterized by a series of concentric curves and various solid and dashed lines, he barely recognized as a contour topographic map. However, the others, vibrant and simplistic in outline, bore no resemblance to any map Jiang Xin could comprehend. Noticing Jiang Xin's confusion, the colonel proceeded to explain each map. This is a hydrological map, this one is a landmark topographic map, and this one illustrates radiation contamination levels. However, they are all over 20 years old. Since the satellite communication station was attacked, these maps have not been updated for quite some time. Nevertheless, their accuracy is beyond question. The experts at D6 have always used them as a reference to estimate the current conditions outside. Suddenly, the colonel pulled out the radiation contamination map, pointing to a specific location. Look, this is our current position. He traced a line with his finger toward the right. From here, all the way to this point, the radiation levels are continuously increasing. I just examined your map, and this area with abnormally high radiation readings lies directly in your path. Jiang Xin scrutinized the map, gradually comprehending its implications as he observed the radiation levels transitioning from mild to severe, finally culminating in an ominous blackness, causing his expression to darken. The colonel, observing Jiang Xin's reaction, spoke slowly. If you have an unavoidable reason to go, I certainly will not stop you, nor can I. I hope you can prepare a bit more, at the very least, plan a reliable route. How about it? In the end, Jiang Xin acquiesced to the colonel's suggestion. The two of them, armed with a bundle of maps, made their way to a small office where the colonel summoned a few experts to assist in route planning. Meanwhile, the train returned to the factory, where the colonel arranged for personnel to reinforce it against radiation. They installed thicker lead plates and implemented additional protective measures. In a separate small office, Jiang Xin transformed into a diligent recorder, capturing every detail of the discussion through the system, the sound of the camera shutter echoing continuously. Time flew by, and it was now Jiang Xin's second full day at the D6 station. Although this time might have sufficed for some resourceful and fortunate survivors to bridge the gap between them and Jiang Xin, he felt no urgency. Rather, he was grateful for the opportunity to plan the route. Based on the experts' estimates, the current radiation levels in the contaminated area might far exceed those caused by natural disasters. The potential dangers startled Jiang Xin. Ultimately, the experts combined their strengths and, using the system's route maps, devised a new path. They also compiled several contingency plans, supplemented by the extensive details Jiang Xin had documented. Although it was not foolproof, Jiang Xin believed it would significantly mitigate any easily overlooked risks. Simultaneously, the train underwent its second round of modifications. The integrity and sealing of the carriages, along with radiation protection, received exceptional enhancements. The moment of parting arrived. Jiang Xin maneuvered the train to halt at the tunnel exit of D6, devoid of farewell ceremonies or special rituals. Such gestures were futile in a world shrouded in disaster. The only companion in the cockpit was the colonel, but their farewell ended here. Tower. The dawn is ready, preparing to take flight. Identification code SMTM0007. Tower received. The departure port is now open. You may set forth. After concluding communications with the command center, the colonel rose and enveloped Jiang Xin in a firm, reassuring embrace. He then thrust a walkie-talkie and a small red notebook into Jiang Xin's arms. This is as far as I can take you. If D6 didn't still need me, I would truly love to accompany you on this journey. Jiang Xin accepted the items, grasping the walkie-talkie tightly. Colonel Yurchenko, if you ever need my assistance, remember to contact me. As long as I receive your message, I will come to your aid. No matter the distance, go now. I hope we meet again one day. The colonel patted Jiang Xin's shoulder before striding away from the train. Jiang Xin then selected the next station on the track interface, Flooded Station, rated with a danger level of 3 stars and a benefit of 2 stars. Meanwhile, the gates at the tunnel entrance began to open one by one. Standing outside the isolation wall, the colonel waved gently at the slowly departing train. The storm continued to rage unabated. Even after a day and a night, there were no signs of abatement. If anything, it had intensified. The chat group was filled with sorrowful lamentations, the number of members plummeting by over 2,000. Merely the second day following the storm, the death toll continued to rise. Click, 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 click. Since departing the D6 tunnel, the Geiger counter in the cockpit had not ceased its incessant clicking. Even though it was daytime, the dim sky resembled a moonless and starless night. The desolate plain intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. The thunderous roars of the storm crescendoed, drowning one another out in a continuous cacophony. To prevent further degradation of the engine's durability, Jiang Xin controlled the Dawn to travel at a speed of 80 km/h along the railway. The journey was exceedingly dull. Jiang Xin found himself repeatedly perusing the information displayed on the panel. There were screenshots and data he had captured, along with illustrations compiled by survivors in the chat channel. Suddenly, a fleeting glance caused Jiang Xin to question whether his memory had faltered. 77%? Staring at the panel displaying the engine's durability at 77, Jiang Xin felt uncertain. Had it not previously read 76? Could it be the second round of modifications had restored some durability? Contemplating this, he checked the engine's details, confirming that aside from its durability, no other changes had occurred. He began to speculate. Regardless, a restoration of durability was a fortunate development. Perhaps he should take another look. It's possible he had simply misremembered. However, at that moment, a bolt of lightning struck the iron tower beside the railway. The brilliant current flowed down the tower, piercing through the air and making direct contact with the Dawn. Fortunately, the train's carriage acted as a Faraday cage, ensuring Jiang Xin remained unharmed. Yet, the durability indicator for the engine suddenly jumped down 2 notches, now at 79. Just as he suspected, having confirmed that the special energy reservoir of the engine showed no signs of accumulation, he had already formed a hypothesis, albeit unverified. Witnessing this phenomenon firsthand confirmed his suspicions. Consuming special energy could indeed repair the engine. Excellent! Truly an outstanding product from the golden legend of the cheat. Jiang Xin had long been troubled by the dilemma of how to repair the engine. After all, this engine was the crux of the entire Dawn. It was irreplaceable. Just as they had barely departed, a frustrating problem had been effortlessly resolved. Suddenly, Jiang Xin felt buoyant, humming a little tune as the train traversed the desolate expanse. Having left D6 over an hour ago, the radiation dust from the storm still lingered heavily. The Geiger counter on the control panel continued its relentless clicking. Although the train was outfitted with heavy lead plates, Jiang Xin decided to remain vigilant. Aside from the living quarters equipped with an air purification system, he resolved to wear his hermit spider suit wherever he went. Boom! The thunder roared from the heavens, its intensity escalating in the last few minutes. According to the colonel, the storm was about to reach its peak, lasting anywhere from 4 to 5 days, or as little as 2 to 3 hours. Following that, the storm would gradually weaken, and eventually, everything would return to normal, barring the scars it left upon the world. Boom! A particularly loud clap of thunder exploded in Jiang Xin's ear, seeming to be right beside him. Through the lead-plated shutters, he could see a bolt of lightning striking just 2 meters away from the train. The concentrated electrical discharge hit the ground, exploding into a dazzling golden flower of lightning. Chapter 49. Compound No. 74, Part 1. Before the first flash of lightning had faded, another bolt struck down, directly hitting the front of the train. In an instant, the durability of the reverse-fire engine surged significantly, now standing at 82. The frequency of the thunder intensified, as if the sky had transformed into a sea of lightning. Simultaneously, the familiar system notification echoed in Jiang Xin's mind. Ding! The destruction storm will form in 3 hours. Ding! Survivors, please be advised. The destruction storm will form in 3 hours. The tempest reaches its zenith for a duration of 12 hours, during which the storm will gradually dissipate within the subsequent 12 hours. It is imperative to note that during the period following the storm's peak, various wild creatures may experience varying degrees of enhancement effects. Furthermore, Uncertain mutations may also occur. Caution is warranted. This effect is equally applicable to survivors. However, the potential for uncertain mutations carries significant risks. Survivors are advised to gauge their capabilities prudently and refrain from adopting a gambler's mentality. During the storm, all survivors should exercise caution, prioritizing survival above all else. The system's prompt sounded like a droplet of water falling into hot oil, instantly igniting a flurry of chatter in the communication channel. What? It's come to this, and yet the admiration for Tai Mu has taken shape. What has all this suffering counted for? Just a prelude to teasing you all. The enhancement is also effective for survivors. Perhaps we can seize this opportunity to make a bold move. Hey, aren't you afraid of the uncertain mutations? What if the outcome is negative? Wouldn't that be disastrous? Indeed. I certainly wouldn't want an extra nose or to lose an eye. What is there to fear? Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. How can one hope to survive among you insects? Observing the fervent discussions among the survivors in the chat channel, Jiang Xin continued to lurk in silence. The very groups that usually boasted the loudest voices remained reticent. Why should she be the one to stand out? However, the notion of mutation suddenly struck her mind. She recalled the blueprint for the potion she had previously drawn, which mentioned mutations and its effects to it appeared to be significantly safer than the uncertain mutations brought on by the storm. Approaching the workbench, Jiang Xin meticulously examined the introduction of the compound and confirmed her suspicions. Yet, the required materials posed a dilemma. Each production of 2 compounds necessitated 20 units of gel, glass, plastic, and other conventional materials. While she was well stocked on glass, plastic, and metal, she unfortunately lacked sufficient quantities of the mutant brain gel. Jiang Xin retrieved a small jar from her backpack, previously used by Huba to store the gel. The items in the system backpack remained in a state of stasis, appearing unchanged since their initial placement. Regrettably, Huba's craftsmanship seemed lacking, as the gel within had melded into a singular mass, rendering it impossible to discern its original quantity. Nonetheless, placing the gel on the workbench allowed the system to automatically assess and measure the amount. Revealing a mere 2 units, the gel contained in the jar was approximately 20 milliliters, thus each unit amounted to around 10 milliliters. Gazing at the gel obtained from Huba, Jiang Xin realized it was insufficient to produce even 1 compound. With no other recourse, she reluctantly opened the trading channel, hoping to find someone selling gel. Yet, given her experiences thus far, mutant brain gel was likely quite rare. She wondered if any of the current survivors had managed to collect such material. Upon opening the panel, an exceedingly lengthy pinned message popped up before her eyes. Jiang Feng. Good afternoon, fellow survivors. In the name of the Temporary United Committee, I once again caution you all that this storm is exceedingly dangerous. Please do not be blindly optimistic. According to the information collected by our team, the radiation dust intensity will drastically increase during the storm, and the mutations provoked by this storm are highly likely to result in irreversible genetic damage. Current data indicates that negative mutations could lead to rapid deterioration of bodily functions, potentially resulting in death. Jiang Feng. Additionally, the aggression of wild creatures will be significantly enhanced post-augmentation. These creatures will produce a gel-like substance within their brains, which is highly toxic and should not be ingested. Our team had prepared numerous protective masks and suits before the storm reached its peak, and they are now available in the marketplace. Each item is limited to 1 purchase, and if there are additional needs, survivors may contact the relevant personnel. Jiang Feng. The list of personnel available for private messages is as follows. 3 pinned messages cycled through the display, each approaching the 200-character limit. This individual had managed to post 3 messages at once, all rich in content. However, the name Jiang Feng seemed rather unfamiliar to her, as none of the initial individuals operating under the banner of the United Government had borne that name. Perhaps he was the appointed spokesperson, Jiang Xin speculated quietly. Yet, what captured Jiang Xin's attention most was the mention of the gel-like substance. This led her to wonder if it was indeed the mutant brain gel required for the production of compounds. Scanning the trading section, she was immediately struck by the staggering quantity of protective gear available, 9,000 units. With prices appearing quite reasonable, a rough estimation revealed that the prices were merely 5% above the market rate for materials, and they even accepted bartering, indicating a modest profit margin. It was quite rare for this organization, which had begun recruiting the moment the chat section opened, to engage in such benevolent acts. Perhaps she had been too narrow-minded in her assessments. According to the typical narrative arc in novels, such organizations should be capitalizing on their foresight to amass wealth during these tumultuous times. After a brief moment of silent criticism, she nonetheless remained focused on her objective and commenced her search in the marketplace. However, her efforts yielded minimal results. Only a scant few sellers were offering the gel, and their quantities were surprisingly limited. Most of the gels available were incomplete, with full units being exceedingly rare, and many offered only half or even a quarter of a unit. Furthermore, the prices were generally exorbitant, ranging from 2,000 to 3,000, with some even listing prices as high as 100,000. Despite Jiang Xin's substantial earnings from the outset and her continuous accumulation of disaster coins, now totaling over 1 million, such prices were simply untenable. After laboring for nearly half an hour, filtering out the exorbitantly priced listings, Jiang Xin managed to purchase all remaining gel units. Even with her own stock, she had just barely gathered 20 units of mutant brain gel. Gazing at the 2 freshly manufactured compound injection vials laid out on the workbench, Jiang Xin couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. Chapter 50, Compound Number 74, continued. It wasn't that the efficacy of the potion was in question. On the contrary, its effects were remarkable and could prove crucial in dire moments. Jiang Xin opened the details of the compound. Compound Number 74, Elemental Affinity. None. The mutant gel used in its production lacks any particularly prominent affinities, effects. Slightly enhances various physical attributes, with a high probability of triggering random genetic mutations. Though there remains a minuscule chance, less than 1, of adverse mutations occurring, which do not necessarily lead to death. PS1. If used while undergoing mutations, it can reverse unknown mutations, converting them into mutations controlled by the compound. PS2. Mutations can stack, but caution is advised regarding the affinities between mutations, as rejection may occur otherwise. However, due to the fact that injecting this compound does not guarantee complete safety, there remains a slight risk of adverse mutations. Thus, Jiang Xin had no intention of using it herself. After all, she already had the assistance of the jade pendant and was not in a rush to gain the fleeting advantage of mutation. Moreover, the uncertainty surrounding the mutation enhancement made her hesitant. Initially, she had planned to sell it within the survivor community, allowing her to gauge the compound's efficacy. Yet now, given the scarcity of gel in the market and the exorbitant prices, it was evidently unsuitable as a commodity for sale. Jiang Xin could only shout in the chat channel for potential sellers. Jiang Xin, seeking a large quantity of mutant brain gel, fair prices, and accepting barter. Please DM me. However, her purchasing inquiry was quickly drowned out by a torrent of messages flooding the chat. A cursory glance revealed that none of the messages were anything but expressions of gratitude towards the United Government and Jiang Feng. Thank you, Jiang Sheng, for saving my life. I kneel before Jiang Sheng. OTZ. Thank you, Jiang Sheng, and thank you, United Government. I knew the United Government would never abandon us. 555. And similar sentiments. Yet, interspersed among these, some individuals, seemingly oblivious, took it upon themselves to voice their dissenting opinions. Everyone, wake up. Don't be deceived by their actions. If these people are so capable, they should be rushing to rescue us instead. What is wrong with you people? I'm so poor I can barely survive, and you still have the audacity to charge money. Shouldn't it be given out for free? Beneath these misguided assertions, a plethora of Jiang Feng's admirers relentlessly berated them. Various unsavory remarks and venomous language proliferated in this chat channel devoid of filtering options. Observing the chaotic influx of messages, Jiang Xin understood that no matter how much she spammed, she could never compete with the thousands of survivors. With a resigned shake of her head, she sighed, realizing she would have to contravene her ancestors' edicts and resort to pinning her inquiry. Just as she was preparing to pay for a pinned message, a private message suddenly appeared in her inbox. Someone was indeed selling gel, and they had seen her inquiry. A cursory glance at the contents of the private message led Jiang Xin to forego her plan to pin her request, instead promptly opening the message to reply. Jiang Xin, can you truly provide a large quantity of mutant brain gel? Li Mingliang, naturally, I swear by the United Government. Picture. Li Mingliang's reply included 2 photos. One was a screenshot displaying mutant brain gel on a panel, and the other was a snapshot of the gel stored in a water bottle. Observing the 2 bottles captured in the image, though they are not completely full, their capacity appears to be close to 1 liter. resembling approximately 100 portions. Jiang Xin, if you can genuinely provide the gel depicted in the image, I will accept all that you have shown, as long as the price remains within a reasonable range. Li Mingliang, that's certainly acceptable. However, I am quite curious about what you intend to do with so much gel. Jiang Xin, that is my personal matter. I have my reasons for acquiring them. So if you are sincere in your transaction, please adopt the appropriate attitude. Jiang Xin's response comes across as somewhat assertive, considering that the gel is not an absolute necessity for him. Perhaps the gel produced amidst the storm could suffice as well? After a brief silence in Li Mingliang's chat box, he ultimately sent a string of numbers. 300,000. These 2 bottles of gel are yours, and if you wish, I can take the initiative to sell them to you. The chat box flickered again, followed by another message. However, there is a small request. We hope to have the priority to purchase one of its products. If available, that would be ideal. If not, it won't affect our transaction. Jiang Xin pondered over the matter. Converting 300,000 means the price proportion of gel is merely 3,000, compared to the scattered and incomplete gels in the trading channel. This is exceedingly inexpensive. Moreover, the finished product is intended for sale. Selling to anyone is still selling. Consequently, he decisively replied to the other party. All right, it's settled then. Soon, the transaction was completed. Jiang Xin gazed at the 2 bottles of gel in his hands, then at the less than 1 million disaster coins, and could not help but lament how difficult it is to earn money. Previously, when selling weapons and equipment, considering that survivors were generally impoverished, transactions were predominantly barter-based. Thus, the accumulated million disaster coins did not amount to much. It might not even compare to the profits made by Wang Ning and his group from before, which were merely a fraction. However, now it was Jiang Xin's turn to reap benefits. He planned to set the selling price of compound number 74 at 1 million, specifically targeting these affluent individuals. After all, why not prey on those who possess substantial wealth? Furthermore, can this truly be considered exploiting them? In the current trading channel, the presence of green grass and white clouds is commonplace. Whenever a blue quality item appears, it is always subjected to top-tier bidding. With his own purple quality item, enhancing his strength safely while earning a modest profit of around 400,000 from them, what is the harm in that? No, the more he thought, the more he felt he was losing out. Perhaps he should set the price at 5 million. Then, he could create a group for bidding. With this thought, a cunning smile began to spread across Jiang Xin's face, gradually turning rather sinister. The mere thought of impending financial gain made him eagerly return to his workshop. He placed the 2 bottles of gel on the workbench, which were swiftly dismantled into 124 portions of gel. The actual yield exceeded Jiang Xin's expectations, which was splendid news. These gels could produce 12 units of compound No. 74. Before long, 12 brand new syringes appeared before Jiang Xin. The syringe containing the compound measured approximately 20 centimeters in length, with a diameter akin to that of a forearm, featuring a small window that allowed a clear view of the azure liquid within. Jiang Xin adjusted the angle and captured an image of a single syringe before privately messaging Li Mingliang. At this moment, he remained unaware of the storm that this potion would soon incite. Chapter 51. The Auction, Part 1. Jiang Xin. Li Mingliang, this is the finished product I obtained earlier. If you desire it, it is 5 million per unit, no negotiation. Image. Jiang Xin sent the screenshots of the syringes along with a transaction request. Before long, the exchange was completed seamlessly. Gazing at his now plump wallet, Jiang Xin mused that indeed, engaging in cunning trade yields greater profits. With just a simple turnover, he netted several million. It seems that for ordinary survivors, a strategy of low prices for high volume should be employed, while for these affluent individuals, hefty profits should be exacted. Observing the remaining 13 syringes of compound, Jiang Xin quietly strategized to retain one. He wished to see if he could upgrade this syringe during the lottery with the jade pendant. As for the rest, he planned to sell them in 2 batches. The reason for this division was, of course, to create a sense of scarcity, as this tactic never goes out of style. While Jiang Xin was busy planning his sales strategy, on the other side, Li Mingliang was already in a state of urgency. Jiang Feng, Li Mingliang, you fool. What on earth are you doing with the potion? Misappropriating a large sum of funds is one thing. You even sold the gels that were so painstakingly collected. All for this. What is this 78 potion? Upon seeing the 2 images sent by Li Mingliang, Jiang Feng could not help but become furious, his tone decidedly harsh, secluded corner of the disaster-ridden world. An old steam locomotive puffed out black smoke, moving forward at a leisurely pace in the cockpit. Li Mingliang eagerly replied to his superior. Li Mingliang, boss, just take a look at the effects of this item. This expenditure is undoubtedly worthwhile, and it is certified as purple quality by the system. As for those gels, can't we just collect them again? The upcoming storm will surely cause the gel yield to surge. Selling them now might just be a way to hit the jackpot. Jiang Feng, forget about all that. My position in the organization is already unstable. If this batch of gel is submitted, and it gets discovered that I misappropriated funds, who knows how those scoundrels will impeach me? Tell me, how should we resolve this? Oh dear, boss. I've sent you the item. Just take a look before we discuss further. Li Mingliang paused his actions of shoveling coal into the steam engine, lowering his head and meekly explaining. Though Jiang Feng could not see the other side of the conversation, as a former subordinate of Jiang Feng in the real world, he still adopted a subservient demeanor in the face of his superior's rebuke. Meanwhile, in a similarly aged steam train, Jiang Feng exhibited a different attitude. As a chairman of the Temporary Coalition Committee, he naturally enjoyed certain privileges, such as the automatic fuel loader on his train and the red wine he was currently savoring. Upon retrieving the syringe sent by Li Mingliang, he could not help but snort in disdain. Under normal circumstances, he would have slapped Li Mingliang across the face. Although Jiang Feng usually portrayed himself as a model gentleman in the committee, he was always clear about rewards and punishments for his subordinates, praise when due and punishment when warranted. Misappropriating public funds and selling committee assets was a grave offense. If there were no one around, he would have no qualms about ruthlessly sending this subordinate to prison to pave the way for himself. However, the current circumstances had shifted. Having such a loyal subordinate not only assisted him in his work, but also helped him secure his position in this temporarily established committee. Calming himself, Jiang Feng's expression gradually transformed as he regarded the syringe before him. From anger to neutrality, then to surprise, he ultimately began to laugh in a somewhat hysterical manner. Jiang Feng immediately messaged Li Mingliang. Mingliang, well done. I'll give you another 10 million. Find a way to acquire as many compound syringes from that person as possible. Money is no object. Just let me know when you need more to by the way. What is that person's name? That person is called Jiang Xin. Li Mingliang replied almost instantaneously. Jiang Feng, upon seeing the name, allowed a wider smile to spread across his face. Jiang Xin. Perhaps they were once partners 500 years ago. Friends? Beep 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 beep. At this moment, Jiang Xin was preparing for the upcoming auction when a private message notification popped up again. Seeing it was from Li Mingliang, Jiang Xin couldn't help but wonder if this fellow had encountered misfortune, perhaps suffering a malignant mutation after use, and was now seeking trouble with him? Or could it be that another business opportunity was presenting itself? Regardless, Jiang Xin ultimately chose to open Li Mingliang's private message, for he had nothing to fear. Li Mingliang, brother, can you sell me 2 more compound syringes? I still have 10 million disaster coins on hand. 10 million. Staring at the figure in the private message, Jiang Xin fell into contemplation. Why not take another cut? Jiang Xin, brother Mingliang, let me be straightforward with you. It's not that I don't want to sell them to you. I believe you have already witnessed the effects of the compound, correct? However, currently, I am the sole holder of this item. I think, at the upcoming auction, there will be plenty of people willing to pay a higher price for the compound potion. If you are genuinely interested, how does 20 million sound? That price is not unreasonable. Is it? On the other end, upon seeing the reply, Li Mingliang couldn't help but curse under his breath. Focused solely on his boss's task, he accidentally revealed his bottom line, leaving him at a disadvantage. However, seeing that Jiang Xin intended to auction the compound syringes, he felt a wave of relief. He did not believe that the wild survivors would possess substantial disaster coins. They might not even have a locomotive. Potentially relying on government aid while struggling amidst radiation, such small fry wouldn't he have the capital to compete with him for the syringes. Perhaps he could even profit from this endeavor. With that thought, Li Mingliang couldn't help but laugh aloud, yet he still replied with utmost seriousness. Since you are preparing for an auction, brother, I will respect that and participate in your auction honestly. Jiang Xin, upon reading Li Mingliang's response, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had thought he had encountered a wealthy patron, yet it turned out to be merely a discount bottle. Such eloquence is commendable, yet one fears that at the auction, This staggering sum of 10 million may scarcely suffice to procure a single compound syringe. Shutting down the chat with Li Mingliang, Jiang Xin prepared to stir excitement within the chat channel. After all, an auction thrives on the attendance of affluent bidders. However, enticing these wealthy patrons to join necessitated considerable allure. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Xin resolved to emphasize the life-saving properties of the compound. In this world ravaged by calamities, preserving one's life is of utmost importance. Setting aside one syringe for herself, Jiang Xin planned to divide the remaining 12 syringes into 2 batches, 6 for auction and 6 to barter in the traditional manner. Chapter 52. The Auction, Part 2. Naturally, in events such as auctions, verifying the financial capacity of participants is indispensable. Thus, Jiang Xin requested that interested bidders provide screenshots to prove they possessed at least 10 million disaster coins. As for the promotional text, it need not be overly ornate. Jiang Xin conducted a brief review to ensure there were no typographical errors before posting it in the chat channel, pinning it to the top. Jiang Xin. Epic quality compound potion capable of reversing the malignant mutations caused by storms. Truly a second chance at life on the path to survival. Additionally, it enhances your physical constitution and induces beneficial mutations, enabling you to navigate this world beset by calamities with ease. Starting bid. 10 million disaster coins, first batch of 6, limited quantity, highest bidder wins. Interested buyers, please screenshot and message privately. In the afternoon, when survivors are most active, coupled with the earlier system announcements and a wave of posts from the United Government, discussions among the survivors flourished around these 2 topics. In this context, pinning an advertisement greatly amplified visibility. As soon as Jiang Xin's message was pinned, the chat channel erupted once more in a third wave of information frenzy. 10 million starting bid? Who can afford that? Have you all evolved in secret without me? What day is it today? So many bizarre happenings in a single day. Is this a scam? Probably just envious of Jiangsheng's profits, trying to make a quick buck. Who is this Jiang Xin? Never heard of her before, suddenly appearing to sell such potions. Can we trust her? Isn't that the arms dealer from a while back? Just a day without seeing him and he is selling fake meds? Numerous survivors voiced their opinions, with skeptics comprising the majority, yet there were also those with discerning eyes. Upon grasping the stakes, some quietly sent private messages requesting to join. Observing the influx of financial proofs like snowflakes, Jiang Xin sifted through them briefly before gladly adding the qualified individuals to a group chat. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng was lost in daydreams, contemplating how to allocate the acquired potions. He understood that the value of these potions extended far beyond mere monetary worth. By controlling them, he could rally more individuals to his side, thereby strengthening his own power. This would enable him to dominate the entire committee and establish unparalleled authority within this wretched world of calamities. Ding 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 ding. A sudden private message shattered Jiang Feng's reverie. It was from the committee, a bunch of meddlesome individuals convening yet another trivial online meeting. An auction for potions? I must take charge. This is non-negotiable. Yet as he read further, Jiang Feng's expression shifted from pale to flush, then to ashen. His countenance a kaleidoscope of emotions. Thud. The table HP1 shook as Jiang Feng slammed his fist down, the force causing him to cough awkwardly. Then, with a slightly hoarse voice, he began to curse. Damn Li Mingliang. You can't seem to handle a simple task without causing a storm. It was no wonder Jiang Feng was irate. Li Mingliang was naive, but he was not. Previously, during negotiations with various survivor organizations, he had merely observed. Those who managed to rise in this disaster-ridden world at this juncture were not without true skill. Whether through luck or cunning, they were all formidable adversaries. The prior collection of protective gear, which appeared effortless, had been orchestrated through the United Government's appeals to human solidarity and various profit-sharing schemes. Now, with personal survival at stake, how could those cunning individuals relinquish their talismans of life? For Jiang Feng, acquiring the potions was no easy feat. By now, the auction group had welcomed no fewer than 20 participants. Jiang Xin herself was surprised by the number of affluent bidders present. Moreover, the interactions among these wealthy individuals suggested a degree of familiarity. Among them were several leaders of organizations Jiang Xin recognized, such as Ning Wang and Jiang Feng. However, noticing Li Mingliang's absence, Jiang Xin chose not to dwell on the intricacies of the situation, considering it quite normal for a representative from the temporary committee to attend. Yet she couldn't help but lament how, in just a few short days in this world of calamities, the class distinctions among survivors had become so stark. Observing the affluent conversing with ease, Jiang Xin did not rush to commence the auction. Typically, auctions require advance promotion and a period of anticipation, but in this disaster-ridden world, Jiang Xin had little time to wait. Moreover, the total number of survivors in the channel was merely around 100,000. Following today's barrage of information, those who could be drawn in had likely already shown interest. Those who remained silent were either already lost along the way or lacked the capability to seize unexpected fortune. After waiting a moment longer and seeing no new private message requests, Jiang Xin declared the commencement of the auction. Jiang Xin. Those who could come have arrived, so let the auction begin. You are all here for the compound potion? So without further ado, let us start the bidding at 10 million, with increments no less than 100,000, to avoid wasting time. Du Jinlin, haha, that's the spirit, brother. Unlike some who feel the need to compose a lengthy essay for an auction, I'll kick things off with 12 million disaster coins. This individual was the founder and president of the Mutual Aid Society. Although Jiang Xin had little interaction with him, he enjoyed considerable esteem within the channel. Wang Ning, what is the point of dragging this out? 15 million. Bai Ji, 20 million. Yu Dai, 20 million. The bids from these two came almost simultaneously. From their earlier exchanges with Wang Ning, it was evident they were the masterminds behind the money-making scheme alongside him. 22 million, 22.1 million, 23 million. Soon, smaller bidders began to raise their offers one by one, including Jiang Feng, who stealthily tested the waters. 30 million, 30.5 million. After several rounds of bidding, the price had skyrocketed to over 30 million. Even Jiang Xin found it hard to believe. The disaster coins held by these affluent individuals far exceeded what others could fathom. Jiang Feng, 35 million. Jiang Xin, my brother and esteemed guests, could you possibly grant the committee a favor? In the future, the committee will surely remember your concessions and reward you handsomely. Jiang Xin couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Handsomely rewarded? If he couldn't even secure the compound potion, how substantial could that reward possibly be? Did he think mere words could extract value from thin air? Such naivete. This was a world of calamities. No one would indulge him. Chapter 53. The aftermath of the auction. Jiang Xin firmly replied, Brother Jiang Feng, this is an auction. The highest bid wins. Impudent. 40 million. Yu Dai retorted, not about to let up. His tone laced with mockery. 41 million. If the United Committee acquires the potion, it may save more survivors afflicted by disasters. Even if you disregard the committee's reputation, you should think of the common folk. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth, unwilling to yield, while delivering a grandiloquent speech filled with hollow platitudes. At this point, Jiang Feng was drenched in sweat. The 35 million he bid was already the committee's financial ceiling, and the remaining millions were from his own pocket. Should he fail to secure the potion, not only would his previous plans collapse, but his position as a director could also vanish into thin air. Losing access to the committee's shared resources would render him no different from an ordinary survivor. Having witnessed the perils of this disaster-stricken world, Jiang Feng could not afford to lose everything he had. However, his words fell on deaf ears. 42 million. 43 million. With Yu Dai leading the way, no one paid heed to Jiang Feng's incessant ramblings. The price escalated steadily by the million. How long will this drudgery continue? 50 million. Yu Dai declared, determined to secure the potion. Yet this 50 million was likely the upper limit, surpassing the threshold for most bidders, leading them to fall silent. Just as everyone thought the fate of the first potion was sealed. Bai Ji, apologies, but I believe this potion, at 60 million, should belong to me. Silence engulfed the chat, and even Jiang Xin was momentarily taken aback. After a moment, she hastily confirmed the bid. Bai Ji bids 60 million. Congratulations to Mr. Bai for securing the first potion. What? Is it really necessary? What do you want from me? Aren't we on the same side? Would it kill you to wait a moment? Giving away 10 million for free, and you still can't be so blatant about it. At this moment, Yu Dai finally realized the situation and began to voice his complaints to Bai Ji. Bai Ji, it will die. The succinctness of those two words left the group in a profound silence. Yu Dai, continue, group leader. 40 million. Acknowledging that the outcome was already determined, Uday ceased his fixation and urged Jiang Xin to hasten the auction of the next potion. As Uday placed his bid, the auction resumed. Before long, all 6 potions were acquired at prices exceeding expectations. The subsequent sellers included Uday, Wang Ning, Du Jinlin, and of course, Bai Ji, seemingly only to obstruct Jiang Feng. In the end, after a relentless bidding war, Jiang Feng managed to secure 1 potion. Utterly exhausted, one could easily surmise that his expression was far from pleasant. Regardless of others' reactions, Jiang Xin was rather satisfied. This round had netted him nearly 300 million disaster coins, successfully elevating him into the ranks of the affluent. However, while the auction had concluded, the ripples of its aftermath had yet to settle. Just then, a couple of notification pings signaled the arrival of several private messages from both unfamiliar senders and participants from the auction. It appeared the moment had arrived for the remaining 6 potions to be put to use, prompting Jiang Xin to open each message in turn. The first private message was from Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, brother Jiang Xin, when will the next batch of compound potions be available for sale? I wonder if you could provide a few exclusively for our coalition government. To be frank, the temporary joint committee is currently rather financially constrained. He rambled on with a plethora of unnecessary words. Truly a nuisance. Brother Jiang Xin, we are both members of the Jiang family. It is likely we were one family hundreds of years ago. In light of blah blah blah, would you kindly make an exception? Our committee has discussed this, and if possible, we hope you can supply us with a few in advance. After the calamity storm, we will surely collect gel for you in abundance. Observing the lengthy message Jiang Feng sent, Jiang Xin began to comprehend whom Du Jinlin was mocking at the start of the auction. Yet, no matter how verbose he was, it made little difference. Jiang Xin simply replied with 2 words, dream on. If one cannot afford to buy, they wish to obtain it for free, and even expect a promise of future support. Jiang Xin couldn't be bothered to respond to him. Once the calamity storm reached its peak, the reinforced monsters would undoubtedly come in waves. At that point, the gel would merely be a byproduct for defense, and whether the gel strengthened by the storm could even be used to create potions remained uncertain. With a hint of disdain, Jiang Xin dismissed Jiang Feng's private message and turned to another one, this time from Bai Ji. This individual was refreshingly straightforward, not only presenting 2 purple blueprints and a purple item for Jiang Xin to choose from in exchange for potions, but also clearly stating that even if he had no potions at the moment, he could still take the items. Such an attitude certainly overshadowed the inability of the coalition government to hold its head high. Upon glancing at the other private messages, they conveyed similar sentiments, albeit with less favorable terms. After reviewing everything, only Bai Ji's offer piqued Jiang Xin's interest. Carefully examining the blueprints, they were full-size bullet press machine and large fireproof freezer. Full-size bullet press machine. Purple automatically produces various calibers of ammunition when materials are inserted, and can recycle shell casings for reuse. Effect 1. Capable of producing any ammunition below 27mm caliber. Effect 2. Increases the penetration level of manufactured bullets by 1.as for the large fireproof freezer. Jiang Xin did not scrutinize it closely. After all, when it came to storage facilities, none could compare to the capabilities of the system's backpack. He would prefer to gradually expand his backpack using the jade pendant. The last purple item was the Noble's elegant holster, reminiscent of holsters from the American West during the Great Expansion, designed exclusively for lever-action rifles. Its effect accelerates the drawing of the weapon, and the first 3 rounds of ammunition after drawing gain enhanced effects, transforming into scattershot explosive rounds. Aside from the freezer, Jiang Xin found the other 2 items quite tempting. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose the most practical option, the full-size bullet press machine. The 2 exchanged payment and goods. However, Jiang Xin hoped that after Bai Ji used the potion, she could share her experience with him, to which Bai Ji did not decline. Soon, the blueprint for the purple barrier appeared in his inbox. As Jiang Xin took out the blueprint and examined it, he involuntarily uttered exquisite Cybertronian dialect. It wasn't that the goods were incorrect. Rather, the required materials for the bullet press were indeed outrageous. Setting aside the vast amount of basic materials, it astonishingly required several different specifications of bullet presses. With such presses, why would I still need you? Chapter 54. Resurgence Potion. Upon reaching this point, Jiang Xin nearly choked on his own frustration. Had he known, he would have opted for the holster instead, considering he already possessed enough lever-action rifles to make use of it. Moreover, He suspected that the blueprint for the storage facility would not be easy to create. Otherwise, why would it have been offered? Indeed, these affluent individuals were all quite shrewd. One could only wonder how they became wealthy in the first place. Regardless, the items had been accepted, and there was no turning back. The path he chose must be traversed, even if it were fraught with pitfalls. Ding! The milestone task has been completed. Rewards are being distributed. The sudden system notification interrupted Jiang Xin's lamentations. What the hell? How could the task be completed? Jiang Xin, puzzled, opened the system panel, as his total distance traveled barely exceeded 3,000 kilometers. How could the task possibly be completed now? It wasn't until he viewed the task interface that he realized the completed milestone task was not from the system but from the jade pendant. In an instant, the clouds of frustration in Jiang Xin's heart dissipated. Here it comes, here it comes, I have been waiting for so long. Let me see what the reward is. Although it was a white quality task issued some time ago, with a reward cap of merely green quality, anything produced by the jade pendant was of significant concern to Jiang Xin. The reward extracted from the inbox was a glowing green orb. At the moment it was freed from the system's constraints, a large number 6 blossomed from it, transforming into a semi-transparent green card. It was indeed the number 6. So far, he had only yet to draw 6 and 9. Jiang Xin picked up the card, and an innate sense informed him that this small card could be used to elevate the quality of a specified item, although the increase could not surpass the card's own grade. A pity. It was merely a green quality upgrade card. If only the quality could be a bit higher. However, Jiang Xin did not dwell too long on disappointment. After a brief moment of contemplation, he placed the card into the turret atop his vehicle. The upgrade card transformed into a beam of green light, penetrating the turret. When the shimmering green light dissipated, the turret had completed its upgrade. Jiang Xin eagerly opened the turret's profile. While its form had not undergone significant changes, it now boasted 2 new pieces of equipment and an additional effect. The 2 pieces of equipment were an active defense system 1 and a smoke disperser 1. The effect allowed the remote-controlled machine gun to autonomously seek out enemies. With a maximum search range of 1,500 meters, adjustable as needed, and automatically fire at hostile creatures that entered its alert range. In simpler terms, the previously manually controlled machine gun had transformed into a 12.7mm sentry gun. Jiang Xin was quite pleased with this upgrade. Traversing the wasteland alone inevitably left room for oversight. With the assistance of the sentry gun, he could rest much more assuredly. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Shortly after the upgrade was completed, the sound of the machine gun firing rang out incessantly, yet, amid the continuous gunfire, no kill notifications appeared on the panel. It seems like a bit of a waste of bullets. Jiang Xin couldn't help but comment, quickly narrowing the alert range. Adjusting it to a radius of 300 meters, this distance not only perfectly covered the train itself, but also prevented it from being so extensive that even the wild dogs by the roadside would be caught in the crossfire. Indeed, after adjusting the alert range, the gunfire ceased, though intermittent beeping persisted. This indicated the automatic targeting and locking mechanism, but as long as foes did not enter the alert range, the machine gun would refrain from firing. With the turret enhanced and some time remaining before the storm and arrival, Jiang Xin decided to convert the spoils from the previous stop into a portion of combat power to avoid mishaps at the next destination. Without further ado, Jiang Xin emptied the jade pendants from his backpack onto the table, gazing at the pile that resembled a small mountain. His excitement was palpable. First, let us combine them into gold. In no time, through Jiang Xin's efforts, along with 2 previously saved purples, 7 shimmering gold pendants appeared before him. Alas! Still unable to synthesize a secondary gold pendant, Jiang Xin sighed as he looked at the pendants before him. Previously, every 2 purples could yield 1 secondary purple. Now, however, 7 golds could not produce a single secondary gold. If it took 10 pendants to create a secondary gold, then the next quality would require a staggering 10,000 pendants to achieve a secondary upgrade. Just thinking about the number of pendants needed for the next quality made his scalp tingle. However, this was not what Jiang Xin needed to contemplate at the moment. He should first consider how to arrange the jade pendants in his possession. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to draw a couple of times, while keeping the remaining 5 for later. Here we go. First draw. Jiang Xin silently chanted the names of various deities, wishing for divine favor to bless him with a successful draw. With a flick of his palm, he activated the first golden pendant. 5. What has been enhanced? In a fervent search through her backpack, Jiang Xin finally unearthed the enhanced item, which turned out to be an untraded potion. Complete potion, gold, effect. Without altering physical attributes. It cleanses all external forces, including mutations deformations, restoring the user's body to its initial state. This effect applies to ongoing mutations deformations, as well as external forces no greater than the potion's quality. After using this potion, certain abilities may be significantly weakened or even entirely lost. The description of the potion consisted of but a few lines, yet Jiang Xin found herself utterly bewildered. What is this? Is it akin to the waters of oblivion? But what purpose does it serve? This is not a game where one can simply retrain lost skills and professions. In this world of calamity, a single misstep could lead to total ruin. Who would willingly wash away the abilities painstakingly acquired through relentless effort? Jiang Xin could only muse that it might be useful, but certainly not something a normal survivor would employ. However, those referred to as deformers in parentheses would likely covet such a potion. Dismissing her thoughts, she resolved to continue drawing. Activating the second jade pendant, she noted it was still the number 5, yet now in red. The moment she caught sight of the crimson glow, her heart involuntarily skipped a beat, and her lips curled into an uncontrollable grin, bursting forth in laughter. Yes, I struck it rich. Ha ha ha, Jiang Xin cheered, resembling a jubilant scholar who had just achieved success, tears of joy welling in her eyes. Eagerly, she rummaged through her backpack and soon discovered the prize, resting beside the golden potion, a red quality potion. Had she struck the jackpot of potions again? Jiang Xin slapped her own cheek, reassuring herself that this was merely the retribution for harvesting the bountiful crops. Nevertheless, being of red quality, she thought it prudent to examine it further. Chapter 55. News of the Deformers. Jiang Xin opened the potion's description. Triphase Resurrection Potion, red. This potion can bind to a living being and automatically activate upon their death. Effect 1. Resurrection, ignores any cause of death. Effect 2. Triphase Body. What on earth? Why is the second effect entirely garbled? Jiang Xin was perplexed. She then attempted to call out to the Calamity World. System? Are you there, system? How can you be sleeping while this is all gibberish? Yet the system remained unresponsive. Well, at least it's a resurrection item. That has something, she muttered, though inwardly she was almost ready to kneel before the jade pendant after drawing 2 high-quality treasures in succession. The first was utterly useless to her, while the second, despite being a resurrection tool, seemed potent. However, the garbled second effect made her apprehensive about potential adverse reactions upon binding it. Enough of this hesitation. Is the jade pendant really going to harm me? Bind it to me. Ultimately, after a fierce internal struggle, Jiang Xin decided to bind the potion. After all, a free life was not to be squandered. With eyes shut, she opened them to carefully examine her body for any additional limbs. Excellent, no changes whatsoever. The panel also remained unchanged. The backpack. Wait, where did my potion go? Is this a sign of successful binding? Could it be that the system discovered the act and imposed punishment? No, please. The tales say that when a resurrection item appears in a novel, death is inevitably on the horizon. So, does this even count as a resurrection? After some time grappling with her emotions, Jiang Xin cast aside the tumult of highs and lows, for soon she would have to confront the impending calamity storm. Presently, Jiang Xin sat upright in the driver's seat, watching as the timer ticked down, the moment of the system's announcement drawing ever closer. The instant the countdown reached 0, the system's broadcast rang out as anticipated. Beep, the calamity storm is about to reach its peak. Survivors are advised to proceed with caution. Beep, calamity storm. Beep, the system repeated the announcement thrice, and as the final words echoed, the sky outside the window transformed rapidly. The once dense clouds seemed to be swept away by some unseen force, revealing a crystalline night sky adorned with auroras. The storm and thunder ceased abruptly, as if the world had plunged into tranquility. Jiang Xin began to question whether there was a malfunction with the system's announcement, mistaking the end of the storm for its peak. Yet, all of this was merely the calm before the storm. Amidst her confusion, the wind began to pick up, gradually intensifying. Bang, something collided with the side of the vehicle, and Jiang Xin peered through the headlights of the Dawnlight vehicle. She observed a few aberrant creatures soaring across the wasteland. The recent collision was merely with one of them. Booming thunder erupted, Yet no lightning illuminated the sky. Climbing up to the 360-degree observation window of the turret, Jiang Xin was horrified to discover that the storm clouds were chasing the train. The recent lightning strike had occurred a mere few dozen meters from the last carriage. Moreover, at the site of the strike, a tree resembling lightning, a bizarre crystalline structure, was sprouting. If it were to be struck, it would surely send one soaring into the heavens. Jiang Xin could not help but break into a cold sweat. This calamity truly was a disaster. What had preceded it was child's play. Crackle, the Geiger counter, was already off the charts, indicating that the world outside the train was undoubtedly inhospitable to human life. This was dire. Everything was happening all at once. Jiang Xin donned her hermit armor helmet and checked the train's status via the panel. The engine's durability had been fully restored, and there were even dozens of points of special energy reserves. With this in mind, Jiang Xin decided to cast aside all reservations and immediately accelerated the train to a speed of 200 km/h. Compared to before, the speed had more than doubled. Simultaneously, the chat channel was filled with cries of despair. The number of survivors began to plummet rapidly. This was the first time the world of calamity revealed its true nature to the survivors. Otherwise, this group of survivors, who had been laughing and joking in the chat, truly believed that the calamity world was manageable. Nonetheless, among the survivors, there were still a few fortunate souls. Ha ha ha! There is still a glimmer of hope in this calamity. I, Lu Rani, successfully mutated. No more nonsense with potions or the disaster committee. I shall crush them all beneath my feet. Image, image, image. Alongside the pinned message were images of Lu Rani battling mutated creatures amidst the storm. In the pictures, Lu Rani's muscles bulged as he grappled a creature the size of a medium dog, delivering furious blows. The survivors in the chat were first taken aback, then erupted with praise. Eager to inquire about his mutation experience, hoping to replicate this rare event, Lu Rani, it seemed, was somewhat intoxicated by the adulation of the crowd, becoming rather cocky. "Want to know? First, pay me a tuition fee of 100,000. Otherwise, I'm not sharing." Jiang Xin was equally curious about this mutation, contemplating whether to seek him out, when a private message from Baiji arrived. "Baiji, I have already used the compound potion. The process was somewhat agonizing, but the results are indeed impressive. Baiji, after successfully mutating, a mutation panel will appear on your character information, displaying your mutated abilities, affinities, and the experience bar to the next stage. As mutation survivors, we can absorb radiation energy and control the mutation through the system panel. However, using a second compound potion accelerates this process, allowing for a swift breakthrough to the second-tier mutation, from which one can select new abilities, roughly speaking." Along with her message was an image. Jiang Xin opened it to find Baiji's attribute panel. Baiji, 120 basic attributes have been obscured, but strength can be calculated as 7 points. Mutation survivor, second tier, 10,000. Elemental affinity, water mutation ability 1, slight. Mutation ability 2, slight. Skills, slight. She was a straightforward individual, making it impossible to associate her with the scheming survivors like Wang Ning or Yu Dai. However, the timing of Baiji's message was impeccable. Had it arrived even a moment later, Jiang Xin might have foolishly spent 100,000 as a naive fool. Still, she had some lingering questions. "How did you acquire your elemental affinity? I recall the potions for sale had no affinities. If it's inconvenient, feel free to ignore my question." "Baiji, there is nothing inconvenient about it. You'll know once you inject the potion. The affinity is determined by the injector themselves, and thereafter, they can only inject potions that correspond to that affinity or those with no affinity." "Ah, I see. It seems I inadvertently mixed the gels while crafting. It was purely a stroke of luck. If I specifically select gels with fire attributes to create potions with a fire affinity and inject them into someone with a water affinity, wouldn't that lead to rejection?" Followed by Boom. Chapter 56, Submerged Water Station, Part 1. Closing the panel before her, Jiang Xin ceased to ponder the compound potions matters. Calculating the time, she realized that in just over half an hour, they would arrive at the next station, Submerged Water Station. Although this station was rated 3 stars in danger, given that they were currently in the peak of the storm, the actual danger within the station would likely far exceed that rating. Jiang Xin checked her equipment, ensuring her ammunition was fully stocked, and placed her weapons in their designated spots to avoid rummaging through her backpack in a moment of crisis. The electric core of the hermit spider had charged for nearly 4 to 5 hours. Although it was impossible to achieve a full charge, it was more than sufficient to sustain a low-intensity battle. With everything prepared, clad in full armor, Jiang Xin traversed the leaden-wrapped connections of the train. Upon entering the front car, he promptly closed the hatch of the connection, significantly diminishing the howling wind outside. Before long, the scenery outside the window shifted dramatically. Amidst the undulating mountains, the dawn entered a tunnel within the mountainside. In an instant, the harsh external environment seemed to bid farewell to Jiang Xin. Even the clicking sound of the Geiger counter fell into a temporary hush. Only when the dawn gradually came to a halt at the platform did the Geiger counter exhibit a slight fluctuation. Exiting through the specially designed dual radiation-proof door at the front, Jiang Xin scanned the station, seemingly devoid of any immediate danger, yet he remained vigilant. It is often said that beneath the calmest surface, turbulent currents may lurk. Suddenly, an unexpected noise emanated from above. As Jiang Xin looked up, he was startled by the sight before him. The ceiling of the station was adorned with a haphazard array of dolls, all proportionately sized. Their forms were dilapidated, resembling incomplete corpses suspended in mid-air. The earlier clicking sounds were likely produced by the airflow causing the dolls to collide with one another. Realizing this, Jiang Xin exhaled deeply, reassured that the hermit spider had not signaled any danger. It was merely his own imagination playing tricks on him. Yet, he could not help but wonder who had hung these dolls there. Consequently, Jiang Xin adopted a more cautious approach, meticulously inspecting every corner as he passed. He was convinced that the system would not arbitrarily designate the danger level of this station as 3 stars. Carefully, Jiang Xin cleared a path and ascended the stairs leading from the station. With each step, he ventured deeper into the unknown, when suddenly a crisp sound echoed beneath his feet. Crack. A hand? No, merely a doll's hand, which Jiang Xin had just crushed underfoot. What was happening? He had clearly confirmed that there was nothing here prior to stepping down. There was something amiss with this station. Could it be haunted? Jiang Xin thought to himself. The mere notion of an enemy that could disregard any physical attack or defense sent a shiver down his spine, even encased in heavy armor. If it were a normal flesh and blood adversary, Jiang Xin would not have feared. He could slay as many as approached. However, against a ghost, he found himself utterly helpless. Just as he suppressed the rising panic within, Jiang Xin heard what seemed to be movement above the stairs. The footsteps were light and sporadic, suggesting a nimble presence, accompanied by heavy panting. Instantly, Jiang Xin felt a surge of relief. As long as it was a living entity, everything would be manageable. Aiming his firearm at the staircase, he cautiously peered out, observing that the only illumination on this level emanated from the slightly lit center of the hall. A large hole had been gouged into the ceiling, covered by some peculiar substance. Through which the light filtered down. On the ground lay a massive bat-like creature, pitifully sprawled out, its body marred by gruesome wounds, with one of its gigantic bat wings torn away, all of which attested to its demise. The majority of the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. Even the spot where the footsteps had previously been was now devoid of any presence. Curious indeed. Could it be that there truly was a ghost? Jiang Xin pondered, but he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Utilizing the night vision scope of his light machine gun, he peered into the shadows. To his astonishment, he discovered a multitude of canine monstrosities lurking within the darkness. Why were they showing no reaction? Jiang Xin found this perplexing. Could they, like the dolls below, merely be intimidating models? Yet, he did not act recklessly. Instead, he retrieved an empty can, tossing it towards them. Clang! The instant the can hit the ground, the pack of canine creatures erupted into chaos, scrambling towards the can. As they moved, Jiang Xin quickly recognized their origins. Thanks to his intensive study during the D6 incident, he could identify most creatures inhabiting this disaster-stricken continent. They were a pack of mutated sound-seeking hounds, possessing no visual organs but exhibiting extraordinary sensitivity to sound and scent. Like bats, they could locate enemies through echolocation, typically hiding in dark tunnels to ambush passing creatures, with light and fire being their Achilles heel. Regardless, these creatures posed no significant threat to him. Jiang Xin extracted a Molotov cocktail, a spoils from D6, perfectly suited to deal with this pack. The incendiary device landed squarely among the hounds, igniting into a fiery explosion, scorching several of them. However, what transpired next exceeded Jiang Xin's understanding. Glowing patterns began to spread from the hearts of the mutated sound-seeking hounds. Consequently, these hounds no longer feared the flames and rapidly locked onto Jiang Xin's position. Their agile forms swiftly closed the distance as they charged toward him. Jiang Xin had no choice but to draw his tang knife and confront them. Firing could attract even more monsters. Thus, he was determined to avoid using his firearm unless absolutely necessary. Relying on the protection of his armor, Jiang Xin met the first sound-seeking hound head-on, severing its head with a single stroke. Although he succeeded in decapitating it, the sensation of the blade striking felt peculiar. It was not as if he had cut through flesh, but rather akin to slicing through metal. Upon encountering the second hound, Jiang Xin even observed sparks flying as his blade struck its body. Crack! The tang knife, unable to withstand the strain, shattered into two pieces. Yet, the sound-seeking hounds showed no signs of slowing down. All right, you leave me no choice, Jiang Xin thought, swiftly grabbing his RPK and unleashing a barrage of fire upon the mutated hounds. The bullets fell like raindrops, scattering the pack in disarray. However, Jiang Xin soon realized something was amiss. Although the sound-seeking hounds were wounded by the bullets, they were not killed. The hound he had decapitated, even Jiang Xin meticulously peeled away the flesh that enveloped the machine. Revealing its true form before him, it appeared to be a stasis pod, yet devoid of any living being suspended in the liquid within. He reached out to touch the stasis pod. Contemplating the possibility of stowing it in his backpack, a warning from the system suddenly flashed before him. Alert! Do not place living entities into the system backpack, as this could result in irrevocable damage. Jiang Xin was momentarily taken aback, yet he disregarded the system's caution and chose to proceed with the installation. After all, his backpack had been augmented by the jade pendant, granting it a special storage space capable of accommodating large vehicles and living organisms. Warning! Do not place any part of an independent life form into the backpack. This will cause irreversible harm to the life form. Another warning emerged, but this time, Jiang Xin paused. This particular warning was perplexing. What did it mean to place a part of an independent life form into the backpack? This stasis pod contained nothing at all, and after stripping away all the flesh, Jiang Xin saw no connection to anything else. Gazing at the mass of flesh before him, he murmured in disbelief. Could it possibly refer to this heap? Attempting to stow both the flesh and the stasis pod into his backpack resulted in yet another warning. However, abandoning this delectable prize was not in Jiang Xin's nature. He needed to devise a plan to secure it. With a plop, Jiang Xin laboriously hoisted the stasis pod onto the train's platform, only to feel as though the dangling puppets above were mocking him. Life can be harsh. Do you understand my struggle? I've endured so much, and yet you stand there, laughing at me. Were it not for your status as puppets, I would have gladly given you a few rounds. After venting his frustration at the puppets overhead, Jiang Xin finally maneuvered the stasis pod into the train compartment. After thoroughly scanning the station to ensure nothing was left behind, he initiated the departure, executing it in one swift motion. The train gradually commenced its journey, leaving behind a group of puppets silently suspended, watching as the train receded into the distance. Although some time had passed since leaving the tunnel, Jiang Xin couldn't shake the strange sensation. When he removed the inheritor spider during charging, he felt an almost imperceptible gaze upon him. Yet, once he donned his armor, that feeling vanished. He attributed this unease to the stasis pod. And only after locking it away in an empty room did the sensation somewhat dissipate. Moreover, the storm outside continued unabated. Jiang Xin reclined on his bed, preparing to relax, initially intending to browse the chat channels. He suddenly had a whimsical idea. Why not listen to the radio and see if there were any evening news updates from the cataclysmic world? Without hesitation, he retrieved the radio and began adjusting the frequencies. Attempting to catch a signal, crackle, crackle. After a considerable time had passed, he could hear voices, though they remained indistinct. However, with persistent adjustments, he finally discerned some other sounds. Crackle, the Dingshan Society. Crackle announced that the acquisition of the Heishan Laboratory has been completed. The Dingshan Society's next step is to reclaim the Golden Brain, which contains the monumental achievements of scientists over the past 2 centuries. Crackle. Together, we shall forge ahead, rebuilding humanity. Crackle, crackle. Crackle. Why has the sound ceased? Jiang Xin glanced around, suddenly fixing his gaze on the Geiger counter nearby, its needle pinned to the maximum. This was merely the limit of the counter, not the storm's threshold. The radiation outside must have skyrocketed. Such intense radiation would interfere with the long-wave signals emitted by the radio. No wonder the sound had vanished, however, since he was able to receive the broadcast moments ago. It indicated that the Dingshan Society was very close to the train. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caught any signal. Chapter 58. The Pursuit of Monsters. Forget it. In this weather, who cares about broadcasts? Time to work, time to work. He casually set down the radio and began sorting through his spoils. Looking at the materials extracted from the sound-seeking hounds in his backpack, Jiang Xin felt a pang of disappointment. Each sound-seeking hound yielded 2 portions of gel, 1 of metal, along with some skin, bones, and biological matter. However, these components were not what Jiang Xin desired. The gel was derived from the brain neurons of the aberrations and could not be used to concoct potions directly. It required special processes for purification and cultivation before it could be transformed into mutated gel. It appeared that the creation of compound potions would need to be acquired gradually through trade channels. Furthermore, the metal was not a common variety but a type known as biological metal, which could substitute iron components in basic materials. Items crafted from it could enhance bulletproof or penetration levels by 1, making it a rather commendable material. As for the stasis pod, by the time Jiang Xin returned to inspect it, it had undergone a significant transformation. No longer radiating the ethereal blue light he had first encountered, the stasis pod now appeared dull and gray. Could it be? Please don't tell me I've inadvertently killed whatever was inside. Jiang Xin wondered, giving the stasis pod a gentle tap, but it offered no response. Could it be that the flesh was previously supplying energy to the stasis pod, and now that it had lost its power source, it was unable to function? What to do? The stasis pod resembled a flawless gem, devoid of any slots, making it impossible for him to supply energy even if he wished to. Tat tat tat. Tat tat tat. At that moment, the sentry machine gun opened fire relentlessly, forcing Jiang Xin to disregard the stasis pod. The gunfire indicated that something had approached within 300 meters of the dawn. Activating the inheritor spider, he swiftly returned to the cockpit. Peering out through the turret's 360-degree observation window, he beheld a massive bat-winged creature soaring through the sky, known locally as the bat-winged demon. Jiang Xin squinted. Wasn't this the monster that had perished in the flooded station's waiting hall? No, this one was significantly larger. Although the train was not traveling at high speed, a hurricane still raged outside. How could it possibly catch up? Perhaps it returned home only to find its mate slain and its dwelling ransacked. But I swear, I did not kill your mate. I even avenged it. There is no reason for you to pursue me relentlessly. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that Jiang Xin had indeed invaded its territory. With even the spoils still locked within the train compartment, tat-tat-tat, the sentry machine gun continued its barrage, firing 12.7mm rounds at the Batwing demon, which produced sparks upon impact. Unbelievable. Another aberration. Why is my luck so wretched? Though he lamented internally, Jiang Xion's body responded with urgency. The turret gradually adjusted its aim, and he began to await the opportune moment. The Batwing demon's trajectory in the air was exceedingly unpredictable. However, it seemed to perceive the constantly firing sentry machine gun as its only threat. Thus, it ascended and executed a maneuver defying the laws of physics, aiming to dive towards the gun. Once it eliminated this bothersome thorn, it would relish tormenting its prey until death. It reveled in the tempest, the invisible winds whipping up sand like its minions, its distorted wings casting shadows over the land, while the claws on its legs traced the path of death. This was an innate trait of its kind. Otherwise, it would not be labeled a demon by the locals of the cataclysmic world. Yet, unbeknownst to it, Jiang Xian was also poised for this moment. The Batwing demon charged straight towards the turret, and with a thunderous boom, a steel needle was launched at it with tremendous speed, the spinning needle shedding its shell and blooming into a lotus shape mid-air. As the steel needle pierced through its body, dark red blood erupted from the demon's chest, taking with it the essence of its fallen soul. There was no earth-shattering roar, no cataclysmic clash. The Batwing demon plummeted to the ground. Akin to a kite severed from its string, its distorted form descending without so much as a shriek. Seeing this unfold, Jiang Xin knew the turret had succeeded, and he eagerly pulled the train's brakes. Once the train came to a halt, he dashed towards the site of the Batwing Demon's crash. Snap a photo for posterity, gather the spoils, and then make a hasty exit. After entering the first isolation door and undergoing a thorough decontamination process, he finally passed through the second isolation door back into the train compartment. This precaution was taken to minimize the risk of radiation contaminating the train's environment. Ha! Who told you to pursue me relentlessly? Are you satisfied now? I bet you're ecstatic. Gazing at the screenshot depicting the Batwing Demon's gruesome demise, Jiang Xin couldn't help but mock it. He then began to examine the materials obtained from its decomposition. Surprisingly, they were quite similar to those from the sound-seeking hounds. 10 portions of aberrant gel, 4 portions of biological metal, a pair of bat wings, and a heap of skin, bones, and biological matter. However, the more he scrutinized the biological matter, the more it resembled the flesh from the nest. Could it be used to sustain the stasis pod? Quickly, Jiang Xin arranged the extracted biological matter evenly around the stasis pod. Before long, it was as if nimble little hands began to mobilize the biological matter, causing it to cling to the stasis pod. As time passed, the stasis pod appeared to come alive, its blue light gradually brightening. How peculiar! Nourishing a machine with flesh, Jiang Xin was baffled, but accepted it nonetheless. With the issue of the stasis pod resolved, he proceeded to synthesize the jade pendant he had recently acquired. However, the sound-seeking hounds at the flooded station were scarce, insufficient even to forge a single golden pendant. Even with the previous leftovers, he could only synthesize an 8th-level purple-quality jade pendant. After pondering for a while, Jiang Xin ultimately decided to continue accumulating, as not every day would grant him such luck. It was prudent to remain cautious. The night deepened, and the howling winds continued to rage on. Jiang Xin lay restlessly upon her bed, and ever since she had transcended the confines of systematic thought, her need for slumber seemed to diminish significantly. The long, interminable night stretched on, compelling her to peruse the chat channels, where the number of survivors engaging in idle chatter was alarmingly sparse. Most discussions revolved around the exchange of supplies or pleas for assistance, prompting a deep sense of melancholy within Jiang Xin. Just days prior, these individuals existed in an era of peace, yet in a mere week, they were thrust into the brutal reality of a disaster-stricken world. Even she, despite the unwavering support of her jade pendant, gradually felt overwhelmed amidst the relentless turmoil of natural calamities and local factions vying for power. Suddenly, Jiang Xin sat upright, her gaze resolute as if she were on the cusp of a pivotal moment. I must utilize a supply card, she declared. Weapons? I require more and stronger armaments. No. It is better to teach one to fish than to merely provide fish. I shall manufacture weapons, gather materials and knowledge for ammunition. Mutation and aberration are mere paths of folly. Only caliber embodies justice and righteousness. With such thoughts coursing through her mind, Jiang Xin felt a surge of vitality, making sleep all the more elusive.